Señoras y señores, bienvenidos a la Cumbre Mundial de Economía Circular 2021.
Es un orgullo para todas y todos nosotros, ciudadanos de Córdoba, ser anfitriones de este evento mundial y recibir como invitados a los principales referentes internacionales en economía circular y áreas afines.
Mi nombre es Natalia Barró y es un placer enorme contarles que más de 30 países de todo el mundo están siguiendo en vivo y en directo este evento internacional.
El mío es Sebastián Torres Marini y queremos darles la bienvenida a toda la audiencia virtual, a las autoridades presentes y a cada uno de los referentes de instituciones y organizaciones que van a acompañarnos.
Y como pueden ver, este es un escenario especial. Esta es una cumbre que va a marcar un cambio y que busca transformar la economía lineal en una economía circular. Por lo tanto, vamos a presentarles una apertura distinta, con una mixtura entre instrumentos tradicionales e instrumentos reciclados. Me refiero a la orquesta Jubips, quien va a interpretar a partir de este momento el himno nacional argentino. Wow, qué emoción, qué difícil seguir hablando después de escuchar
Very
las
hard
estrofas
to
de nuestro himno
continue
nacional
talking after
argentino,
listening to our
desde la
national
capital de nuestra
anthem from
provincia,
the capital
Córdoba,
of our
para todo
province,
el
Córdoba,
mundo, en esta
and
cumbre
to
que
the world
pretende
in this summit that
enseñarnos qué
intends
es la
to teach
economía
us
circular, y
what circular
justamente
economy
deviene de
is,
una orquesta
and
compuesta por instrumentos
a
tradicionales
band
e
that
instrumentos
is
construidos con
playing
residuos.
with
Es realmente muy
instruments made out of
emocionante y me quedé sin palabras,
garbage,
Sebastián.
and I'm
Así es, Natalia.
speechless.
Vamos a dar comienzo entonces con
Sebastián.
el desarrollo de
Natalia,
esta
we're
Cumbre
going to
Mundial.
continue with this
Señoras y
World
señores, a
Summit. Ladies
continuación
and
vamos a
gentlemen,
compartir
we're
con
now going to
ustedes
share with you
el saludo del señor subsecretario de
the
Asuntos
speech
Nacionales
of
del Ministerio de
the
Relaciones
Undersecretary
Exteriores,
of Internal
Comercio
Affairs for the
Internacional y
National Foreign
Culto de la
Relations,
Nación,
International
Fernando
Trade and
Rodrigo
Culture Department,
Asensio.
Fernando
Me da mucha
Rodrigo
satisfacción
Asensio.
participar en
I'm
esta
very
Cumbre
pleased to
Mundial de
participate in
Economía
this
Circular,
World
convocada por la Municipalidad de
Summit
Córdoba
of
y el
Circular
ente
Economy
Municipalidad
organized by
BioCórdoba, junto a las
BioCórdoba and the
máximas
City
autoridades del
of
ámbito
Córdoba with
provincial
the
y
maximum
municipal.
authorities in the
Quisiera
city
saludar también al
and
intendente de
national
la ciudad,
level. I'd
Martín
like to
Zarzola,
greet Martín
y al señor
Zarzora,
gobernador de la
mayor of the
provincia, Juan
city,
Schiaretti.
and the
Asimismo,
province
quiero
governor,
agradecer
Juan Schiaretti.
especialmente
I'd like
a
to
la
thank
señora secretaria de Planeamiento,
Secretary of Planning,
Modernización y Relaciones
Modernization, and International
Internacionales de
Relations
Córdoba,
of the City of
Alejandra
Córdoba,
Torres,
Alejandra
por esta
Torres,
invitación.
for inviting me.
Nuclear gobiernos, organismos internacionales, redes de ciudades y empresas en este espacio
international
y alrededor de este nuevo modelo
organizations,
económico
cities
que busca
that
transformar
meet
los
around
patrones de
this
producción y
new
consumo de la
concept
sociedad
of
para
economy
lograr
to
un
change the
productivo
patterns and to reach
sustentable.
a
Es una
sustainable
causa que
production.
queremos apoyar.
It's a cause that
Se
we
trata de un
really want to
modelo que
support. It's a
redunda
model
en la
that is
generación de
redundant
empleo
in the
y fomenta
job
la
creation, and
innovación y
it
el
fosters
desarrollo tecnológico
development
a través del
and
uso
technological
más eficiente de
advances
recursos
through
y
the
reutilización
resources
de
and
residuos,
reutilization
lo
of
cual conduce, en
trash,
definitiva, a una mejor calidad
which
de vida.
leads to a better
Ello se
quality
torna
of
aún
life,
más
and
urgente
that turns
en el momento en
into
que estamos
something more
atravesando
urgent
en la raíz
when we are
de la
undergoing
pandemia
this
del
pandemic
COVID-19.
of COVID-19.
En efecto,
In
eso va en la línea
fact,
con los
that
objetivos del
is
gobierno
aligned
nacional
with the
en esta
national
materia.
administration
La Argentina busca hacia
guidelines
2030,
Argentina
según lo
seeks in
establecido en
2030,
la
according
segunda
to
contribución
that set in the
determinada
second
a nivel
contribution
nacional,
at national
presentada en
level,
diciembre del 2020,
submitted in December
implementada en
2020,
los sectores
implementing
industriales
in the
y
industrial
servicios,
sectors and
un
services
cambio
sectors
estructural
a
para la
structural
producción
change
sostenible,
for the sustainable
ello con la
production,
articulación del sector privado.
articulating the private
Asimismo,
sector
trabaja con el
and
objetivo de
working
generar
with the goal
la infraestructura
of
necesaria para que la
making
gestión
the
integral de
infrastructure that
residuos
is
sólidos
needed
se
so
realice
that solid
de manera
waste
adecuada en un marco de
disposal is
prácticas
done
innovadoras
adequately
y adoptando
with
mejoras
innovative
en el
techniques
consumo
and
y la producción
adapting
sostenible.
approaches in sustainable development. Our country
Contempla utilizar a la economía
seeks
circular
to
como una de las
use
herramientas
circular
disponibles,
economy
entre
as one
otras,
of the
para
tools
contribuir al
to
logro del
contribute to the
desarrollo
achievement
sostenible.
of sustainable
La Argentina realiza acciones
development.
en pos
Argentina
de
does
una adecuada
everything
gestión integral de
to
residuos,
have
desde
a
la perspectiva de la
comprehensive
economía
trash
circular y
collection
la eficiencia
and
energética.
disposal,
Ello incluye
with more
el
energetic
ecodiseño
energy
de productos
efficiency.
a fin de
The
extender su vida
eco-design
útil, la
extends
separación
the
de
use
origen
life
y el
in
fomento de la industria
separation
en
and
reciclarlo.
recycling in the industry by using innovative practices and technologies for the correct disposal of
De la misma manera,
trash.
aborda la
The
necesidad
same
de
way
reducir
it
al mínimo la
approaches to
degradación
reduce
ambiental
the
resultante de la
environmental
fuga de los residuos en el medio
pollution,
ambiente. Lo hace con el
and it does
requerimiento de una
it
gestión
by
adecuada de los
requiring
mismos,
an adequate
especialmente en lo relativo a la
disposal of
gestión
that
racional de los productos químicos,
dispose
prevención,
chemical
a la
products in the
reducción
in
y a
a
la
good way, reduction and
reutilización de los residuos
reutilization of
alimenticios,
food
residuos
products,
plásticos y todos los
plastics,
productos a lo
and
largo
all the
de su
products
ciclo de vida.
throughout the life
Finalmente,
cycle.
quisiera
Finally,
transmitirles
I'd
que
like to
temáticas
tell
como
you
la que hoy
that
nos
topics
convoca
like the
de
ones
carácter
that are
internacional
summoning us
y que los
today,
gobiernos subnacionales
and that the subnational
detentan un rol
governments detect
protagónico, están
that they have a
alineados
key
con el
role
objetivo
around
de
this,
dotar de un
with the
fuerte y
goal of
definitivo
adopting
carácter
a federal
a la política exterior
feature
argentina,
of the
una de
foreign
las más
trade in
importantes
Argentina. One of
premisas
the
de este
most
gobierno,
premises
por
in this
instrucción expresa del
government
presidente de la
by
Nación,
instructions
Alberto
of
Fernández.
the President of Argentina,
Agradezco
Alberto
nuevamente
Fernandez.
la
I'd like to
invitación a
thank the
participar
invitation to
de la apertura de
participate
esta Cumbre
of
Mundial
opening
y de
this
ya los
World
saludo
Summit,
y les
and
deseo una
I
buena
greet you
jornada.
all and I wish you all the best.
Allí teníamos entonces el saludo inicial.
So there we had the first speech, and of course there are many greetings, because it's a summit that is going to give us a lot to do and to work on throughout this summit 2021. It's not the only greeting that we have, Sebastián. We continue with this fantastic event, and we'd like to now invite Minister Fabián López to give us welcome words representing the government of the province of Córdoba. Good morning, everybody. I'm Fabián López, Minister of Public Services of the province of Córdoba. I come here to give you a warm welcome on behalf of Accountant Juan Schiaretti, the governor of Córdoba, in the context of this Circular Economy Congress. A few days ago, we had access to the 6th report of Group 1 of the International Panel on Climate Change, and after analyzing all the 14,000 scientific journal articles, they proved without a doubt that there is a challenge ahead of us, the effects that global warming is having, and what that means in our social economic life. Climate change with different features, the sea level dropping and temperatures rising or dropping. And that's a challenge we are facing, and in order to face it, and in order to mitigate the climate change consequences and adapting to that change where we have ahead, we have different tools such as circular economy, models that talk to us about the energy transformation, talking about the SDGs, the 17 SDGs by the United Nations, the Paris Agreement from 2015, what we know as bioeconomy, green economy, what we know as the fourth industrial revolution, circular economy, etc. For me, they are different faces of the same model, of the same challenge, and they all talk about the need of having coordinated actions, global actions, world-level actions, actions that have a lot of commitment, a lot of challenges behind, and with the will to transform this world and to change this world that has fed through fossil fuels to go into an economy that is using renewable energies. And that has to do with changing the way we produce goods and services, to go from a linear economy to a circular economy, and all that is related to transforming and enhancing our trash and transforming them into sub-products that create jobs, that move the economy, that solve energy liabilities and environmental liabilities, to make it sustainable, that embraces these challenges of climate change. And in order to do so, we agree that we need a cultural change. We need to work a lot on education. We need to work a lot on being more committed, more engaged in the public sector, in the academia, in the private sector, public sector. And in order to do so, we need things like this. We need to work more and better, and getting together, discussing ideas, having different types of suggestions, and at the end of the day, to be all here in summits like this one, the first summit, World Summit on Circular Economy. That is the challenge. We want to do it, and the way we do it in Córdoba, by listening to one another and working together, the private sector, the public sector, the knowledge sector, in models that we know that have to be more up-to-date to carry out this challenge. Therefore, I'd like to congratulate Mayor Martín Charllora and all the city of Córdoba for having embraced this challenge and having engaged into this. We are living such a sad situation as a result of the pandemic. The challenge that we have ahead after this ends, we have to start approaching it now. No more time to waste. So this is a very opportune time to organize a summit of these characteristics. In the name of the governor of the province of Córdoba, I wish you all the best during this summit, and I hope that it is worth to work with more common goals by having better challenges so that the generations that are about to come can enjoy the world and the planet the way we are enjoying it. Thank you very much.
A continuación, hará uso de la palabra el intendente de la ciudad de Córdoba.
Escuchamos al doctor Martín Yarlora.
Muchas gracias. Quiero agradecer a todos los que nos ayudaron a organizar esta Cumbre Mundial, a todos los utópicos que colaboraron con nosotros, pese a todas las dificultades que enfrentamos los argentinos. Y a pesar de ello, podemos generar este hecho histórico, este hito, para la defensa de nuestro ambiente. Gracias a los más de 60 expositores y disertantes de todo el mundo, a los que participaron del IATOM, quienes con su trabajo creativo e innovador potencian esta transformación cultural y especialmente gracias a ustedes, a todos los que están conectados, que ya son agentes del cambio. Y estoy seguro que esta cumbre nos va a nutrir de mayores conocimientos y experiencias para poder actuar en defensa de nuestro ambiente. Desde el lugar que ocupemos, desde el lugar en el cual estemos, trabajando todos juntos para cuidar nuestro planeta. Naciones Unidas acaba de emitir un SOS, un código rojo, alertando en virtud del aumento del calentamiento global. Dicho pronóstico nos lleva a consecuencias irreversibles, como la pérdida de la biodiversidad, inundaciones, olas de calor y otros efectos climatológicos que agravarán la situación actual. Es por ello que debemos actuar. Es ahora. No hay más tiempo para esperar. Debemos actuar desde el lugar que cada uno ocupemos, sin importar nuestras debilidades o limitaciones. Debemos actuar en defensa de nuestro ambiente, pues somos la primera generación que tiene clara conciencia que nuestro planeta se extingue en las condiciones para que podamos vivir en él de la manera en que lo estamos haciendo hoy, de la manera que lo estamos haciendo actualmente. También tenemos plena conciencia de que debemos seguir produciendo para poder seguir subsistiendo. Por ello es que ha llegado el momento histórico de cambiar el modelo de producción y de consumo, imperante desde la revolución industrial hasta nuestros tiempos. Adoptar un nuevo sistema socioproductivo a través de caminos alternativos como el de la economía circular, que nos permita proteger nuestro planeta y cuidarlo para que puedan vivir las futuras generaciones. Potenciar la transformación hacia la economía circular es adoptar un nuevo modelo productivo que aspira a transformar los patrones de producción y de consumo de la sociedad para lograr un sistema productivo de desarrollo sostenible, utilizando los bienes que no considerados waste
to transform them into raw materials, to bring them back into the production chains. Circular economy is an incredible advantage that leads us to a more resilient economic system that is more adaptable to the scarcity of natural and energy resources. And it also creates an opportunity with many jobs that are connected to green economy. To us, the shift of our paradigm not only leads us to reform old institutions, it also leads us to develop or to create new standards, new institutions under this paradigm that encourage the development of this social and productive model. For this reason, we created BioCórdoba, a municipal institution. The mission is to stand up for the environment, and the main objective is to encourage the development of circular economy. BioCórdoba, that has been working for 7 months, is the main engine of this summit. We also created the first school of circular economy of the country, also supported by the national government and the provincial government. And the main objective of the school is to train citizens and give them the necessary tools so they can be part of this green economy. We also started the first cluster on circular economy, gathering businesses, universities, private and public institutions in order to plan the implementation of public policies that create the necessary incentive programs and standards in order to develop this new economic model. We also started the Environmental Protection Institute, IPA, with the objective to control the main generators and encourage the proper management of waste that actually strengthen the inputs of our economy. We also started the first agency to control the environment. The agency is in charge of controlling the environment and also implementing the necessary penalties. We created also coils to encourage circular economy. For this reason, then we are enhancing our green centers. We encourage selective garbage collection. We inaugurated the first inclusive collection center we call EcoFriend. All of the transformers are women. We also created the first solid waste bulky center of our city, and in 4 years we'll be able to prevent sending waste to landfills. We'll also create the inter-municipal center with a public and private agreement. We can actually bring over 100 tons of residential waste to the circular economy. So with these two initiatives and other initiatives we're implementing, and if we added them in 48 months, 4 months of residential waste wouldn't have to be collected in our city. This is over 130,000 tons of waste that are not being sent to the landfills. We have understood that the pathway is circular economy. This is the pathway that leads us to sustainable development. We will not wait for the change to take place on its own. We will not wait for the world to change out of the blue. From Córdoba, we will encourage the change, and this World Summit on Circular Economy has begun to do so. Thank you very much.
Los invito a conocer Córdoba capital.
Let's visit Córdoba city, surrounded by hills, rivers, that invite us to relax and recreate.
Aquí la Córdoba histórica,
This is the
la manzana
historical
jesuítica
city,
declarada Patrimonio Cultural
the
de la
Jesuits'
Humanidad
block
por la UNESCO.
that
Sus
was
iglesias y la casa
declared
donde
as
nació el primer
World
poeta
Heritage.
argentino.
The place
El
where the
diseño y la
first poet of
innovación
Argentina
tecnológica de
was born,
modernos edificios
technological
convive con las
innovation, modern
supermanzanas.
buildings,
Este
coexisting
nuevo
with the
paradigma del
historical
espacio
city,
público
this
para
new
disfrutar de
paradigm
nuestras
of
obras
public
emblemáticas,
spaces to
testigos de
enjoy
más de
the different
400 años de
buildings that have
historia.
witnessed over 400 years of history.
Una ciudad con intervenciones
A city
paisajísticas
that has
que incluyen
been
ríos,
intervened,
lagos,
including
parques y
lakes,
reservas
rivers,
naturales.
parks, and natural reserves.
Córdoba y su gente,
Córdoba and its
curiosa e
people,
inquieta, nos permite la permanente creación de empresas,
that allow us to
ser pioneros en la
continuously
industria
create
y el nuevo
companies
uso de
to
los
be
materiales.
pioneers in industries in reusing materials.
El nivel internacional de conocimiento
The
científico
international
asociado a la
level of
educación
scientific
ambiental nos
knowledge
impulsa a
related
convivir
to
en armonía con la
environmental
biodiversidad del
affairs
entorno
help us
natural.
promote biodiversity.
El cordobés vive en la cultura y el arte de su
People
ciudad.
from Córdoba
Se reconoce por su
are
calidez y
actually
su buen
very
humor,
involved in the
siempre
culture.
sacando una sonrisa al ritmo de un cuarteto. La Córdoba del
And
conocimiento
this
es
is
creativa,
Córdoba of knowledge that
comunitaria
is
y
creative.
ahora también
It
circular.
supports the community, and now it has
Bienvenidos a la
become
Cumbre
circular.
Mundial de
Welcome to the
Economía
World
Circular.
Summit on Circular
Ciudad
Economy.
de Córdoba.
City of Córdoba,
Argentina.
Argentina.
Bueno, Natalia. Los invitamos
Natalia,
a todas y todos ustedes a compartir
welcome now, and let's begin with our next panel, the new paradigm of circular cities, moderated by Guillermo Lobo, who's an Argentine journalist. Guillermo was born in Volcán, in Jujuy. He has a degree in environmental affairs from the University of Pompeu Fabra, Barcelona. He is the anchor of Todo Noticias, one of the most popular news shows in Argentina. He he began his career in Teleciencias, one of the most prestigious TV shows in Argentina. He is an editor in digital content and audiovisual content for Channel 13 and Todo Noticias. And the speakers are Martín Yayora, who's the mayor of city of Córdoba, Argentina, Horacio Rodríguez Larreta, who's the mayor of the city of Buenos Aires, Rafael Valdomiro Greca, who's the mayor of Curitiba, Brazil, Emilio Jatón, who's the mayor of the city of Santa Fe, Pablo Jauquín is the mayor of the city of Rosario, Upiano Suárez, the mayor of the city of Mendoza, and Carla Puguete Turrastiana, the mayor of Tuxtla Gutiérrez, Mexico. So let's begin with the World Summit on Circular Economy. Guillermo Lobos. Thank you. It is an honor and a great responsibility to be here in this chapter of the World Summit on Circular Economy. You can see on the screens in different languages, but the good thing is that we're actually dealing with the same thing, a better world with a sustainable economy, not linear any longer. And there are many things you get to know now on circular economy and circular cities. You will listen to different mayors, will be trying to convey a wonderful message. Let me introduce the host, Martín Yayora, who's the mayor of the city of Córdoba. Martín, welcome. It's great to be here with you. It's a great honor to have you here. Supporting this World Summit. I also like to say hello to all of the mayors, the attendees. Been working very hard, and we all usually work with them. Also, congratulations on all of the speakers, and thank you for the support. I think that all of you have had a chance to meet. I'd like to share this message with you. Circular economy is here for good, and all of the work we've been conducting for a long time, different stakeholders of our city have created different sustainable production activities, and together, and with the support of this administration, this is encouraging to actually involve the community in this new production, sustainable production. Bio Córdoba has developed different activities with all of the production chain, and this is the first summit on circular economy that has gathered all of the businesses to create the first cluster on circular economy of our country. We have developed different agreements so that all of the waste from the companies can be reused. Different cooperation agreements have been created. And we started the first school of circular economy. So education is one of the main pillars in this process. Shifting from linear to circular economy requires the efforts of everyone. This is why we want to contribute to the welfare of our country as the host of the World Summit on Circular Economy. The main objective is to connect consumers and business people, and from Cordoba to encourage the shift towards circular economy to stand up for our environment.
Bio Córdoba with a huge challenge, a better society, a better economy. Martín, we are ready for your message. Thanks, everybody. And most of all, I'd like to thank you, as I said, for being here. We are totally convinced this is a decision that we have to make. Each one of us from our own place, we're all change agents. And each one of us in our own places, we need to make it possible to protect the environment and the planet and to preserve future conditions for future generations. We are convinced that the path towards sustainable economy is circular economy. And we're not only convinced by doing things like what we're doing today that foster this type of change, but also with video, with what we show in the video, with actual things that we do. We already have the Bio Córdoba entity because we think that it's key when you want to transform a paradigm, to go from one to another, not only to reformulate institutions that were already there and that focused on, and that now need to focus on new objectives, but we need to produce new institutions that would impulse this new challenge and that would face this new challenge to preserve the planet through circular economy. This entity has been in activities for 7 months, and now they are the key actor of this summit. They are the ones that created the first circular economy cluster that links, because circular economy is a change in the way we produce, but also in the way we consume. And we thought that we had to link all the sectors, enterprises, entrepreneurs, the academia, the government, the administration, so that from that cluster we could produce the public policies for the incentives to impulse. And sometimes you want to consume something, you want to buy, for instance, this table that is made in circular economy, and you don't know where to buy it. So to give them visibility, to help them financially, to create the rules and regulations. The office of this entity is built with all circular economy bricks and construction material. And then in this summit, we're going to talk about the development of a company that deals with trash, and with a public-private agreement. 100 tons of trash entered the circular economy every day, and that go to a system of fuel production from trash, and we prevent from landfilling 100 tons. If we think about the new transfer center, when you do it for 4 years, so it's like 7 months that you will not landfill, and it's a huge change. This does not mean that you reuse it, you recycle it, and that's that means that that asset has a new use as part of the consumption. We don't landfill those 100 tons, so we reuse them, and then it comes back to the system, so that trash comes back as an element, circular. It's exactly the concept, circular economy. We need to be really assertive and to make that decision, because here it's to be the key is to be assertive, not to think so much about our weaknesses. I want to thank all the utopic thinkers that helped us in these difficulties that we have in Argentina in the middle of this pandemic, to have this agenda of what's essential. A few days ago, UN issued a red alert, an SOS, calling for help, with all the negative parameters have worsened, and if we don't change now, the climate effects, the loss of biodiversity will be irreversible. So the decision we are making is not to wait for others to make that change, not to wait for the world to change, but from here, from this corner of the world to foster change, and that's what it takes. It takes decision making. That is the message from Martín Charjora, and we see that all the speakers in the panel were nodding. So we're gonna introduce is Rafael Bardomira Beca. He's mayor of Curitiba, Brazil. And I saw you nodding while Martín was talking about this need of circular change and circular economy. Good morning. I'd like to greet all my friends in this meeting. I'd like to compliment Martín Charjora, mayor of Córdoba, Jorge Larreta, mayor from Buenos Aires, Pablo Jatkin, mayor of Rosario, Emilio Jatom, mayor of Santa Fe. For us in Curitiba, southern city in Brazil, it is a great honor to be here with all of you. We're going to talk about the new paradigm of circular cities, or cities with circular economy. In order to do so, we have this idea of the program called Curitiba More Energy. 40% of the public building consumption in Curitiba will have to have solar energy. That is what we call a solar revolution. And we were able to do that with the support of the C40 network that supports development of projects that are devoted to reducing greenhouse effect emissions. Curitiba competed with more than 120 cities around the world to make sure that the resources were there, and we received confirmation of our support at the end of 2018. We have 439 solar panels, and our city hall saves 160,000 reais in power costs, which equals to 40% of the energy bill in our 29 de Marzo Palace. We also provide technical assistance for other solar projects, such as a solar pyramid in a neighborhood that is a popular neighborhood. The bus stations and the bus terminals have also solar panels. C40, Cities Finance Facilities, is a network program that supports these kinds of projects. Curitiba competed with more than 120 cities, and I dream with this idea of having a solar revolution. And that's why this pyramid that we're going to build is going to be in a sustainable place, in a plant that used to be a landfill space, and now it's being sealed. It's not used anymore as a landfill space, and it will be the solar pyramid in Curitiba. Another thing, we have 200 kilometers of bike paths, the active mobility network It's called, the project is called Walk Better, to improve sidewalks and accessibility, and also for the bus stations with solar panels and all the Wi-Fi facilities, all the accessibility and mobility accesses. The idea is that 33% of the bus fleet has zero emissions for 2030, 100% up to 2050. And of course, we will be almost after a century. We will turn 100 years old. And we also see green spaces of urban agriculture, food that feeds the city. These farms, urban farms, are sustainable, and they work as a lab for local startups. There are 100 urban farms or hortages with more than 1.4 tons of vegetables produced every day that will go to a program that we called like soup kitchen program for people who are hungry, people who have needs during the because of the pandemic. We also give incentives to sustainable buildings. We are now building the first public building, smart building in Brazil, in an old industrial plant that will be transformed, and its use is going to change. Curitiba also has a great program with more than 100 planted trees per year, 100,000 planted trees a year, more than 60 square meters of green spaces per person. We are the capital city with the biggest natural patrimony in Brazil. And in the urban area, this is our program of Circular City. I am here to answer any questions, or if you want me to expand anything. And I'm really, really thrilled and happy to be here in this event. Rafael Valdomiro Greca, very interesting. Thank you so much. Now, Martin, you were jotting down what Rafael was mentioning. Yes, for me, it's a pleasure to be here, and congratulations, Rafael. They are absolute leaders. Curitiba, they are leaders in terms of environmental protection. They have been able to strengthen that. Congratulations, and it's a pleasure to have you among the panelists. Very nice presentation, Rafael. We will have questions for you, I'm sure, in general, and then for Curitiba in particular. Now we're going to Santa Fe. We are going to hear from Emilio Jaton, mayor of the city of Santa Fe. Emilio, let's hear from you. Great thing from Curitiba. What about Santa Fe?
It's very difficult to say something after Curitiba, to be honest. First of all, Martín, Pablo, Horacio, Carla from Tuxtla Gutiérrez, hi everybody, and Rafael from Curitiba. This summit is really a wonderful event. We need to share and reflect upon the things we can do and how we can contribute to circular economy. So that's why I'm so thankful for the invitation. The United Nations, as Martin said, issued this alarm, and so we are, he said orange, but I think it's a red warning. And I know that all of the mayors can tell us how they feel about it. Cities, and as you said, Martin, have a lot to do, many contributions that we can make. The linear economy model that we are accustomed to, that has treated nature as an input, is showing really, is really depleting. The fires in Cordoba and Santa Fe, all, you know, the water declined. We cannot continue producing and consuming and wasting without being aware. So the main enemy we have is using and wasting. And the program or schedule obsolescence, we know that. So in Santa Fe, we're working to change the way we produce and use. So we're transitioning this gradual transition to more sustainable cities. We need to focus on the role of companies, what is shared, collaborative work. I think this is the only way, actually, to come up with a common agenda that actually focuses on circular economy. Cities can actually take advantage of circular economy, and it is the right time to actually plan the necessary legislations, and the right to actually repair is a pending issue. Santa Fe, there are some slides I'd like to show you to shift towards a circular economy. This is our priority. We're convinced that this is the way to go. And we have 5 main strategies: landfills that have been using for over 20 years. And we're now we receive waste from our city and 7 other cities. Even the landfills are not actually part of the circular economy strategies. We can have a better management of waste, and the goal is to reduce waste as much as possible to avoid landfilling. We have created an electronic device plant. So here we collect home appliances, telephones, cell phones. We disassemble them, and then we use the different parts. And in November, we're going to start a new center to actually train people, so everybody knows what we do with the waste and why it is important to classify it. We also started the first green terminal, we call it, or the first green center this is to collect all of the greeneries, the green waste. We'll also develop a carpenter shop so that people can actually learn to build furniture and learn to become sustainable. We've also started what we call the Eco Exchange. We have different recycling centers or recycling stations, and we have 9 different collection centers. These are where people can go and deposit their waste and also exchange the waste for other products. And finally, I'd like to share this last slide on what we call eco-neighborhoods. We have 11 neighborhoods in our city that have different selective collection centers and also training citizens. We have specific agents to train people in our cities. And we also share this common, we know, and for the present and the future, we need to have cities that are committed to fighting for our environment. And this is a good starting point to begin to work as a community. So the objectives are not only economic, they're also social. So we need to have circular economy as part of our everyday lives. We need to aim at a new way of producing and consuming and creating jobs. We need to create a new way of living. We need to create more transformative solutions. And I know that this World Summit is actually supporting for this to happen. Thank you very much. Emilio Hatton, thank you very much for your presentation. Emilio is a journalist. His presentation was really very nice. Martin, Emilio just talked about waste reduction, but also the benefit, reusing, right? Yes, of course. As Amelia said, we need to there are two different actions. Some actions that have to do with circular economy, for example, waste selection, and return the waste to the economy. And there's another set of actions that have to do with preservation, that is, to preserve the environment. For example, solar energy, to modernize a system. We have modernized and digitalized the administrative system, but we're not sending notifications, paper notifications. We have created a model that is called digital citizen. So we are saving, so many trees, because we're not using any paper anymore. And so, but circular economy uses another thing, how, for example, a piece of wood, these green collection centers that the previous mayor talked about, how we can reuse this waste and reintroduce them into the economy. So we're creating an opportunity for green jobs.
Temas que tocaron Rafael y Emilio, desde Curitiba y desde Santa Fe. Y vamos a la hermosa ciudad de Rosario. Ya estamos comunicados con Pablo Hapkin, que es el intendente de la ciudad de Rosario.
Pablo Hapkin, who is the mayor of the city of Rosario.
Porque se habla de sustentabilidad, de proyectos y realidades.
Pablo, we talk about sustainability projects. Pablo, the floor is yours. Thank you, Guillermo, Martín, our host.
Beso muy grande a Carla, qué lindo Chiapas.
Carla from Chiapas, Rafael.
Ciudad que siempre nos ha enseñado y bueno, por supuesto a Emilio.
From Curitiba.
La verdad que estamos saliendo
de
una de las peores dificultades.
Going through one of the biggest challenges as a humanity, this pandemic, that has to be beneficial to some extent, understanding the limit we're facing, that is, our nature, our environment is depleted. We cannot push forward anymore, and we need to become really aware of this. We need to change our way of living. We need to actually contribute to the environment so that we have to actually shift our model. And the second point I'd like to talk about is that has to do with our way of manufacturing and producing. If we cannot understand that a linear economy cannot really project sustainability a long time, so we'll come to a stop in the near future. So, and the cities are actually play a key role because we have decided to live in cities because cities are actually growing. And if we cannot actually help or kind of come into terms with nature, so our cities could not actually progress. So we're working very much, particularly on waste collection and waste management. Last week, we opened a new waste management plant or center. We are training the operators of these plants. We are also working in terms of green waste management and waste management in general, and we're also encouraging the private sector to work together with the private sector in this regard. We're also working on repairing landfills so as to avoid landfilling in the future. And the main goal is to actually
o al cual le toca en la cadena del mercadeo de la basura al recolector informal. Creemos que es
support
fundamental
the
si queremos un
waste
desarrollo de la
management
economía
collection
circular,
system
que el
and
crecimiento económico de los
transition towards
recolectores
circular
informales
economy.
esté a partir de un justo precio, y entendemos que ahí como Estado tenemos
And
mucho para hacer.
we
Y estamos
believe
avanzando
we still have a lot to
en un
do,
programa
of
ya no
course.
solo
We're
de
also
separación de
developing
residuos
a
inorgánicos,
program
sino de separación de
that
residuos
encourages
orgánicos, entendiendo que ahí
citizens
tenemos
to
el 50% de nuestros residuos. El
selectively
mecanismo que hemos empezado en dos
separate
barrios
organic
con una recolección
waste.
particular,
We're working
no solo
with
ya del inorgánico, sino
specific
también del
neighborhoods.
residuo orgánico. La verdad que en el otro gran punto en el
And
que
the
pensamos
other
es en
key
construir redes de hogares
aspects
verdes,
we're
hogares que
working
entiendan
on
esa
is
circularidad. Creo que también es
to
importante que
work on the
avancemos en las legislaciones
households
sobre envases.
and on the people
Eso es
to
una gran
develop
demanda que me
what we
parece en las
call
ciudades
green
tenemos que empujar en cada
households.
uno de nuestros
We
países.
need
Hacemos cargo
we
de
need to
costos
become
enormes a la
responsible
hora del enterramiento de nuestros rellenos de envases que podrían ser parte de la
as
economía
citizens
circular,
to actually
pero que lo
recycle
retornable, lo
and
reutilizable es un
reuse
concepto
a lot
que
of
tenemos
the
que promover.
things we use
Incorporo en
on
esto
an
también en
everyday
relación a la
basis.
movilidad,
And
los sistemas
also
no solo de ciclovías, sino de
mobility.
bicicletas
We're also
públicas, de compartir
developing
el uso.
different
También entiendo que por
programs.
una
For example, we have a
cultura de esa
program
economía que no
that
desecha todo lo que
encourages
toma
people
y
to
que no
use their
toma para sí
bicycles and
la
also
obligación
share
de la
the
propiedad para poder
bicycles.
movilizar. Nosotros
So we're working in this
entiendo yo,
area
mayor de los
as well.
desafíos,
And
porque nos toca muchas veces las consecuencias más directas. No puedo obviar decirles que
I
estamos
have to say
atravesando
that
con Emilio
we have
la peor
many
crisis en muchísimo tiempo en
challenges,
nuestro río
and we're
Paraná.
probably going through a lot of
Sequía que ha
challenges,
abatido
and
todos los
particularly
récords desde
as
que tiene registro
Emilio from
del
Santa Fe
comportamiento
said,
de nuestro río,
we having
que
a lot of
compromete
issues with
toda nuestra
water
política
scarcity,
también
and
de
as you
disposición
may have heard,
de
the
los residuos domiciliarios,
declining
de
levels
los
of
desechos domiciliarios que
water in
comprometen
our
nuestra
rivers.
navegación, que
So,
compromete el comercio a nivel global y
and
que tiene que ver con esta idea omnipotente de que siempre va a haber una solución que reemplace la preservación de los recursos. Esos cambios en el régimen de lluvias,
so we need to
esas
change
situaciones que hoy estamos
this in
padeciendo,
order to
insisto, afectan a uno de los 7 ríos
actually improve all of the climate issues, because this is actually impacting the lives, particularly the life of our city and our province, Santa Fe. So we have to work together, and cities are used to developing cooperation networks. We need this, and I'd like to thank, for the organization of the World Summit, because this encourages us to actually move towards circular economy. Pablo Hapkin, who's the mayor of the city of Rosario. Now I'll give the floor to actually tell the other mayors to think of possible questions. So for example, questions from Curitiba to Santa Fe or Tucla to the other municipalities. We'll give the floor to Ulpiano Suarez, who's the mayor of the city of Mendoza. Ulpiano, the floor is yours.
Ahí vamos a escuchar el audio. Adelante, por favor.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes, Guillermo. Buenas
Good
tardes
afternoon,
a los colegas.
Guillermo. Good afternoon, all my colleagues who are here. Thank you, Martin, for being the host and for this initiative of organizing this summit. And taking the words of Guillermo, welcome. And you have set the bar really, really high. Thanks for the collaborative work among the cities, and welcome to this common agenda. In view of the problems that we face, I'm going to share now a presentation. I don't know if you can see this.
Ahí ya lo ponemos al aire. La presentación de Ulpiano Suárez
We're
para
going to see
complementar
now
su charla.
Mr.
Vamos a ver las
Suarez's
iniciativas de la ciudad de Mendoza.
presentation. We're going to hear about the city of Mendoza. We already heard about Curitiba, Rosario, Córdoba,
Y vamos a ir pensando preguntas
Santa Fe.
para ir compartiendo con ustedes.
And we're going to think about some questions that we would like to ask to the speakers.
Ya está al aire.
We can see your presentation now. You talked about the city of Mendoza. Well, we're capital city of our province. We contribute with 18% of the GDP in Mendoza. Our economic matrix is based mostly on sales, on services, on tourism. We're at the heart of the metropolitan area called Great Mendoza, the fourth region most important in the country. But to talk about circular economy, I wanted to say something about the important data that we have. The population of Mendoza, 120,000 people, but also the phenomenon of something that happens in each one of the cities. It's the metropolitan area population that come into the city. In the case of Mendoza, it's more than 200,000 people coming into the city to work. And if we talk about circular economy and these changes that are so needed, I wanted to share this environmental information. In our last measurement of greenhouse gases emissions, we have 34.86%, 50% in the way we move, and 14% of the urban trash that we produce. And that has to do with the social information, that in the last information, 44% are under the line of poverty, and 8.2% are unemployed. That's why I said, okay, I talked to the neighbors in the city, we need to have a triple impact, looking for a balance between social inclusion, environmental preservation, and I really think that it's key for the local governments to have in these key issues. On the one hand, inequality, poverty, and employment, and on the other hand, climate change and the need to be change agents, as someone said before. On this slide, you can see something that was mentioned before. In a short period of time, we have been able to surpass the load of our system. We have exhausted the resources that we generate by having this way an environmental default. And our main management access, I wanted to highlight our new comprehensive solid trash collection that it collects 15% of the greenhouse gases emissions here in the city. And that's why we have this differentiated collection. Dry, recyclable assets are collected on Thursday, and that has a previous approach that has to do with the neighbors. The neighbors have to separate Mondays, Thursdays. We withdraw the wet trash, and the green trash are collected on Mondays, and Tuesdays and Thursdays we don't do collection. This is integrated with 43 green points that are set in each point of the city where neighbors can bring their dry trash, and that's where the neighbors put all the plastic. And the love bottles or eco bricks, we will see that those eco bricks are then used as a resource to go back into the productive system. This new management solid urban trash system allows us to share these results. We have increased 2,000% recycled material compared to the previous situation. This started in June last year. We have recovered 500,000 kilograms of material that have been reintroduced in the market. We see in this slide, it's mostly cardboard, glass, plastic, metal, cardboard boxes, and most of all, to talk about the social impact that all this process generates, because we recover this dry material, this recyclable material, through a cooperative of urban recovery, and this gives support to more than 50 families. Apart from that, the productive matrix and the economic matrix of the city has the foundations on the economic sector. We work together with the Cuyo University in environmental guidelines for good practices, also for the food industry. And we had to pay special attention to organic trash that the food industry generates. That's why we started with a pilot test of worms, that those organic material or trash is collected by the government. It's moved to a biofertility place that processes that trash using worms, and part of the product that is produced there goes back to the city and is used as compost in squares. But part of that organic material that we also produce that is sold by that company to be used in different vineyards and farms. Another project that I wanted to share with you is linked with this new solid trash collection system, is a triple impact enterprise, young people who were incubated here in the city of Mendoza. All the plastic that is collected by people in the city, the plastic that neighbors take to these green points, the plastic that they take to each one of those loops, they're separated and they are recycled by entrepreneurs that transform that plastic into plastic wood used for signaling, for construction. More than 70 tons of plastic material in the city has been used to signal 150 units in different public spaces. But that's not all. Agriculture is very important in the province of Mendoza, and these young entrepreneurs, with the plastic that they collect and that they are provided with from the city, they are making poles for vineyards. If you have visited the vineyards in Mendoza, you will see that those posts, those poles are made out of wood, but now they're made out of plastic, 100% recycled plastic, without using water, but most of all, preventing the deforestation. So it's a win-win. We avoid the deforestation of hundreds and thousands of trees. So that implies 300 trees for every hectare of vineyards. Imagine 65,000 hectares of vineyards in Mendoza. So this is a clear example, a clear process of circular economy. And we also other projects that are linked with the production of food. According to the UN, 1/3 of the food production is lost or wasted, and that food waste results in 8% of greenhouse gas emissions, which is, okay, let's explain that with apples. This is to contribute from the local aspect to reduce food waste. And based on this circular economy concept, we were able to recover tons of food, most of all fruit, that were good for consumption, but they were not good for selling them in the local or global markets. So we transform that fruit before they become waste, and that way we have a double impact, and triple impact, in fact, economic, social, and environmental. With this process, let's explain it with apples, we were able to recover 6 tons of local production fruit, apples and pears. It says let's explain it with apples, but we use pears affairs as well. So we make jam. People worked and were trained in order to produce this jam made out of pears and apples. And then we created the notes for social impact. So we strengthen this process of circular economy with these groups of people that form these nodes. And to conclude, I'd like to share everything that was said. The challenges that we have account for a scenario where the local governments, we have to become the main characters. We have to bring into our cities the commitments, the national commitments and the global agreements, and because we are more efficient when it comes to acting and producing things in the territory. Going from the traditional linear economy to the circular economy, it's a one-way street. There are no options. It's unthinkable to have any economic development for the resources to be badly used. So I celebrate, I congratulate you, I thank the city of Córdoba for organizing and for having this initiative, and I hope this summit is a real milestone on this one-way street towards sustainable development. Thank you very much. Very clear. Thank you very much, Upiano Suárez, Mayor of the City of Mendoza. Now we'll hear from the last speaker, and then we'll have the Q&A session. So we heard in Brazil, in Santa Fe, Rosario, Mendoza, and now we go to Mexico.
Presidenta municipal interina de Tuxtla Gutiérrez, México. Qué gusto saludarte.
It's a pleasure to meet you, the mayor of Tuxtla in Mexico. Carla. All right, we're going to show a video and then I'll continue with my presentation. Tires collection. Shredding band. Belt, shredding belt. Tire shredding. Shredded tires. So first of all, thanks for the invitation to participate in this summit. I'm very honored to be able to talk about my city. I wanted to tell you that what you have just seen is just a little example of what we were able to do or what we have been doing to recover our city. Tuxtla Gutiérrez is the capital of Chiapas state, located in the southeast of Mexico, and it's a city that is in rebirth. After a very dark moment, very dark times, with no participation from the people, but also from the responsibility that we have in this city. And what we did is, since we stepped into office, is to make people aware and make ourselves aware as administrators and as citizens of Tuxtla Gutiérrez, not to lose sight that everything that making the right decisions would help us approach the problems that our city was facing. So we will have a constant image of people, tires, 40,000 tires were the tires that we were able to recover. We had a comprehensive campaign, and they challenged us to be the first cities with because we had a series of illnesses related to the dengue mosquito, Zika and chikungunya mosquito. As public health, from the public health standpoint, we were a hotspot, and it was mostly produced by not being aware on how to manage urban solid waste. So what we have done in this recovery of Tuxtla is to tell people, to make them aware that solid waste is produced by all of us living in Tuxtla Gutiérrez, and it depends on us what we do with that, with those solid waste. And to become a sustainable city, we needed to collect the solid waste and make it our own. So we explained our people that trash, when it comes to placing it in the public spaces, it belongs to all of us. We are responsible for that trash, so we needed to have responsible actions, and that led us to realize that we had great advantages that we have as a city and the added value that Tuxtla has. I wanted to tell you that Tuxtla Gutiérrez is a city that has different areas that are considered natural reserves. We have a plain that is very important, that is very rich in its flora and fauna, and that it's singular to our country, and that also, because we're the capital city, makes us have a green area with flora and fauna that we lost track of how important that was. And we lost, with invasions and everything, the solid waste in that area was what we found the most. So we have a comprehensive program called Let's Clean Tuxtla, and in this comprehensive program, we engaged all the citizens. One day, everybody goes out to clean the city. One day, we clean our houses. We visit the landfill spaces. Another day, we plant trees. Another day, we make compost, and we build this comprehensive program that entrepreneurial families, among their sales strategic plans, they can also start and be responsible families, responsible with the environment. I wanted to also tell you that one of the things that we underwent in Tuxtla Gutiérrez, we had trash in every corner, and lots of trash. And that's why during the rainy season, we had floods, we had risky situations. We put everybody on alert, and that's why we decided to start this program. We placed containers in different corners in every neighborhood and in every colony of our city. We, that way, became aware, and each colony became aware as to how much we had to do with the number of tons that we produced in terms of trash. So with that, we wanted to make people aware that we all produce trash, that we are all responsible for what we expand as urban image. And we don't want to give that negative image. And we made people understand, and we made them see how important environmental protection was. And we invited everybody to participate. After that, in the development of this summit that we're going to have, I'm sure I'm going to be able to let you know more details of what the city is doing. And this, as I said, this city is in rebirth, and we have many dreams ahead, many dreams to come true. Some of them I can see it by having my participation in this beautiful summit, but we also think that in this rebirth, we will be able to find the right people and to educate the people who live here. And that will help us with all the comprehensive programs so that the urban solid waste are well managed and that we become that reference city and that sustainable city that we so long. But with this exchange of ideas, information, this dialogue, I think it fills us up with hope, and it helps us with having a firm, blatant idea in order to advance towards that those dreams. So I'd like to thank Martín for being host. And I want you to know that we are City of Mexico presenting in the summit, and Tuxtlan Gutierrez is happy to show what we have been doing in our administration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carla. And we are also, we also have Horacio Rodríguez Larreta, who is the mayor of the city of Buenos Aires. Horacio, welcome. Thank you, Guillermo. Thank you, Martín, for the invitation. These are ways to actually stop our routine and actually reflect upon things, to share experiences, to see what other cities are doing. There's a lot to learn, particularly regarding these issues. These new issues, I would say, more, new topics, new issues that are being discussed. I think that it's wonderful to be able to exchange what other cities have implemented, so probably adapting things that are being implemented in other cities, particularly because of the pandemics. I mean, because of the pandemics, we need to rethink our cities. The other day, I was asked about the concept of a city, whether the concept of city actually became obsolete because people were choosing to live in outside cities. It'll never be obsolete. I think we need to rethink the concept of city, to rethink educational supply, cultural, supply. I think this is really unique in cities. I think we need to rethink the things we can need to offer as cities in terms of welfare. But I don't think cities will become obsolete because before the pandemics, there was a migration of people from rural areas to urban areas. And so this is a good thing because it reduces the impact of on the environment, which is actually pollution. People traveling from rural areas to the urban areas. So high-density cities are actually becoming, or have the opportunity to become, efficient cities. And so we need to rethink, we need to adapt ourselves. I think we're having at least 3 trends, I would say. And one of the things is teleworking. So we are having, the micro centers of cities are our desert areas. And I think this is happening all over the world because people are not traveling to the city centers. So we're rethinking these places, we can reuse offices, how to turn office buildings into places where people can actually live. So we need to actually rethink, as I'm saying, these places. And this is one of the first challenges. Another challenge is to build what everybody calls the 15-minute city. So people are actually living closer to their jobs and where they have their daily activities. So if they want to go to a stadium, they are really close. If they want to go to a park, they're close. Entertainment places, movies, etc. Everything is really very, very close. So these cities actually become very efficient in terms of energy use, and this is being done. I mean, we're working in this regard in Saavedra, in Barracas, in different regions in the city of Buenos Aires. And the third trend or third challenge is to use public spaces. We have a lot of spaces in our cities where we can actually use basically all year round because of our climate, so we can, use streets and, having restaurants and using the streets and using public places. So this actually makes cities more lively. And so this would actually transform the welfare of our cities. Because people are willing to enjoy cities. So we need to rethink, as I was saying, our cities. We need to actually go deep into these trends and actually transform our cities, because the reality is that global warming is creating such a big changes in our lives. So we really need to make changes. We really need to think. And the biggest emitters of gases are greenhouse gases are cities. So we need to reconsider, reshape, rethink our cities. And one of our challenges and one of our goals is to have CO2 neutral cities. And for this, we have actually launched a program to be able to meet this objective. And we're working on, for example, what we call healthy mobility, the use of bicycles, and as a result of the pandemics, which we've been able to actually foster this program by building different biking areas or bike paths in the city of Buenos Aires. The old sidewalks and bike paths have been transformed. Also, the use of public transportation, because fewer and fewer people are using public transportation. So we're using these spaces to promote other kinds of mobility. And another project we're working on is in the creation of green areas or green spots. We have new areas in the city for people to actually use these public spaces. We're transforming these places. And also we are working on the recycling program. So we have a lot of the households now that are selecting their garbage. So this is an ambitious objective we have. We are halfway, actually, and we're working very, very hard in this sense. We have built 5 recycling centers. We have, for example, all of the construction waste plants. We're collecting over 5,000 tons. We also have plastic collection centers, also organic waste plants, and we are actually also promoting a communication educational program so that all of the neighbors of our city are actually aware of this. And so we want to have recycling centers, what we call the green belts, these recycling centers that we are putting them close to the neighborhood so that everybody has access to these recycling centers or recycling spots. We call them green spots. We are also, we participate in the world forums, and we also share best practices. I think this is really essential. So this is why I think that this World Summit is really, really essential. We're also reducing the use of plastic. For example, supermarket plastic bags that created so much waste, and now we now have people using different kinds of bags to go to the supermarket. So again, I'm so grateful for this initiative from Cordoba, so that we can actually have, particularly the largest cities of our country, to have priorities regarding these issues to preserve our environment. Thank you very much, Martin, for the invitation, for the initiative. You can count on our support, and anyone that has good experiences in their cities, we should share these new ideas, and we'll do the same. If we have good ideas in our city, we want to share this. This is actually the point. Thank you again, Martin, for the invitation. Horacio Rodríguez Larreta, who is the city of Buenos Aires, thank you very much for your participation. And you talked about River Plate, which is one of the soccer teams that I'm a fan of. We have very little time, but let's go to the questions. From Córdoba to Rosario, Martín to Pablo. Two questions. First, I think Horacio mentioned something that has to do with planning our cities. So we want to plan, for example, the bike paths. And what about Curitiba? Curitiba has always been at the forefront. I know that they have implemented a lot of these initiatives. I'd like to know what they're with their planning, I mean their future plans. And Pablo talked about workers, what they call recoverers. We have important companies that are investing on recovery, and an initiative that they are working on in Rosario that is taking everything we collect and then to auction what is collected. I mean, as we collect a high volume, so we've been able to increase the price of sale, and so this money then goes back to the recoverers or the workers. And this, two key questions, Pablo. What is the initiative that you're working on? And a question to the mayor of Curitiba. This is, the question is about, city planning. What are the plans for the future? So first from Rafael.
A ver, Rafael, tu respuesta.
What is your answer? The city of Curitiba, the planning goes back to 1965, and this was always done. I mean, all of the mayors have been involved in this city planning. I was a mayor before,
em lugar do alcalde Jaime Lerner, que agora já se foi, já não está vivo. Pero sempre em Curitiba mantenemos
we've always kept urban planning, I mean the same urban planning along these years. The goal, I mean, we want to achieve zero emissions by 2030. I mean, we want to reduce 30% of the bus fleet, 200 kilometers of bike paths by the next, by 2024. This is when I leave office. So we have this very ambitious mobility plan, and also and this is also connected to circular economy. For example, we recycle waste with 23 cities that are close to Curitiba. So the whole of Curitiba, I mean, all of the 700 neighborhoods of Curitiba are eco neighborhoods. And the goal is to have a city that is moving forward to sustainability. And we started working on this in 1965, and we will continue with this goal. So continuity is very important. Pablo? I think they're working in similar lines. I mean, and we want to move forward in that is in terms of how we put together the chain and how we participate as a municipality. So we're working, for example, in tires and construction waste. And we want to have, for example, tire waste to be transferred to concrete plants. But Martin asked us about the sale changer, the trade chain. We have very, very little time. A question from Emilio Jatón to Ulpiano Suárez from Mendoza.
De Santa Fe para Ulpiano Suárez de Mendoza. A ver.
Ulpiano, the question is, if you have state policies such as the ones from Curitiba, do you have similar policies in Mendoza? A lot was said about the need for planning, I mean, to plan the growth of cities, particularly in Latin America, where 85% of the population live in cities. And in our experience in Mendoza, where the province was the first province to have an urban planning, and also municipalities have developed what we call territorial planning. And the work we've been doing on the another program we have that has to do with climate change. And as Horacio said, the 15-minute city that Horacio talked about before, that is having cities offering everything within reach. And also to think about not only the cities but the neighboring territories. And for the city of Mendoza, for example, it's very important what happens in the Piedemonte region that is close to our city, or what happens in what we call the manufacturing belt or the production belt. So we want to be in contact with these neighboring communities. So we are developing city planning. We need we launched what we call an urban reactivation program so as to create jobs.
Clarísimo.
And so we don't want, I mean, the idea is we don't want to have a disorganized growth of the city. And so this is why we're working together with the smaller communities. Carla, do you have any conclusions, anything you'd like to say? We believe and we're confident that we need to have an urban plan in place. We're working in this regard so as to have a specific, so to speak, instrument or legal instrument such as an urban planning system, so that all of the administrations can use this urban city or this urban plan, because we need to consider the city in the long term. So we need to create this sort of system or this instrument so we can actually deal with city planning in the future. And we need to, of course, build responsibility to create accountability in terms of urban waste and to reuse urban waste, and also involve all of the cities that are close to our municipalities. So we need, as cities, to create a solid platform or network so as to actually support and help the neighboring cities. And we can do this if we don't know the city, if we don't plan for the future, if we don't make decisions that are based on future planning, and together with this, to make each of the citizens to actually own their cities and actually plan our cities for the future. Martin, we are wrapping up. I think that we all would like to continue with this discussion and to share our experiences. And I think we need these kind of forums and where we can see that we're all working together to improve our cities, our planet, and to actually preserve it for future generations. Thank you to all of the participants. This session has been recorded so that this actually probably the future generations can listen to this in the future, so they can actually know that this was discussed before. This is just the beginning of the World Summit on Circular Economy. If this is the beginning, let alone what is coming up for today and tomorrow. From the city of Córdoba, we're hosting the World Summit of Circular Economy 2021.
Natalia, ha llegado un momento muy esperado a esta Cumbre Mundial de
Natalia, we've come to this important moment in this Circular Economy Congress. That's right, because we are going to get to meet the winners of Ideathon. It's a competition that tries to apply circular economy to specific actions. From this marathon, there were more than 400 people from all provinces in Argentina, and today we're going to show you what that is. And for the first winning award, we have the presence of Martín Charzora, together with the vice mayor of our city, Daniel Pacerini. Both of them are going to hand in the award. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all of those who participated in Ideathon, that put all of their effort, creativity, and innovation to impulse circular economy. Daniel, you can introduce the winners. Thank you, Martin. Very happy, very proud to be in this very important moment in this summit, especially because we're going to introduce two women who won this Ideas Marathon. It was a creativity record and thriving for circular economy. And I'd like to invite the winners to come to the stage. So we'll call them Verónica Rabarotto, Mariana Zapetti, two of the women who make this team that have created this project called Discardala. Please place your masks. The pandemic continues. This is a symbolic check. It's 100,000 Argentine pesos for this first prize. Thank you. Congratulations. This is the picture. Thank you so much for this initiative. Tell us a little bit about what it is. Descartela is a team of 6 women from Córdoba and La Pampa. We're going to recover the textile waste, and we are going to transform it into a triple impact recovery solution, giving jobs to different cities and different people. Congratulations. It's been a very important marathon, not only because of the amount of projects, but also because of the quality. Descartela, congratulations. It's an honor for us to give you this award. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. And let's continue now. We are in the World Summit of Circular Economy 2021. A question that we ask ourselves: circular economy, does it require research, communication? Because we have a dilemma here. There is no communication, since nothing communicates. If we don't talk about circular economy, then that means that we're not interested in. If we are talking about circular economy, that means that the topic is in everybody's agenda. We have the opportunity to learn about this. That's right. Topics and questions that we will surely have answers for when we share the next panel in which we're going to start talking about circular economy as the new paradigm, opportunities, experiences, and challenges. The moderator of this panel is one of the great journalists in Argentina. She's here with us, Cecilia Bufflet. She is a journalist specialized in economy and research, and she's right now working with Jorge Lanata in Periodismo para Todos, a show that is broadcasted in Channel 13. She's also a columnist of Crónica of Unannounced Afternoon by Nelson Castro in the Rivadavia radio station, and Rivadavia Somos Nosotros, a program on economic affairs. She's author of 2 books, Wallets Are from Mars, and Economy in High Heels, edition B from 2013. Very interesting titles for those books. And the speakers from Argentina: Sergio de Verosky, Secretary of Environmental Control and Monitoring in the National Administration; from the U.S., Mike Oliveira; from the Helen MacArthur Foundation; and from Europe, Slendy Diaz, Circular Economy Institute. Cecilia, welcome. The floor is yours. Thank you so much for this presentation, and thanks everybody for being there. We're going to talk about economy, cities, innovation, opportunities, and most of all, we're going to talk about the challenges of that circular economy is faced with. We've already had a presentation from the speakers, so let's start talking about that informally and giving this topic as much relevance as we can. I'd like to start with Sergio. Sergio is the local reference in this panel, and Sergio, in this first presentation, we would like you to talk about the challenges in Argentina and the opportunities at national level for circular economy. Hi, Cecilia. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for the invite. I'd like to greet everybody, and most of all to Martín Zarzuela and his team for being so brave to summon this type of summit and to discuss issues related to circular economy, not from the abstract point of view, but on the daily administration, which is, I think, what it's all about. When we talk about circular economy, we should think about 3 options. We have 3 options to discuss that. We can talk about the technical definition that we all repeat by heart. We can talk about the ideology standpoint, What is the way we can produce? Is it non-sustainable, like the one that brought us here today in the 20th century, or if we can go to a different model, or maybe the least acceptable, we can think of a magic wand that just by saying what we think about circular economy, we're going to solve all the issues that are related to trash, raw material, and most of all, the logic of closing a cycle. Argentina today does not only have a challenge or opportunities in terms of circular economy, but I think it has severe demands. And those demands are, and I can say it because I know as Deputy Secretary related to solid urban waste in the country, that challenge, that demand is based around a certain, which is 5,000 landfill spaces in Argentina. Landfill spaces, open sky, not as a legal or hidden thing, but as a result of the bad management of urban waste, and bad management that in many cases results in, directly, I think, in not having had public policy at federal level and having pushed the cities in a way to solve issues for things that they don't have the technical capacity or the funds to do it by themselves. In Argentina, the problem of waste is the tip of the iceberg of the solution. As I said, waste is the beginning of the solution of circular economy. The problem of waste has been characterized incorrectly, and it has been placed geographically in the cities when clearly it's an environmental issue for Argentina as a whole, and it's perhaps the main environmental issue that Argentina needs to face, and we have to face it as such, with public policies that are with logic of a solution to attain the common good, and not only think about the specific solution. As long as we approach this solution for the better of the greater good, the people in this country will be affected by that issue, by that problem. And the solution has to do with applying public policies in the framework of circular economy. And that way, the solution that we find will be found after many years of not having found a clear solution. Excellent, Sergio. Sergio, we're going to hear now the first words from each one of the speakers, and then we are going to start the debate and the Q&As. So I'd like to hear from Mike now to see what he thinks about this topic. I think we have a video first. So let's take a look about the video that his foundation prepared. We are creators. We revolutionize the world. The Ice Age, the Bronze Age, the Industrial Age. We build without no limits.
We are throwing an awful lot of electronics, plastic, food, carpets, clothing away. It's a waste of precious materials.
But now we are rethinking progress and watching beyond.
If we could build an economy that would use things rather than use them up, we could build a future that really could work in the long term.
We are eliminating waste from the design point of view.
Can be taken apart once the consumer has finished using them.
You remanufacture it and give it out again. You can reduce your production costs hugely if applied correctly.
We keep materials in use.
Landfill companies can repurpose it, reuse it, making profit out of their waste.
Regenerating natural resources.
And bringing it back in the form of nutrients.
It's very much a natural cycle.
We use 70% less water than conventional agricultural methods.
Our packaging is not a waste, it's something that you can
It's
consume
better.
and eat.
We redesign everyday products to make them fully recyclable.
We farm as close to nature as is possible.
So it makes sense.
Targets to use 100% sustainably sourced materials. There is a lot of conversation about not buying clothes, but different models where you can rent clothing.
We develop fully modular headphones that we offer on a subscription basis.
The circular economy itself is inevitable in my view.
It's not one fix, it's about the entire system being redesigned.
This is, to me, the only way to fight climate change, to fight pollution, to fight waste.
This is a business model that stacks up.
Global companies cannot survive in the future without transitioning towards a circular economy. That is a really exciting future.
All right, Mike, so we'd love to hear from you now and to know a little bit about how much of what we've seen in this video of Ellen MacArthur Foundation is the future, is a dream, and how much of that is happening now, and it's very close to becoming a reality. Hi, everybody. Good morning, and thanks for having us in the foundation. It's an honor to be here with you. Honestly, our mission as foundation is to accelerate transition towards a circular economy. Right now, we are in a transition phase. What does that mean? It means that we are redesigning the way we produce, the way we create a more regenerative economy, and how to transition towards a circular economy. Our mission is to work with governments, academia, to build this economy, to make it more regenerative, and always taking design into account as a key element to impulse economy. As you probably know, and as you saw in the video, our economic model right now is based on extracting, wasting, producing, and as Sergio said, that is reaching its limit of capacity, and we need to change into circular economy because it's a very attractive alternative to define growth, focusing on benefits for the whole society, not just to take a look at waste management, but to also think about a better society, a more resilient society. Most of all, in these times of day that we are facing this pandemic, how can we rethink economic models, business models based on a circular economy? Basically, it implies to dissociate the economic activity from the finite product consumption and eliminating the waste from the design phase. When we talk about circular economy, we always talk about it being based on creating economic capital, economic and social, but based on three principles for us. Three principles. Design principles. First, designing a new business model, eliminating waste, contamination from the design, maintaining products and materials in their highest value, and regenerating natural systems. And that's what we're working on with several organizations and with several cities and governments in Latin America to transition towards circular economy and to make that transition a reality. What I can tell you, it is happening now, and there is a lot of will, a lot of work put on it, a lot of potential in our regions, in our countries. For instance, how to maintain our university, our natural resources from the circular economy, and how to be the example for other places around the world. We have unique pieces, unique raw materials, and that can inspire other cities. Sometimes we don't realize it, but this is the time, this is the moment. I work with many cities in Latin America, and in those cities, they're trying to make a change, trying to implement circular economy as something that is super important especially after the pandemic, and to create new jobs, to create a city that is more feasible and more for the people, a city where everybody can make a better living and have better quality of life. So I see circular economy as something asystemic. What we have to bring about is conditions that facilitate the systemic approach, reformulation of environmental rules, local adequate rules, leadership, for instance, getting quick feedback of that systemic change, and financing or funding. I think that, in a few words, I think this is the time for Latin America to raise those issues, and the efforts are happening now. I see lots of efforts so that Latin America becomes more circular, and an example of that is the coalition. We have now a coalition of circular economy in Latin America formed by several countries. This coalition, it's making a vision for everything for the whole continent, with each one with its particular aspects. What's key for our region, for example, biodiversity, universities, industries, popular knowledge in their countries, of their people, and creating a common outlook of circular economy. I think that's the long answer. That's the long answer.
I have a lot of questions in mind, but I would like to continue with the next presentation by Slendy. There's a video, I think, from the Circular Economy Institute. So first, let's take a look at the video, and then we'll listen to Slendy Diaz. My name is Slendy Diaz. I'm a civil engineer. I'm the founder of Activist. I've been in circular economy for 6 years in industrial symbiosis, and I'm also a conference speaker. As a lecturer, I was able to identify how people and institutions are ready to make the transition from linear to circular economy, but still don't know how to do it, when to start, and know the challenges and opportunities. As an activist, Activist was created actually to do that, to help people understand better how they can actually make this happen in their value chains, in their production units. And for this, we developed circular economy training programs. We participate in academic events. We work in forums, conferences, and we work with institutions, colleagues, and teams to be able to make the steps and make the transitions towards circular economy possible. In addition to the experience I have, it's also very important to learn this learning curve, this knowledge, to entrepreneurs and companies to help others identify possible solutions, tools, and also and nurture these conversations and dialogues. From Activist, our job is to, we created a digital magazine, so everybody has access to this information, thereby accelerating transition from a linear to circular economy. So, Slendy, could you tell us about your vision? Well, this is what we do from Activist. And we work very much because circular economy has to reach all of the levels. And from Ellen MacArthur Foundation, their work has been really significant because one of the things that they've been able to achieve is to have circular economy. They brought circular economy into public policies and politics. And so we were speaking with Mike before the panel. They were able to bring, for example, circular economy to Africa. So it's important to filter down, and the Circular Economy Institute also help us do this. I mean, to bring this knowledge to professionals. If you want to have a circular economy, we need an industry. I mean, circular economy in the industry. So we need to have the people trained, and this is our goal from the Circular Economy Institute. So we want to train professionals so that they can actually integrate everyone. So because we need to also to have a very good understanding to be able to reduce waste. To reach people, I mean, to be able to communicate this in simple terms to communities so everybody becomes aware of the importance of circular economy. In a way, we want to bridge this gap because citizens are really willing to adopt circular economy, but they don't know how to do it, how to get involved. They see sustainability as an issue that has to do with experts, and we want this to be an everyday issue. Everybody has to be involved. Everybody has to know how to do and develop circular economy. So this is why we want circular economy to trickle down all of the levels, so it reaches all of the people, and in this way we'll be accelerating the transition. And waste management is one of the biggest challenges, and the amount of waste has to do with a lack of understanding. That's why, at the Institute we play a key role, because education is really a key change agent. So we need to, I mean, we are facing three main challenges we need to deal with. First, the damage that has been induced to our environment, so we need to revert this damage, to reverse this damage. And we also need to preserve natural resources and make it sustainable so that indigenous communities and communities in general can sustain and preserve the environment. For example, the migration of people from the rural to urban areas, and we want ecosystems to give people opportunities for them to actually remain in the rural areas and become really, I mean, to really fight for the ecosystems and to develop business models that are built upon preservation. And another challenge is water. When people speak about climate change, think about probably trees and forests, and preserving that. But water, the water resource is really very important. So we probably are not aware of all of the damage that is being caused. So we need to be able to comprehensively, or to join our efforts and continue educating. Thank you, Slende. Very interesting. We'll now move on to some questions. I have some questions for all of the panel. I'd like to begin with Sergio and Mike about the challenge of developing economies and poor economies, because they're always faced with this dilemma. There's always pressure to encourage the economy and the development of growth through consumption, and oftentimes this clashes against the idea of circular economy and the accountability in terms of consumption. So I would like you to listen to you both discuss this idea. How do you prevent, so to speak, this clash of ideas or needs, particularly in less developed economies? I think it's a wonderful question, very interesting question. We run the risk of making certain concepts synonymous and or using some qualifying adjectives negative. I mean, consumption is not necessarily bad for the environment. I mean, consumption can be and has to be, must be a desirable component that has to do with the welfare of the population. If we want to have a more sustainable society from the environmental perspective, if we do this opposing consumption, this is wrong. I mean, we need to focus on the type, what kind of consumption, not consumption itself, but what type of consumption we are encouraging and what type of consumption we believe can be beneficial for the economy and the environment. It is true, consumption is mainly related to a post-war custom, because the strategy of growth, mainly of capitalist countries in the Cold War and as part of the dispute with the socialist bloc, the idea was that through consumption everything could be achieved. And this resulted in the qualification of consumption as something that is allegedly wrong. And this led to irrational hyperconsumption, and this actually becomes an obstacle to develop a circular, sustainable economy. So the point is, I insist, what type of consumption we are proposing. If we say that consumption is the way to solve economic issues and economic welfare of countries, then consumption should actually contain, for example, in a product, 90% of the material that is actually that goes to waste is not proper consumption. This is actually a wrong consumption. There are studies that show that the United States, for example, certain products contain almost 80 to 90% of something that is of that which is purchased and then becomes waste 72 hours after the purchase. That is not consumption. This is actually producing trash. And we can clearly imagine or sort out consumption mechanisms that are connected or that are in alignment with circular economy. So as long as we know exactly what we consume has to be consumed, And so we can, distinguish this, the product from marketing and packaging that does not really meet the needs of the society, but the needs of those that are in charge of the market. When we speak about consumption and the rationale of the market, there's a statement from Pope Francis that says that the public welfare has to be subjected to the interests of the market. And in terms of consumption, understanding consumption as that which actually drives the improvement of a society and favors the needs of its inhabitants, clearly we're speaking about common welfare and not the interests of the states. And I think that is the difference. So this is why I'm not in favor of rigid dichotomies, consumption and environment, as if consumption was actually against consumption, or production and environment, as if production couldn't actually coexist with the environment. I think that the big issue, and with this I conclude, that we need to design a paradigm shift from the concept, from the perspective of concept, because we are deeply immersed in a 20th century paradigm that understand that progress is also only possible by paying a very high cost in terms of environment. And this is not necessarily so. And if it were so, that we are forced to change it. It's a big cultural challenge. Mike, what do you have to say about this, considering the region and the work you've been doing in our regions? I believe, in addition to what Sergio said, companies have the capacity to activate, to change different stages of the chain value. So we need to change the design. We need to make circularity something that is common to all of the stakeholders, and we need to combine different models, products, materials, business models, different initiatives, and I believe that the companies need to develop skills and competences in terms of circular economy design, so as to recycle and reuse products, and design requires specific skills. So I believe that there is a lot of responsibility by companies particularly, but there is part of a consumption that should be explored, which is local consumption. How local consumption can actually help develop communities or neighborhoods or cities even, and develop this economy or this economy locally. Or develop, how to exchange, for example, bring what they produce in a particular neighborhood to exchange it and bring it to other neighborhoods, but always working locally, but always aiming at developing or creating opportunities. So I think that there's a dichotomy, but I think big companies should offer products that are circular, because this is not true yet. As I said before, we are going through transition, and this is the time for companies to be able to develop these circular skills and provide products that are circular for all of us. And about what Mike and Slendy said, I'd like to ask Slendy, but then I would like Mike and Sergio to share your views. How do you encourage, from the public policies, how do you encourage companies to quickly adopt these concepts?
Thank you for that question. Well, look, what happens is sometimes it's very difficult to be dynamic. We can start, but the start of circular economy is more discretional. I'm the manager of a company and I have a high sensitivity towards society. And then you have scattered cases. So planning is key because you send a direct message, clear message. I want for everybody to do this. So first, we need to generate trust. And that will enable us, because policies makes it dynamic, and it also enables financing, and companies need resources. If we have to stop doing business as usual, then we need to innovate. We need to do research. We need, in some cases, we're going to need to transform in terms of technology. So, going back to the beginning, we talked about waste. U.S. is a country that you see a lot of contrast, is highly consumerism. But the thing is, what does U.S. consume? They consume plastic, single-use plastic. It's a country that do programmed obsolescence, and they demand more resources than the ones they produce locally, so they exhaust resources in other countries. And that's when the problems begin. They even export trash because they're not paid in the source. They export it to the source where they are produced. So the problem is education too, and political will. If U.S. had a better circular economy, then they should focus on San Francisco, one of the most circular cities around the world. But the public policies are very important, because whatever they do in public policies will impact finances, will impact on education, it will impact. I'm from Colombia, so we have a national strategy for circular economy. Since the strategy was put in place, everything became more dynamic. Industries became more dynamic, performance improved, and universities are already training students on circular economy. So that's when public policies ratify things. And we were talking about construction. So in that example, we are a step ahead from public policies. We follow all the construction process with circular economy. When the public policies came out, we're already launching a company. So what happened was, okay, the environmental entities came to see from us how we were doing it and how we were working it and how we were managing all the construction material, reused material. So we need those conversations, not the government alone and isolated. We need for the government to have conversations with the academia, and I should also say that the international cooperation institutions that have had a very valuable role for circular economy. And all of this articulates hand in hand with public policies. Could you also mention a couple of the incentives that those public policies have in Colombia? Well, we have plans of producer extended incentives that make the whole chain more dynamic. So when we do this in Colombia through a bank that is called Coldex, the government makes all the incentives, all the economic incentives, impulsing circular economy, and they provide all the tools so that companies that will adopt circular economy tools, they have the resources, they have, for example, the letter of the law, and there are incentives in terms of fees, benefits in taxes. So all that contributes for people to take the risk Because, well, we understand that these type of changes require investment, so these are benefits in the tax benefits, access to loans, and things like that. All right. Sergio, what can we say about Argentina in terms of incentives to speed up transition in the private sector? Most of all, and I add to what Slendy said, we need active public policies that are specific and not just enunciated or not basically enunciated, because the big problem that we have in Argentina is that in great parts of the world, without a doubt, but in Argentina most of all, is that we cannot break a trend. Each one of the initiatives in terms of circular economy end up being shortened or limited to good programs, pilot projects, good initiatives, isolated, correct. They're isolated, yes. Yeah, or in any case, they're witness cases. They don't have the specific way to reverse a situation that is severe and dramatic in terms of waste generation, loss of raw material, impact on natural resources, etc., etc. Slendy said, okay, San Francisco may be the most circular city that I've ever known, but San Francisco is an exception. It's not the rule. We have the obligation to develop public policy so that the rule is circular economy and the exception is the linear economy. Clearly, circular economy nowadays is the exception. It's isolated, it's circumscribed to very single things. It doesn't in Argentina, we usually say that that doesn't raise the bar. So what does that mean? Public policies that provide devices to governments, federal governments, national, city governments, state governments, so that all those initiatives end up turning into specific engagements, specific goals, because at the end of the day, what we have is just one initiative from one lawmaker for one thing, or a councilor, city councilor, so that there's an ordinance on something. I don't know, some economic contribution so that one company builds part of this production in a circular way. No. We need, as I said, we need devices, engines, public policies that have goals, commitments, engagements, deadlines, and with all those parts in place, and not to consider that, okay, if we put a law about the use of containers, then we're all happy because we solved the problem of plastic. And Argentina, the Argentinian government, unfortunately, as part of this government, has not been so prone in the last 10, 15 years, regardless of the administration in place or the political party in place, to have or to deploy these active policies. And honestly, we fix our commitment in the Ministry of Environment to change that trend, as we said before. Mike, you have had a chance or an experience in cities and in specific examples. Which examples, virtuous examples of incentives from the public policies to speed up that transformation? There are many things happening in Latin America nowadays. I think we are in a construction phase of those public policies, but something that we need to bear in mind is that it's not only public policies for the outside, but also for the inside. For instance, circular procurement, public procurement, circular procurement in-house, and to have that as an example to show outside. I wanted to bring an example from Colombia that is very good at national level, but there is another one in Chile. It's in Latin America. It's like a roadmap for recycling plastic And that is, sorry about the noise, but that is a rather new thing for us here in Latin America. We are working with the city of Buenos Aires, with the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, to bring circular economy apart from waste. How can we look at it to help or to support systemic change in other industries, such as the food industry, compost, urban waste? I think then we're going to have some news about what we're going to do with Buenos Aires. We are now in the discussion phase, and with regards to other cities, a policy that is very well advanced. Cities in Latin America that have circular economy policies that are way advanced are, for instance, co-neighborhoods in Bogota. They're planning on how to build new neighborhoods under the circular economy concepts in terms of construction, in job creation, local community bars, everything, the 15-minute cities, for instance, and to also bring regenerative urban architecture and new business models in all of these places. So there is a very specific model that is already happening in Bogota. And also São Paulo, very important example to support the generative culture as a way to stop the urban advances and to preserve the biodiversity, green areas, so that the local biodiversity is preserved, and they are paying for ecosystem fees to farmers and technical assistance as to how to do regenerative agriculture or farming. So I think those are two specific examples in which public policies are really helping, and projects are also helping in cities where is demanded. Right, taking into account those needs, knowing what the local needs are, and fitting those public policies so that they don't fall into empty spaces or so that they are not adopted by places that are so different culturally. Or so that transition is so important for the process to be successful. Slendy, Mike just talked about regenerative economy. With that capacity of being an educator and as a speaker, the speaker you are, tell us a little bit about what that is, regenerative economy. We have a great business model because circular economy is an opportunity, is an actual opportunity. So Mike talked about regenerative agriculture, for instance. So we know agriculture basically in two different ways: the monocrops in large extensions, or small scale agriculture for the small farmers that have polyculture. So we love organic farming because the traditional agriculture, the main critics that it gets is that 1/3 of the food that is produced goes to waste. So how can we reduce that food waste? Part of the waste is moving food in long distances, so we can start looking at specifically how in America and Africa we have that capacity to produce at local level for the food that we are going to consume. We need to take advantage of that. From the circular economy standpoint, we try to eliminate the use of contaminant substances. So when we create nanocultures, then we need more pesticides. From the regenerative agriculture, if we go back to the original design and the old practices, we can do polycultures that are more resilient to plagues, to climate change. So that is one of the alternatives, one of the choices. And the other one, I am Latin, so I have a big connection with forests and nature. So it doesn't make sense to do deforestation for a monoculture if we can generate lots of productivity in our lands with the natural capital. We also have farmers in our communities. So to take advantage of the biodiversity and to produce business models departing from our Amazon fruits and spice plants, and that way the forest can still stand, and to fight deforestation is to add value and to protect biodiversity. In that way, we would solve many challenges, not only combining the restructuring or the regeneration of typical species, but we will also not need to do monocultures if we're going to do forestation. We can do initiatives to regenerate, very similar to the natural design of the planet. By nature, the planet is biodiverse. If we leave a place quiet, alone, the planet will regenerate spontaneously, and that's how species start growing, and everything starts growing in the order that it needs to grow. After many years, we might even be able to see the forest again. But our advance is so fast. It's not that we don't produce, it's just that first we use the minimum resources possible, and then we're going to co-design. So we need to find raw material from waste for our industry. We need to profit more because at global level, 80% of the products go to landfills or to the rivers. So let's start using that energy and raw materials, and the natural ecosystems will supply food, but we have to do it in a sustainable way so that there is a cap, an environmental cap, even though we want to demand that it has a limited capacity of resources. So as we connect with the planet again and we understand it, we can be more efficient. And something else is that in the reforestation initiatives, the young trees have more capacity to capture the CO2. So we start reversing climate change, we improve quality of the air, and that can be integrated to what Mike said, territorial planning. Public spaces could be a great area when we can have regenerative associations. We can go back and do urban hortages planning for communities, for social rehabilitation processes. Lots of things can be done. First, we need to have faith and to know that environmentalists know that simple solutions are at the tip of our hands, of our fingers, and that they are profitable. Income revenues are generated, and then wondering why not do it.
And to wrap up, because we have 4 minutes, and this is a long day, there are over 6,000 people that are that have signed in. Just some final remarks on what Slendy just said. I mean, the need to culturally own this idea or concept of circular economy. Today, this is mainly focused on the younger generations. What about society? I mean, when do you think when can society actually own this so as to, move forward to this towards this model? Sergio? For the most part, the challenge ahead makes sense as long as we accept that we're really behind. We've been discussing for too long and discussing, ways out and techniques and models that unfortunately we haven't been able to apply on a daily basis as we should have done due to the emergency we're going through. I think fortunately, we have this opportunity that is offered by the municipality of Córdoba. And I'd like to paraphrase a political scientist who said that in terms of environmental affairs, there is a paradox because we all know what to do. We are all aware of the solution, but we never have the political subject to carry out. I think we were be expecting to find sort of the limit or some social fear of implementing some practices, or maybe we're not familiar with those models. Somehow it is hard for us to understand how we have gotten to this point, and there's no feasible continuity in this way. We cannot continue without a circular economy. We cannot continue if we don't drastically reduce greenhouse gases emissions. There's no continuity if we don't stop life extinction or a species in life that are extinguished. I mean, there's no continuity, and the point is, if reality would actually strike us with a limit in a dramatic or tragic way, that would likely have a greater vulnerability that are now vulnerable, or we will find that limit. And I think that is the challenge, that point where we actually are able to say stop, and to believe that circular economy is sort of a magic wand, and we turned it into a solid practice. I believe that circular economy, and because I'm part of this process, I think that the same thing is happening with sustainable development. In the 90s, when the Brundtland Commission published the book of Common Future, and that stated sustainable development as the solution to our problems. And then we've been for 30 years now, we just trivialized the concept and the consideration that that magic wand would magically lead us to a solution practically with no effort. And then it didn't work. The magic wand did not work. So I wouldn't like the same thing to happen to us in terms of circular economy. Thank you, Slendy, Mike, and Sergio, and thank you to all of the participants for stopping and reflecting upon these issues. I think this is the opportunity that this World Summit on Circular Economy is giving us. We'll continue with the next panel. Please stay online. Thank you to the participants.
Estimados participantes, así continuamos con la Cumbre Mundial de Economía.
Let's continue with the World Summit on Circular Economy, and we're working, we're following all of the COVID-19 protocols. We wear masks, and here on stage, even though we're not wearing a mask, we are keeping social distance. It is a wonderful experience for all of us, and for you that are listening to us. We got accustomed to these virtual forums, and we are using this opportunity to stop and think about a circular economy, which has been the way we've gone through in terms of public policies. And to answer to these questions, we'll introduce the next panel, Public Policies Towards Circular Economy. This panel will be moderated by Laura González, who's a local journalist. Laura González has a degree in social communication. She is a columnist in La Voz del Interior, a local paper. She's also an anchor of a program on Radio Mitre, Córdoba, and she's part of the Telenoche, that is a news show in the local TV. So we're in very good hands. And we'll also introduce Juan Carlos Cotto, who's the Secretary of Environment from the government of Córdoba, Jorge Foloni, who's the Secretary of Environmental Management and Sustainability, Municipality of Córdoba. Welcome. Good morning, and thank you for the invitation. Thank you. So let's begin with the presentation, so then we can move on to the Q&A session. Good morning, everyone, and thank you to the mayor of Córdoba City and for this invitation to be part of the World Summit on Circular Economy. I'd like to say that from the government of Córdoba, we understand that it's essential to foster circular economy initiatives, and mainly we focus on the drivers. Of circular economy. This is a theoretical concept. We all know about the linear economic system, that it's about extracting, manufacturing, then final disposal. And we are actually we favor and support circular economy, and the main characteristics have to do with benefit in our natural resources, and to enhance circular economy actually helps cooperatives and municipal government. It contributes to circular economic development in the province of Córdoba, together with recycling, economic sustainability, and environmental sustainability. And this is also done in conjunction with other government ministries and departments. There will be other speakers in the summit that will be presenting their projects. Córdoba has been for a long time working on public policies related to circular economy. On this chart, you can see Córdoba has different regions that are involved in circular economy, working with their municipalities. The red areas, you can see here we have different centers or plants that are responsible for waste management. And the regions you see in blue are beginning to work, and the regions in green are going to be involved. So we've created over 5,000 tons a day of waste, and we want to enhance circular economy in each of these regions. For 2022, We understand that enhancing circular economy means more recycling, more green jobs, more social inclusion, and so more positive added value. And to do this, we need to develop strategic partnerships, so we need all of the stakeholders to enhance circular economy. And we want to have SMEs, cooperatives, cities, and local governments. Just a quick survey, over 40 cooperatives that are dedicated to recycling, over 80 regional and municipal plants for garbage segregation, and we have over 2,000 people devoted to recycling, over 500 people in the local government environment, and over 2,000 people connected with informal garbage collection and recycling. And to do this, we're working together with the municipal governments to create a directory of recycling through different actions, such as the elimination of tires that are not being used, the incorporation of circular economy in electronic waste, to strengthen the value chain of each of the waste, and to enhance the cluster of circular economy. Another thing we're doing is to standardize colors, and this is for waste selection and waste segregation. So we want Cordoba to have a common policy, and we want waste to be incorporated into the production chain with a higher value. Cordoba, regardless of the public experience, recycling is an industrial activity. And there is, our private sector is really powerful, and there are many successful stories. For example, 3C Biogas that uses waste, organic waste, and dairy industry waste. Another successful example is the biomass generation that generates energy using wooden chips and peanut shells. Star Plastic is another initiative, and Wholesome. Here, together with this company, we fostered waste generation management. So we're working together with the private sectors because we are aware of one thing, that if we enhance these actions, we can minimize environmental effects, we can manage resources better, and we can reduce CO2 emissions. We know that if we work together with the private sectors, the municipal governments, we will be able to move towards a better sustainable model that uses natural resources in a smarter way and will help us contribute to a more sustainable province. Thank you, Juan Carlos Cotto, who's the Secretary of Environment from the government of Cordoba. We'll give the floor to Jorge Foloni, who is the Secretary of Environmental Management and Sustainability from the local government, the municipality of Cordoba. I was listening to Juan Carlos, and I'd like to highlight something you said about consuming and discarding, the typical linear economy. This is the big challenge we have as a municipality, as a province, and as a region. Our mayor a year and a half ago was able to see that the way to overcome this big challenge that we have, which is preserving and protecting our planet, has to be done through circular economy. When we took office, there was nothing about circular economy. The city of Córdoba, that is the largest city, one of the largest cities in our country, there were many issues to start with, many issues with garbage collection. So we began to work on improving waste management in order to recover as much waste as possible, and attempting at having the least amount of waste to be disposed in landfills, because a lot of this waste can be transformed. And we saw that in our city there were specific stakeholders that had been working, that were working, but in isolation. There were private companies that were involved with circular economy, but they were doing it isolated, in an isolated way, without the support of the state. There were universities that had some ideas on circular economy, but they did this in isolation, and the state had always been absent. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to explain the over 500 landfills we had in our city, and without no technologies used in landfills, no projects at all from the state to prevent the collapse of landfill or waste management. And today, without a doubt, there's a turning point, because our planet is going through severe consequences. We can see this in terms of climate change, and our mayor was able to see this. And one of the one of the best ways was to leave behind linear economy and move towards circular economy. We needed to create awareness among the citizens, and this is what we did. We did this through different tools, such as the University for Environmental Affairs. We went to the districts and neighborhoods to work with the citizens and neighbors, and we included universities. Universities supported our project, and so we began to work with the private sector to create different opportunities. And I believe that the most important things, just to name a few, is to create the circular economy platform. This platform was called the Cluster on Circular Economy, and this is the first cluster on circular economy in the country, having over 60 companies, the 7 universities from our city, and the cooperativism of our city. As Juan Carlos said, in the province there are over 400 recycling cooperatives in the city. There are 21 recycling centers that had been working but isolated without any kind of support. They didn't have any special equipment, so we from the cluster we encouraged cooperative work. We included universities, and we decided to create the first school of circular economy that was introduced before by Juan Carlos and Juan Cabandier about 3 months ago in our city. Our mayor and his administration understood that institutions had to become stronger, so our mayor created the project created two agencies that are important important stakeholders, and the mission is to conduct circular economy by enhancing the different sectors and articulating the stakeholders that had been working, as I said, in an isolated way. And another agency was created, the Animal Welfare or Animal Protection Agency, because for many, many years there was no agency, no institution that actually provided no controlling body. And so now we have these two agencies that in a way enforce circular economy legislations or projects to reduce the environmental impact caused by waste. So for a year and a half now, our administration has been building Córdoba Circular City, which requires joint work and will continue this working in these lines in the next few years, and we expect that the future mayors will include this in their agendas. Thank you, Jorge Foloni, who is the Secretary of Environmental Management and Sustainability from the municipality of Córdoba. Renzo Morosi is the President of the Agency of Environmental Protection from the city of Buenos Aires. Renzo, good morning.
Sí, perfecto. Perfecto. Bueno, escuchando muy atento, contar desde la agencia, la Secretaría de Ambiente.
From the Agency of Environmental Protection, the City of Buenos Aires, in terms of circular economy, we're developing a program called EcoSeals. With this project, we promote best practices to move forward towards circular economy. We provide different incentives, mechanisms, and this is done mainly focusing on inputs and the reuse, recycling, and the of waste created by companies. We basically want to mitigate the impact that was caused previously, and so we want waste to be reused, so we bring it back to the system. From the agency, we work with special waste. We're working we want to develop different projects, particularly for waste, special waste such as batteries, vegetable oil, for example, that has been used, and the rest of circular economy is being fostered via what we call green spots, and basically we connect the private sector and users, so we know the kind of waste that are needed or that they need, and we conduct special campaigns to collect these waste, and this waste is then given to the entrepreneurs. And the rest of the waste, as I said before, the rest has made a lot of progress in terms of waste collection, with cooperatives. We've been able to reduce landfilling up to 50%, and the rest of waste, such as construction waste, green waste, that is managed based on the cooperatives. And we're also developing different legislations that are now in force. And this is how we contribute to circular economy that in the city has become really an important policy in the last 10 years, as opposed to the rest of probably some countries in the world that have been working on this for 20 years. In the last 5 years, then circular economy is part of the public policies in our government.
All right, thank you, Renzo. And after Renzo Morosi, we are the Agency of Environmental Protection of the City of Buenos Aires and the experience of the province of Córdoba, the city of Córdoba, the city of Buenos Aires. Now we're going to hear from Panama. We have online Miliciades Concepción, Ministry of Environment in Panama. Good morning, Miliciades. How are you? Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here with you. We can hear you perfectly well. Go ahead. Go ahead. You can speak freely. You can start your presentation. For me, it's a pleasure to be here with you in this important summit about circular economy. And as a result, the economic world has a challenge to face production post-COVID. This creates the opportunity to restructure the economic governments in our government and their correlation with the ecosystem and the use of resources. And that is only achieved with sustainability in production and circular economy models to unlink the global traditional consumption of the finite resources. Before the pandemic, we gave the first steps to consolidate policies together with the private companies of a circular economy, which included sensitivity, implementation, and spreading of strategies and measures that change population in view of channeling circular economies. Of course, considering the SDGs, and Objective 11, sustainable communities and countries considered as a turning point to achieve regional sustainability and to reduce the production, the reuse of recycling, and to foster companies to adopt sustainable practices in the public sector, reinforcing implementation of regulations, and to be in agreement with national policies, among other things. What are we doing in our country? Well, the Ministry of Environment that is leading all these projects with the central administration. We have undersigned different agreements with private unions, like the Private Union of Panama, the National Council for Private Companies, and we are forming now a committee for circular economy, which is going to set guidelines, production guidelines that foster sustainable productive processes towards circular economy. We are modernizing the environmental management in the environmental ministry, For example, like the research of environmental impact, guidelines and instructions to develop that focus of circular economy among these instruments in new companies through the environmental impact studies and the environmental audits. In general terms, the goal that we have as a country is to have national policies that are now being written down and to be implemented throughout the national territory. It will be supported by the legal framework that are already being discussed. In a way, this is going to impact the restructuring of consumption and process through environmental education. There are many formal and not formal, informal programs to reduce consumerism that we have in our society now at national level. So in general terms, this is like a photograph of what we are doing in Panama in terms of circular economy. Thank you, Minister. Thank you very much, Milciades Concepcion. We're going to have a round of Q&As now. You mentioned the idea of reducing consumerism, and if there is something that we have seen in the pandemic, there were many objects that we used to buy and that perhaps were not that necessary. And that's the point. If we aim at reducing consumerism, the production sector will say, what do we do with all those jobs? So I'm going to ask you first, Mr. Milciades, how can we do this without impacting jobs? Consumerism is not what we see in terms of what the companies have to offer, but also in the consumption of water and electricity, both in companies as well as citizens or individuals. Indirectly, we should impulse the productive sector so the population reduces the purchase of things, assets that come in packagings like plastic or boxes that are not necessary. In Panama, we have two regulations about single-use plastic or containers. Plastics, for example, from the laundromats or from the dry cleaners. This is not easy. It's not about not purchasing. It's about purchasing in a very responsible way. And for that, we know that the way is circular economy. We know that we need to educate people, and the trend is to buy in places that have labels, and we're working on that too, that have labels, and that's the way to do it. Okay, Renzo Morosi, the city of Buenos Aires. Can you aim at the waste collectors so that local administrations can control that, or do you have a little margin to do so? In the case of the city of Buenos Aires, it's true there is a packaging law, and it's not a success case. In particular, what we're doing through resolutions in 2017, we forbade plastic bags in supermarkets, 500 million plastic bags reduced in a year, and that is a change that is part of our daily things among neighbors. In 2019, we forbade single-use plastic, by reducing consumption of 2 million straws, for example, just in food courts in the malls in the city. And this year, we also, for the city of Buenos Aires, we interrupted selling plastic cups or disposable cups. And those are things that we are implementing with the productive sector that clearly is affected. And these are measures that are slowly implemented, but they are successful. And the reality is we have to spread that. And with the Ministry of Economic Development, we have to see how we are going to accompany this transformation. These companies, which are not based in Buenos Aires City, they are in Buenos Aires province. So we need to coordinate a strategy of a packaging or a bottle containers law at national level. But with resolutions, step by step, we can have different measures. And what about here in Córdoba? Do we share the same thing? What are we doing in terms of city management? There are many things that we can still do and that we are actually doing. Mostly in our city, we had the problem with the lack of controls and monitoring. So those who generated the most garbage and trash, they didn't manage the trash correctly, and 100% of those of that trash didn't actually do anything, and then people separated their trash, but that trash all went to the same landfill space. And then in our Environmental Protection Agency, we have implemented different resolutions to control all the private trash collection, the transportation of all types of trash, not only urban solids, but also pathogens, hazardous waste. And I think with the proper control agencies and the proper monitoring, we can manage and monitor, as I said, thinking about, for instance, debris. There is a lot of waste in open sky landfills, and all that goes back to the basics, which is, okay, we need to have an entity. We created the first penalty institution that applies fines and even closes places which do not respect. We have had actually the first closing of a company for not placing wastes in the right way, and we have done it already. So I think controlling, monitoring, sanction, but always hand in hand with awareness and education. That's why the role of the environment agency and our Eco Allies program allows neighbors to pile on. Juan Carlos, you are right in the middle, local administration in the cities and global vision. So the province, what is the margin that they have to speed up circular economy? As you said, the province's government, the first thing that we do is to encourage local 427 cities and urban solid waste. What Renzo explained and Jorge explained, we accompany with local things, but the vision of Córdoba in a wide matrix, there is an outlook from the province's government in the environmental management. To cure this environmental problem is very difficult, but the law 2018 is a vanguard at local level And then it requires monitoring through environmental monitoring so that we prevent the damaging of the local resources, soil, water. And that's why I used successful cases in the private sector, for instance. Córdoba companies that process large volumes of intensive cattle raising, like pigs, or that today they would go to any place, any landfill space. So our focus is on local governments, fostering circular economy in the private sector. Another example in Córdoba is a company that is going to produce energy from solid waste, and that will receive all the organic waste in General Paz. They will transform that into biogas and turn that into energy. When we talk about circular economy, we of course have that thing. We are not looking only at governments and cities, as the Ministry of Environment said, to have resilient cities, friendly with the environment, but also the production in our city and our province makes that industry to transform their waste in the resources for other industries. For example, companies outside like Fiat, or in companies that were born in Córdoba and have invented a business departing from other companies' waste. That is our global outlook, and the idea is to encourage local governments which have this machinery and that can bring value to waste management. Now, clean cardboard has a cost of 25-30 pesos pesos per kilogram. A dirty cardboard, the kilogram doesn't have any value at all. So for a year and a half, we have been collecting that and to separate it in origin, leading it as capital city. And I heard it, so they have been doing that for 10 years. So in Córdoba City, 60% of the waste, together with the metropolitan area, collects most of that trash. We're very happy, and that's why we encourage these initiatives. We have a few more minutes. My question has to do with an assessment. I'm going to ask you to assess which sector is the most urgent to deal with this change in terms of the way they produce, so that from the very beginning we have fewer waste, less waste or less contamination, less energy consumption, in a framework of Latin American context where we're always running behind things that are urgent. So where should we focus first? The car industry, the clothing industry, bottles and containers in general, everything that has to do with batteries, technology, because their own industries have their own interests. I'm going to start with you, Milciades, from Concepcion. Which are the priorities? Which industries should we start with? Where is there better platform to start working with? Thank you. I can tell you about the experience here in Panama. Of course, there are countries that have spoken here and that have already a long way working on this. We're just starting on this, and the industrial sector in our country is where we are focused on to start with this circular economy process and sustainable development, because it impacts the linear economy processes are negatively impacting health and the environment, and it's producing a lot of pollution, and that's why we are now focused on programs that are not strictly related to circular economy, but also to climate change, which has become quite in vogue these days, and in situations or programs of climate change in the agricultural industry, that for us it's a very important industry. And as we said, in the industrial sector of our country, they produce a lot of waste, not only solid waste, but also liquid waste and gases, gas emissions. So we would start in those two sectors. Renzo, what about the city of Buenos Aires? On the one hand, I wouldn't identify one in particular. We're working with all of them. On our side, I think we still have to include circular economy as a government proposal, not only as a government proposal, but as a framework with rules to set the foundations for all the sectors to go and play, to make it a necessary variable to be competitive. And we're also working, and I think we still have to go deeper into our productive system, which is the co-design systems. I'm not going to focus on any in particular. We are working with the plastic industry. We're working a lot with the tires industry, with the oil industry, edible oil industry, construction materials. It's not, the debris now is not the same as it was before. We have metallic debris, and we see a flow that is being changed, and we need to get together and organize ourselves with them. But I think plastic is urgent because now more than ever we need to be aware of the level of contamination and the microplastic, how they impact on the environment, and that's the one we're focusing on the most. But that, I wouldn't identify one in particular. Juan Carlos, what about here in the province? Córdoba has 6 million hectares, and the main industry is the agricultural exports, the second tourism. For us, it's key to work with all the sectors, of course, promoting local government solutions. And I think what we have to promote the most is the concept of circular economy. A year and a half ago, no one knew what it was, and now we have this summit, and it's part of everybody's daily life. So every day we change our consumption habits. We understand that the world is scarce, that a bottle, Coke bottle that you throw in the river, it ends up in Mar Chiquita. And we have to start working on ourselves first, and to know that having strong policies in circular economy in the private sector requires investment as well. We need to strike that balance so that it's win-win, and by responding to the resources that we want to protect, because one thing is to protect tourism in the Córdoba hills, and a different thing is to have intensive cattle raising where there is no water. So in each sector we have to work intensively on their most convenient economic performance. And Jorge, then I want to ask you, based on that, the cultural change, the change in consumers' minds, we all see that it's happening, but the question is, how relevant is it nowadays? Maybe a lot more than before the pandemic, maybe a lot more than it could be, but there is a movement, I think promoted by social media or events like this, that make this all very visible, to have a different consumer from what they were 5 years ago. Is that so, or are we keeping our hopes too up? No, I think we are in the right path. We all agree that the best way to get out of this in building a city circularity, to build a circular city, assumes that we have to articulate with all the sectors, especially with the administration being the one in putting order, but the responsibility, the neighbor, as Juan Carlos said, Renzo said, they have to change their habits to internalize correct trash separation, and to work on, for example, wet waste. We receive 70% of wet waste. Why not starting to work on compost? Nowadays, our children are teaching us how to manage waste at home, and that's great because it has to do with this movement of making people aware. It's happening around the world, and we are trying to promote that. But at that point, wouldn't that have to be compulsory? Not so. Now it's everybody by themselves. Well, I think in this first instances and for a period of time, we need to find the way out of this with motivation, incentives, awareness. When we have to make some measurements mandatory, for instance, in the industrial sector regarding eco-design or the design of their products in a different way, so that they take a look at the waste and so social responsibility extended towards the companies, so that when they manufacture, what is the end of that packaging, and then we can make it mandatory. Imposing things to the neighbors to create habits, I think it's not the right way for now. In the city of Buenos Aires, do you agree that for now it should not be mandatory? I have a long-standing experience in neighbors' awareness. We see the glass half full now. We have a challenge, as we said, with organic waste. We see an opportunity to improve in the percentages of recycling, introducing to that important fraction. With regards to private companies, yes, it is regulated, and we need to be very neat and inspect correctly and to review all the rules and regulations. But I think that the way out to all this is to have a container law so that each jurisdiction can improve upon those. For the time being, I think we should go ahead and create awareness and change habits in people's lives, because it would be impossible to inspect 100% of people's houses. I mean, this has to be sustainable in time. It has to be a change in habits in order to make it sustainable. Of course, each jurisdiction will have it more or less impactful. Thank you so much, Milciades Concepción, Renzo Morosi from Buenos Aires, Milciades from the Ministry of Environment in Panama. Thank you, Juan Carlos Escoto, and thank you, Jorge Faloni, and we'll continue in this World Summit. Thank you so much. And a few things that appear here after this dissertation. They were talking about responsible consumption, the use of packaging that we have used for so many years, believing that it was fantastic, the more sophisticated, the better, and now we were wrong. Look at this, plastic bags that have become so omnipresent that were found in the bottom of the Marianas Ocean, 11 kilometers below the surface in the Pacific Ocean. Sometimes we open the social media and we find whales that inside they have plastic, sorry. We're contaminating our drinking water. If we can prevent individually not to use a plastic bag in a minimum purchase, in a drugstore, in a bookstore, we are already contributing to this concept of circular economy. Correct. The data is alarming, of course, but we still have time to change the reality. Let's continue. This is the Summit of Circular Economy.
Así continuamos compartiendo entre todas y todos nosotros.
So we'll continue with the first World Summit on Circular Economy 2021, hosted by the municipality of Córdoba. Natalia, I have big news, great news. Circular economy is being implemented. Yes, of course. And up to now, we have 180,000 people that have been sharing this summit. Another great piece of information is that the social media are actually fostering this invitation, so everyone can join us on this day and tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll be having wonderful panelists and speakers, the entire world that is being connected via this event. And there's only one goal: to become aware that we're having a great opportunity ahead of us as a humanity. We're going to take a short break, and at 2 p.m. we'll continue with the summit on blue economy, and we'll have Gunter Poli as the main speaker. My name is Laura López Coquen, together with Mauro Bauro. We created Bolsa. Bolsa is a trademark that is intended to recover recyclable material, and the first thing we designed was a wallet. A wallet that is made up of craft paper. That we use this material, we recover this material from a cement company called Holcim. So with the wallet, you can use your cards, and there's this sort of strip. You can just slide it through, and you can have access to your credit cards. As a result of the pandemics, a lot of the bags, the cement bags, were not being used. Therefore, we cannot, reuse the material. These bags use craft paper that the material comes from forests. This is a very resistant material. When we identify this opportunity, we wanted to create an object that is useful. So from the trees we get to the bags, and then this is our raw material for our wallets. We design objects that are manufactured in our city, and of the material that is used only for 6 months, and then we use the material and then it goes back to the earth. So the first thing we do is we manage waste management. The first 2 wallet series were manufactured with Holcim bags, but we used other bags, for example, flour bags and plastic bags. We use about 70 bags to produce 700 wallets. And we also create other products. I mean, we create different jobs, such as, for example, to design it, we create different designs. We sort of cut out the wallets. The wallet has different parts, the strip, the main part, and then we create, of course, some waste, and we use this waste for the packaging. The next step is assembling the wallet, which takes about 15 minutes. It's a manual process, but it's automated. So the cut-out pieces become a product. Just basically fold the different parts. And the final step is quality check. We add a packaging, we add this printed paper with some instructions for use. And the process does not finish here, because once we have the product, the final product, then we begin with the post-sale which is very important. This process, we do it via social media. We send our product to the entire country. And we use circular economy because we believe that waste can be actually addressed from the design. So we use the 3 principles of circular economy to eliminate waste and contamination from the design and to be able to sustain products in use. Bolsa aims at creating everyday objects such as other, wallets, notebook bags, laptop bags, and so on. And we want to launch an exclusive line of products with different photos and works of art. We have a very ambitious project, which is to create a project to recover and provide value to bags used in construction. Holcim, which is the cement manufacturing, uses 120,000 bags a day. And so we want to use this waste and we want to use this waste to create very resistant objects. To build a house, 150 bags of cement are used. This waste is discarded, and so our idea is to create awareness, social awareness, so as to train construction workers, and this way the material will be stocked until it is removed from the constructions and then is reused to manufacture our products.
Principalmente el eje de arquea de la economía circular, utilizando un desecho, que es el aceite vegetal usado, lo utilizamos como una materia prima para hacer un nuevo producto, que en este caso es el biodiesel, que lo utilizamos como combustible para motor. Una vez que llega el aceite usado, que es nuestra materia prima, lo ponemos en unos tanques calentadores para sacar la humedad y el resto de comida que tiene. Una vez que neutralizamos el aceite, lo mezclamos con un alcohol y un catalizador, y pasa el proceso de transesterificación en el que las grasas del aceite se unen con el alcohol. Y ahí tenemos arriba el biodiesel y decantado el glicerol, que el glicerol funciona muy bien como desengrasante. En la utilización del biodiesel para nosotros tenemos muy bajo costo de recolección y mucho menos emisiones que el gasoil convencional.
Nuestra marca se llama Felipo Baby. Hacemos accesorios de bebé partiendo de textiles reciclados. Somos 3 socias, quien les habla Silvana, Vero y Maru. Básicamente lo que hacemos es recorrer fábricas, talleres, modistas y todo el remanente de la producción, es decir, lo que para ellos es un desecho, para nosotros es materia prima. Hacemos una selección minuciosa de los retazos y de este desperdicio y con eso partimos para desarrollar nuestros productos. Tenemos una amplia gama de productos porque cada producto depende del tamaño de retazo que conseguimos. Todo, absolutamente todo, parte de retazos textiles y a su vez nos proponemos a tener desperdicio cero. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Que todo lo que a nosotros nos queda de remanente también lo donamos. También tenemos otros dos propósitos más allá del ecológico, que es un propósito social y un propósito económico. En lo social lo que hacemos es buscar talleres, quienes van a confeccionar nuestros productos, que sean sostén de hogar. Mujeres que necesiten una salida laboral y contratamos esa mano de obra. Y por otro lado tenemos una finalidad económica. Nosotros tenemos un producto que es sumamente económico y que eso va a permitir de que la gente tenga mucho más acceso, que haya una alta rotación para que el impacto ambiental sea aún mayor. Dentro de nuestra línea de productos hacemos todo lo que son accesorios de bebés, que vamos desde baberos, que son todos los tipos de baberos, las bandanas, que son como unos pañuelitos que se usan ahora, baberos para recién nacidos, baberos para bebés un poco más grandecitos que ya empiezan a comer. Como así también hacemos portachupetes, que demandan retacitos mucho más pequeños. Hacemos vinchas, turbantes, gorritos de todo tipo. Y de acuerdo al tipo de retazo va a ser el tipo de producto. Por ahí recibimos retazos que son un poco más grandes y nos permiten hacer mantas, o hacer ediciones limitadas de bolsitas para dormir. Todo va variando y vamos agregando productos nuevos a medida que nos vamos inspirando con los retazos que recibimos. Además de los accesorios de bebés, productos de la pandemia que estamos viviendo, vimos la oportunidad de desarrollar tapabocas bajo el mismo concepto, obviamente teniendo en cuenta todas las consideraciones y las necesidades que tiene que tener un barbijo. Entonces, es un producto 100% reciclado, tiene 3 capas de tela y a su vez en el centro tiene fiselina que viene de otro tipo de industria y de otro tipo de desperdicio. Maru y yo teníamos una marca de ropa para chicos y del corte surgían millones de retazos y pedazos que nunca nos animamos a tirar para no generar ese desecho. Luego, por las circunstancias de la economía, nos vimos obligadas a cerrar y dijimos, bueno, ¿qué hacemos con estos retazos? Les demos una segunda vida. Y así surgió Felipo, digamos. Dijimos, bueno, ¿qué entra en este retazo? Porque no podemos sacar una remera, pero sí empezamos a buscar en qué rubro podíamos introducirnos para darle el mejor uso a esos retazos. Uno de nuestros primeros desafíos era que la gente creyera en este concepto ecológico. Al principio nos costó mucho que la gente entendiera el valor agregado de nuestro producto más allá del producto en sí. Hoy en día notamos que cada día es mucha más gente la que entiende y la que le da importancia a toda la parte ecológica. Así que ese es nuestro desafío, generar, digamos, que también las empresas que donan los retazos sean conscientes del daño que generan tirando esos retazos y que busquen, así como estamos nosotras, hay un montón de personas y emprendimientos más que le pueden dar una segunda vida a esos retazos y ayudar al medio ambiente. Creo que entre todos los cordobeses, ya sean empresas grandes o pequeños emprendedores como nosotros, podemos aportar nuestro granito de arena para lograr un mundo mejor. Nosotros todos nuestros desperdicios los donamos a pequeñas productoras de villitas o que necesitan esos productos más pequeños y creemos que empresas más grandes pueden también donar sus retazos para que entre todos aportemos nuestro granito de arena para un mundo mejor.
Bueno, nosotros somos Cicla y hemos estado desarrollando, buscando oportunidades de diseño en conjunto con el diseño industrial y una gestora ambiental que es bióloga. El equipo este se conformó a partir de la interacción y sinergia de distintos profesionales o estudiantes, como es mi caso y el de mi compañero. Yo soy Rodrigo Castaño, estudiante de diseño industrial de cuarto año. En la misma condición académica está Javier Abraham y María Álvarez de Miguel como bióloga y gestora ambiental. Entre los tres, en sinergia con esto y creyendo también en el desarrollo de la innovación abierta, en un colectivo que también podemos llegar a consultar a futuros usuarios, a ingenieros industriales, a colegas del mismo rubro, estamos desarrollando este producto. Dentro de esas oportunidades encontramos un valor en todo lo que es el cultivo y empezamos a trabajar en cuanto a la investigación, que eso nos llevó aproximadamente un año. Y el día de hoy, después de algunas maquetas, de algunas verificaciones y de entregarnos también un poco a la innovación abierta, de conversar con otros biólogos, con otros gestores ambientales, con otros diseñadores, con colegas del rubro también y con ingenieros agrónomos, llegamos a un concepto de cultivo que se basa en la permacultura como cultura permanente, como una visión más holística de la utilización de recursos de una manera circular. Cicla, como innovación en realidad, no está innovando en absolutamente nada, concretamente porque nos estamos basando en cosas que realmente ya existen, en cosas que nunca deberían haber dejado de existir y de saberes tal vez muy viejos que de a poco se fueron diluyendo y hoy queremos traerlos de nuevo al saber cultural. La permacultura desde varios aspectos. Por un lado, la misma permacultura de hecho es económicamente circular porque utiliza recursos que vuelve a revalidarlos en un mismo sistema y los vuelve a reutilizar. Y por el otro lado, desde el lado productivo hay dos posibilidades. Uno de los procesos sería la fabricación de este producto a través de rotomoldeo. En los dos casos, de hecho, es rotomoldeo, pero por un lado estaríamos trabajando con empresas que trabajan rotomoldeo a través de plásticos, de polietileno de alta densidad, de ABS, por ejemplo, y ellos tienen la capacidad de procesar plásticos de grandes generadores de desechos, por ejemplo, de autopartes. En base a esos desechos que podemos reutilizar, concretaríamos este producto. El segundo camino es trabajar en una escala ya inferior, también de rotomoldeo, pero el cuerpo principal serían resinas que podrían ser cargadas con otras partículas inertes que sean sobrantes de la industria. Por un lado, nosotros contemplamos el hecho de reciclar y de reutilizar materiales, y en esto de la economía circular también está la idea de que, llegado el caso de que cierto desperdicio no puede reintegrarse en el sistema, hay que pensar y ser conscientes de cuál va a ser la deposición final. En ese caso, esos productos que son de deposición final serían nuestras cargas para hacer este rotomoldeo. En la etapa de diseño que nos encontramos, como mencionaba, que es el diseño conceptual, estamos ya migrando hacia una etapa de diseño detallado y desarrollo, por lo cual nos encontramos activamente frente a diversas mentorías, consultas, realizando focus group a futuros usuarios y finalmente, bueno, en la concreción de este producto, buscar financiación para poder largar los primeros prototipos al mercado y realmente generar este vínculo que estamos proponiendo.
El mundo ha estado viendo al plástico como un enemigo de la solución ambiental. Yo lo veo justamente lo contrario, digamos, el plástico tiene tantas posibilidades, lo que tenemos es que volver a entender cómo usarlo para que el impacto ambiental sea cada vez menor. Así que con eso nace SIPA, que es la nueva marca con la que vamos a trabajar para la industria en lo que sean necesidades en plástico, pero nosotros agregándole una mirada de las posibilidades que tiene el plástico para ser parte de la solución del desafío ambiental. Por ejemplo, en este momento estamos trabajando con economía circular en un producto que reemplazaría el vaso de polipapel. Una persona que toma un vaso de agua va a estrenar un producto, va a ser un vaso nuevo, pero no va a ser nuevo el plástico. Luego lo disponen, nosotros lo retiramos, lo reprocesamos y volvemos a darle un vaso nuevo para que vuelvan a trabajar.
Hola, soy Gabriel Balfré y dirijo la Fundación Jubips y un poco el impulsor de este proyecto, de esta escuela de música, la orquesta y el taller de instrumentos reciclados. Entendíamos en la Fundación que la música era una herramienta de inclusión y de progreso social, que podía brindar muchas oportunidades, que podía entusiasmar a muchos y a muchas chicos y chicas de barrios de la periferia y que a veces el acceso a la cultura, el acceso a la música no es igual en el centro que en los barrios que están a la salida de la ciudad. Y empezamos a estudiar distintos proyectos y encontramos uno que nos fascinó, que fue la Orquesta de Instrumentos Reciclados de Cateura, de Paraguay, que es un proyecto y una experiencia social increíble creada por Fabio Chávez Morán, que era un técnico ambiental que fue a desarrollar un proyecto relacionado con el reciclaje a la comunidad de Cateura, que es donde se encuentra el vertedero de Asunción, y empezó a enseñar música y luego ante la gran demanda y la falta de instrumentos decidió proponer a la comunidad comenzar a fabricar instrumentos a partir de la basura y en ello nos inspiramos. Entonces viajamos a Asunción para conocer el proyecto in situ, volvimos locos, esto fue en el año 2018 y bueno, allí arrancamos con 6 violines que compramos. Iniciamos la escuela de música y mientras tanto propusimos a Javier y a Marcel es el dueño aquí de casa. En 2018 cuando nos visitó Cateura ya estaba listo el primer violín reciclado y estos fueron los comienzos.
Mi nombre es Marcel Gómez, soy participante del taller que está ubicado en Barrio Renacimiento, donde actualmente vivo. Mi tarea dentro del taller consiste en construcción de instrumentos reciclados y capacitar a algunos alumnos nuevos que van ingresando. Los instrumentos, en principio, reciclamos la mayor parte posible, ya sea instrumentos rotos, instrumentos convencionales que ya no se pueden usar por un músico. A nosotros nos sirve bastante porque ayuda mucho a la construcción, facilita mucho. Pero la otra alternativa que tenemos ya es reciclando maderas de tarima, maderas de cama, maderas de cualquier tipo. Nos ayuda en la construcción también. Nosotros no somos profesionales, no somos luthier de profesión. Sí apuntamos a una profesión de lutería, ya que despertamos una pasión por la lutería. En mi caso, puedo decir que no conocía nada de música. Mis profesiones de la vida fueron un montón de cosas, ya que no tuve estudio, así que me llevó a aprender de todo para poder sobrevivir y vivir el día a día. En mi mente estaba que era fácil y que era posible, que era alcanzable, porque veía que era hecho con basura, con cosas comunes que uno ve tiradas que están al alcance de todo. Pero después, con el tiempo, nos dimos cuenta que no, que había que trabajar mucho, tuvimos que capacitarnos, nos capacitamos con un luthier de acá de Córdoba, también tuvimos capacitación con el luthier de Paraguay y logramos sacar un violín, el primero, que no tenía forma ni cumplía con las reglas de instrumento, ya que nosotros no teníamos conocimiento, pero logramos sacar uno. Y eso los potenció a que hay que estudiar, hay que capacitarse, ponerle garra a todo lo que uno hace. Y bueno, hoy en día estamos fabricando chelos, guitarras y violines y algo de percusión.
La Escuela de Música tiene ya alrededor de 60 niños, niñas y adolescentes tocando. La orquesta está conformada. Inicialmente los insumos se buscaban en los basurales. Los chicos y las chicas del taller decían vamos al shopping y bueno, se recorrían por allí por 2018 los basurales de la ciudad de Córdoba. Y bueno, y últimamente estamos recolectando insumos de los centros verdes, donde van la basura, entre comillas, que la gente por suerte empieza a separar. Y la orquesta va avanzando. Hay 4 nodos aquí en Renacimiento, en Nuevo Progreso, en Nuestro Hogar 3 y en la sede de la Fundación en Alberdi. Tenemos el taller principal, que es este, y tenemos también un pequeño taller en la sede de Jubips de Alberdi. Y así es un proyecto que va creciendo y hemos visto lo útil que es cada material. Todo lo que por ahí la gente tira puede transformarse. La verdad que no es necesario que esté enterrándose y contaminando el medio ambiente, contaminando la tierra, sino que a veces la segunda oportunidad de este material, que en las manos de los artesanos que tenemos aquí se convierten en instrumentos musicales, le da otra vida. Y esos instrumentos después producen música en las manos de niños y niñas de la orquesta que van aprendiendo y van progresando. Y después también hemos tenido la oportunidad de participar con Milagros y con Luciano de la gira europea de la Orquesta de Instrumentos Reciclados de Cateura. La importancia es el proceso, ¿no? El proceso de crecimiento, de maduración, de construcción de proyectos de vida que se da tanto en la fase individual de cada uno como en el crecimiento colectivo que se va viendo en los y las participantes de la Escuela de Música.
Mi nombre es Verónica Rabaroto, soy cofundadora de Ilanda. Este proyecto nace en el 2020. Pudimos ganar el desafío Córdoba Resiliente, organizado por la Fundación Avina, en colaboración con la Municipalidad de Córdoba y otros aliados. Eso nos dio un gran impulso para crecer. Y en este momento estamos en la Asociación Civil Las Somas, en camino a Chacras de la Merced. Acá nosotros producimos los productos Ilanda. Tenemos, por ejemplo, ollas brujas, zafus, agarraderas, manoplas, delantales de cocina, colchados. Todo lo fabricamos en base a esto que es el aglomerado textil. Es una técnica innovadora que desarrollamos para recuperar descartes textiles Es materia prima excedente de la industria textil y si no los recuperáramos terminarían en un vertedero o en un enterramiento. Así que le seguimos estirando la vida a cada uno de los descartes que salen de los productores en general de indumentaria. Acá trabajamos en colaboración con un grupo de mujeres que pertenecen a la asociación Las Somas. Desde principios del 2021 brindamos talleres de capacitación. Ellas se forman para aprender a producir aglomerado y este tipo de productos. Y bueno, trabajamos en equipo para poder fabricar este tipo de cosas y comercializarlas con nuestros aliados comerciales, que suelen ser tiendas que tienen productos sustentables o de triple impacto y que ya tienen clientes que están interesados en adquirir este tipo de productos que tienen una responsabilidad social detrás y un concepto de cuidado del ambiente muy fuerte desde el momento que se inició el proyecto, ¿no? Este aglomerado textil se puede fabricar de distintos tamaños. Lo que tiene adentro son descartes de tejido, de tejedurías de Córdoba o de tela de frisa, que es la típica que se usa para indumentaria deportiva, o de polar, que son telas gruesas que permiten generar este grosor, este acolchamiento, y lo que permite el aglomerado textil es estructurar y darle grosor a todos los productos. Entonces conseguimos una estructura más firme que acompaña a cada uno de nuestros productos. Se realiza con una técnica muy sencilla. Necesitamos una mesa de trabajo, planchas hogareñas en principio, así que es muy low-tech y lo puede realizar incluso una persona en su casa. Lo que nosotros buscamos es que estas actividades se desarrollen dentro de una ONG para que las mujeres puedan reunirse y trabajar en equipo y aprender a llevar adelante un taller textil con perspectiva industrial, mayorista, para profesionalizar sus tareas y poder ofrecer estos servicios textiles industriales en serie a terceros o a destinar sus servicios a quien ellas consideren apropiado. Nosotros sumamos diseñadores cordobeses para poder desarrollar estos productos y otros que todavía están en desarrollo. Y eso suma bastante valor porque les da un diferencial a lo que hacemos y no solo ofrecemos un producto cuidado, sino que ha tenido todo un desarrollo de diseño atrás que le da mucho valor. Bueno, durante el 2020 empezamos a pensar en detalle cómo iba a funcionar Ilanda, articulando acciones entre diferentes actores de nuestra sociedad y como pilar fundamental tenemos a las ONGs. Entonces lo que se me ocurrió es empezar a buscar por la web contactos de ONGs cordobesas y dimos con Las Somas, ahí la conocimos a Sandra. Bueno, ella desde el minuto cero ofreció su corazón abierto para que trabajemos en equipo. ¿No, Sandra? ¿No me equivoco?
Así es, tal cual. Bueno, porque tiene que ver con los objetivos que tiene nuestra ONG, que somos una ONG de mujeres que ayudamos a otras mujeres a mejorar la calidad de vida a través de la capacitación, de la contención y de la producción, que es esto, que es el trabajo. Así que para nosotros era muy bienvenido y aparte porque también tenemos puesto un foco en lo que es el cuidado del ambiente. Así que bueno, además de los productos de Ilanda también hacemos otros productos como las bolsas de lienzo para packaging, para empresarias, empresarios, comercios, justamente con uno de estos fines que es quitar un poco el plástico del medio ambiente y reemplazarlo por productos tan nobles como son las telas de algodón.
Sí, y vimos que trabajando juntas podíamos generar nuevas oportunidades laborales para las personas que están desempleadas y dijimos, bueno, esta es la nuestra, nos tenemos que juntar y trabajar en equipo. Desde que nació Ilanda pensamos que tenía que ser una empresa a escala global. Ya llegamos a Mendoza, a Entre Ríos, a Buenos Aires, tenemos representantes en diferentes puntos del país, esperamos llegar a otros países también y la verdad que en el camino queremos solucionar el descarte a un nivel más amplio, incorporando trituradoras textiles, generando triturado para hacer hilado y para hacer rellenos. Creo que la economía circular llegó para quedarse y que está nutriendo muchísimas empresas que se suman y que la están incorporando en sus procesos productivos porque les permite poder supervisar sus procesos de producción y disminuir el efecto que producen en el ambiente, cuidándolo, y también incorpora esto de cuidar a las personas mientras están produciendo las cosas que fabrican, que es algo muy importante. Nosotros creemos que tanto a nivel productivo como si estamos desde el punto de vista del consumidor, podemos contribuir con nuestras decisiones a mejorar el ambiente y la calidad de vida de las personas. Entonces los invitamos a echar una mirada sobre esas decisiones que tomamos día a día sobre los productos que consumimos. Busquemos productos sustentables, que estén dentro de la economía circular, porque eso nos va a dar la tranquilidad de saber que estamos contribuyendo con el cuidado de las personas y del medio ambiente.
Hola, me llamo Jerónimo y pertenezco a Azotea, un estudio de arquitectura y paisaje de la ciudad de Córdoba. Hoy en Azotea podemos decir que tenemos una línea de trabajo en la cual buscamos posicionarnos como asesores técnicos para trabajadores de la economía popular, buscar consolidar cooperativas de carpinteros, jardineros, albañiles, herreros y demás actores que ingresan con fuerza al sector de la construcción. Al pararnos como un equipo técnico capaz de solucionar por ahí esas carencias que puede llegar a tener una cooperativa de trabajadores, que tiene que ver más con un rol técnico, diseño, proyecto, elaboración de legajos, buscamos que esas cooperativas puedan acceder a licitaciones de orden público, digamos, de obra pública, digamos. Ese es el objetivo que tenemos a medio y a largo plazo. Luego tenemos la búsqueda de seguir participando en el sector privado, seguir buscando obras del sector privado que nos permitan consolidar el trabajo, dar una sostenibilidad económica que no dependa del Estado, en, por ejemplo, mantenimiento de jardines. En este momento estamos llevando adelante un proyecto que es de ecoturismo que se va a construir en Mar de Ancenusa, que va a ser el próximo parque nacional más grande del país, en conjunto a un inversor privado y la municipalidad que nos aloja. Diseño es nuestra tarea. Y en ese sentido lo que buscamos hoy en día son nuevos problemas que nos pongan en situación de tener que pensar, de repensar toda nuestra línea de trabajo y de poder generar soluciones constructivas que sin alterar en demasía los precios puedan llevar adelante una arquitectura mucho más sostenible, una arquitectura sostenible en el tiempo, sostenible con los trabajadores que la llevan adelante, sostenible en su mantenimiento, autosustentable energética y de los residuos que genera, ya sea líquidos o sólidos. Dentro de Azotea, un servicio de diseño y construcción en el que estamos trabajando es el Junco, un biofiltro que nos permite gestionar aguas residuales in situ, aguas residuales domésticas, que se puede escalar. Es un proyecto que puede ofrecerse a un cúmulo de 10 familias, por ejemplo, en un barrio que no tenga cloacas, que no tenga acceso a ese otro tipo de infraestructura, como también a un pueblo de hasta 15.000 personas. Nosotros podemos generar allá donde colocar cloacas e instalar una planta de tratamiento de residuos líquidos sea un imposible. Nuestro Junco puede llegar a solucionar ese problema de aguas residuales que pueda llegar a tener gran cantidad de los pueblos, y nuestra alternativa de diseño propone gestionar esas aguas y aprovecharlas. Desde Azotea entendemos a la economía circular dentro de nuestra línea de trabajo a partir de las decisiones proyectuales que tomamos, ¿sí? Si en nuestro entorno nos encontramos con que hay que mover una pila de hormigón, ladrillo, restos de obra, que en otro momento, en cualquier otra obra, eso se saca, se lleva, se va a un basural, se corre el problema, se va para otro lado, pero el problema no se va. Nosotros lo incorporamos a nuestro proyecto. Decidimos proyectualmente valernos de esos materiales, valernos de la historia local y trabajar con eso. Generar una pirca, generar algún muro decorativo, generar alguna propuesta de diseño que nos permita reutilizar los materiales, maximizarlos y sobre todo trabajar en que el edificio, lo que sea que vayamos a proyectar y construir, tenga un ciclo que busque no decir, che, esta casa va a durar 20 años y la vamos a tener que tirar, vamos a tener que tirar esta pared para colocar cambios nuevos. No, buscar generar a partir de un diseño y un proyecto consciente una economía de la construcción que desde el inicio trabaje a partir de los materiales locales y residuales y que en su mantenimiento busque planchar la curva de costo que pueda lograr ese mantenimiento, costo ambiental, costo económico y costo social.
El beneficio del reciclado de plástico en el medio ambiente es muy importante, ya que permite que los residuos que se generan cotidianamente provenientes del plástico no vayan a enterramiento. Ecoleaf surge a partir de un proyecto open source llamado Precious Plastic. A partir de esto empezamos a meternos en los mundos de los plásticos, reciclando más que todo tapitas, que es el polietileno de alta densidad, polietileno de baja densidad y polipropileno. El aporte que hace Ecoleaf a la economía circular es ofrecer un servicio de fabricación de productos de plástico reciclado a empresas o emprendimientos que quieran sumar un valor ambiental a su organización. Ecoleaf es un proyecto de triple impacto que no solamente busca un rédito económico, sino también uno social y ambiental principalmente.
Hola, mi nombre es Martina Carrara, diseñadora de indumentaria y textil, junto a Melanie Bacaloni, también diseñadora de indumentaria, María Pía Larsson, economista, un grupo maravilloso de mujeres tejedoras de Perú, radicadas en Córdoba, y un productor ovino de Colonia Tirolesa. Estamos gestando un proyecto en torno a lana de descarte. Nuestro proyecto se llama Hilas, somos una organización de triple impacto, aportamos a la circularidad del sector ovino local de Córdoba. Lo que hacemos es aprovechar materia prima que es lana de descarte, que no es apta para la industria textil, principalmente porque Córdoba se dedica más que nada a la industria carnicera y el tipo de lana que se produce no es apta o no es valiosa para todo lo que es indumentaria y textil, pero sí tiene otros usos y otras formas de aprovecharlo. Entonces, según datos del SENASA, aproximadamente Córdoba cuenta con 350.000 cabezas de ganado, lo cual da unos 2 kilos de lana al año, lo que hace que, en definitiva, en Córdoba anualmente se produzcan alrededor de 700.000 kilos de lana y que a través del ProLana y el Ministerio de Agricultura local se acopia y se intenta acondicionarla para exportación. Lo que sucede es que alrededor de 50 o 70 toneladas es solo lo que se logra exportar y el resto se desecha. Nuestro proyecto reconoce el valor que hay detrás de esa lana de descarte y actualmente estamos trabajando en 3 unidades de negocios. La primera es aislantes acústicos y térmicos para la industria y la construcción. La segunda son productos textiles y productos para el hogar. Los productos que desarrollemos desde Hilas son una excusa. Lo que de fondo estamos buscando es regenerar los suelos de Córdoba y capturar carbono. Si bien la mayor cantidad de lana proviene del sistema de pastoreo PRB, de este productor que nombramos anteriormente, situado en Colonia Tirolesa, estamos ávidas y nuestra ilusión es poder recibir toda la lana de descarte de la provincia de Córdoba o considerada de descarte de la provincia de Córdoba. Con esta lana lo que hacemos es, la mandamos en este momento a procesar, quiere decir a lavar, a cardar y a peinar en la provincia de Buenos Aires. Ese es el establecimiento más cercano a Córdoba que hoy en día tenemos para procesar. Estamos recibiendo nuestro primer lote de lana, si bien hicimos las primeras pruebas de lavado y procesamiento de forma artesanal, actualmente ILAS funciona en el Centro Comunitario Las Aldeas, a donde desarrollamos nuestra unidad textil y de producción. Entendemos que regeneración y economía circular van de la mano. La realidad es que lo que estábamos buscando es involucrarnos en un proyecto de regeneración y entendemos a la circularidad como una forma de pensar y una herramienta que habilita la transformación de las personas, de los suelos y que invita a las personas que están involucradas a pensar desde la creatividad. Lo maravilloso es que la lana es una fibra circular, es 100% renovable, es natural y es biodegradable. Por su nobleza de las fibras naturales, es la que más ha sido reciclada y reutilizada del mundo en la industria textil. Uno de nuestros mayores desafíos es el financiamiento. La realidad es que estamos involucradas en un proyecto que es de capital intensivo y que va a crecer en la medida en que formalicemos alianzas. Lo segundo que se me ocurre es que hoy toda la industria está totalmente centralizada y necesitamos descentralizarla para poder procesarla de forma local. Es decir, hoy toda la lana, los establecimientos para procesarla, para cardarla, para peinarla, se encuentran bastante lejos de la provincia de Córdoba. A través de innovación necesitamos flexibilizar, desarrollar tecnologías intermedias que nos permitan que todos estos procesos puedan ser hechos más cerca de los lugares a donde se esquila y bajar radicalmente los costos de logística y procesamiento. Finalmente, que se empiecen a apoyar, a promocionar y a incentivar proyectos como el nuestro que buscan materializar productos que están íntimamente ligados a la innovación y que necesitan nutrirse de la industria del conocimiento y también de la ancestralidad de los conocimientos para hacer proyectos como este económicamente viable y escalable.
Hola, mi nombre es Josefina Esperat, soy creadora de Nazca, que es un proyecto que investiga y explora los límites y las posibilidades del plástico. Principalmente trabajamos a partir de bolsas plásticas desechadas, transformándolas en una nueva materia prima. Nazca básicamente lo que hace es recuperar las bolsas plásticas desechadas, las recolectamos, las separamos por color y por calidad. Y una vez que ya tenemos esta separación hecha, lo que hacemos es empezar a generar capas de estas mismas bolsas, fusionándolas con presión y calor, generando diferentes estampas o distintas combinaciones de texturas para armar cada producto, dándole así un valor agregado a nuestros productos, ya que cada uno tiene una estampa única. Entendemos nuestro proyecto como un proyecto de economía circular, ya que volvemos al mercado o al uso o al círculo del mismo producto, a las bolsas, transformándolas en un nuevo producto. Para cerrar el círculo, creemos que sería óptimo que nuestro proyecto pueda determinar de desarrollar qué pasa una vez que termina la vida útil de nuestros bolsos o de nuestras billeteras o de nuestros productos, para volver a reinsertarlas en el mercado. Hemos hecho algunas pruebas, pero todavía estamos investigando. Básicamente nos acercan bolsas principalmente por la escala del proyecto amigos o conocidos. Hemos ido a algunos centros verdes a comprar plástico recolectado, pero por la escala del proyecto en general tenemos como bastante plástico ya en el taller. Y lo que hacemos es separarlo por color, lo tenemos bien clasificado, lo limpiamos, tiene que estar bien seco y vamos generando distintas capas. Estas capas, de acuerdo a la cantidad de plástico que tengamos acumulado, va a ser después la dureza del mismo material. Entonces, de acuerdo al tipo de producto que hagamos, por ejemplo, esta silla tiene muchísimo más plástico que puede tener por ahí una billetera. La cantidad de capas, por la resistencia que necesita, es diferente. Esta combinación la pensamos a través de ya un conocimiento dado, digamos, del plástico que ya tenemos, de cómo funden, de los distintos colores, combinando de acuerdo a lo que vamos a generar, al producto que vamos a lograr. Entonces, a través de presión y calor, estos se funden y se genera como un nuevo material. Esa lámina o ese nuevo material después va a ser sometido a corte por moldería, que la moldería también fue como un proceso de investigación bastante largo para tratar de desechar lo menos posible. Por eso hay tantos pliegues en nuestros productos para evitar las costuras y a su vez reciclamos más plástico. Y después que pasa por moldería, como cualquier producto textil, va a la confección. Son en general cosidos, hay algunos con broches y así se termina de confeccionar nuestro producto. Otro ítem de nuestro proyecto es el tema del packaging, que es un gran tema hoy en todos los productos, y para que sea circular lo que pensamos fue hacer bolsas de lienzo lo más simples posibles para que puedan ser reutilizadas o yendo a la dietética comprar productos secos o bien para hacer las compras. Así que bueno, los productos están pensados para que entren 1 kilo de avena o semillas, así que cada packaging está más o menos también diagramado pensando en eso. Las características de nuestros productos son que todos son impermeables, súper resistentes, están hechos de manera única y artesanal, la mano de obra está súper cuidada. En el proceso de producción estoy yo y otra costurera de acá del barrio que se llama Mónica. Tienen estampas únicas, son resistentes, impermeables, livianos y sustentables, por supuesto. Bueno, uno de los desafíos que por ahí nos encontramos es, en primer lugar, que la gente se empiece a animar a explorar un poco sobre nuevos materiales, que se anime a probarlos, a tenerlos, a elegirlos también, que mucha gente se entere de que estos proyectos están circulando, que hay alternativas acá en Córdoba. Apoyar lo local me parece que siempre es un buen camino, no solamente para los emprendedores y a nivel económico, sino a nivel ecológico principalmente. Así que un poco la idea es, mientras el proyecto más crezca, menos bolsas va a haber desechadas o en el ambiente, así que creo que ese es un poco el desafío. Y está bueno que si tienen algún proyecto donde crean que nos podemos fusionar o donde podemos hacer un poco de cooperación entre los proyectos, los invitamos a que entren a www.nazcaobjetos.com. Ahí nos pueden encontrar, también estamos en Instagram como @nazcaobjetos. Están nuestros teléfonos, correos electrónicos, demás, así que estamos a su disposición. Gracias.
Soy Federico Carrizo, soy docente, soy músico y llevo adelante este hermoso proyecto que se llama Resuena. Justamente el nombre Resuena es porque eso que estaba desechable, estaba tirado por ahí, vuelve a sonar, vuelve a resonar. Yo creo que todos los elementos que vemos alrededor suenan, todos, no hay un elemento que no suena. Justamente uno de los primeros elementos, uno de los primeros instrumentos del hombre eran aquellos troncos, aquellas piedras frotadas, golpeadas, aquellos troncos percutidos, el agua misma. Yo creo que es muy importante concientizar en el cuidado del medio ambiente y sobre todo haciendo lo que a uno más le gusta, que es música, enseñando también música y que podemos tocar, hacer sonar aquellos elementos que tal vez no nos dimos cuenta. Y me gusta mucho esa palabra, no me di cuenta que esto podía sonar. Me encuentro muchas veces con esa palabra, me he encontrado por ahí brindando algunos talleres en escuelas, algunos barrios, algunas plazas, y te encontrás con profes de música, con músicos mismos que te dicen, no me di cuenta que esto era igual a este instrumento, que vamos a decirlo así, algunos instrumentos que son súper costosos, que no están al alcance de todos. Yo creo que eso que sí está al alcance puede sonar. Y sobre todo utilizar la imaginación, la creatividad, todo lo que está a nuestro alcance. Una de las cosas que me ha pasado muy linda en este tiempo es que niños muy chiquitos podían utilizar una botella y le encontraban ese sonido. Ideas que se le venían a la cabeza, pues wow, esto es muy parecido a esto, entonces empezás a armar, empezás a construir. Un instrumento musical es justamente un objeto que tiene un fin. Una vez alguien le puso un cuero de un animal a una calabaza y encontró un sonido que su tribu le puso un nombre. Para nuestros instrumentos utilizamos materiales como plástico, metal, bronce, caucho. Justamente para trabajar estos elementos también fabricamos nuestras herramientas, como por ejemplo algunos elementos punzantes que eran algún metal que ya no se usaba, algunas mechas desechables, algunas herramientas en desuso. Lo más lindo de llevar adelante Resuena es que los llevamos a muchos puntos, no solamente entre músicos, sino que los hemos llevado también a escuelas de música, a escuelas. Lo hemos llevado a centros con chicos con discapacidad. En la discapacidad es súper hermoso ver esto, el trabajo que se puede hacer, de verlos por ahí que llegaban, me acuerdo en un centro terapéutico, los chicos, las chicas caían con sus baldes, sus plásticos, no entendiendo qué pasaba, y después iban con su bombo tocando. Algunos aparecían con las ramas y no entendían por qué traían ramas, por qué traían baldes, pedazos de plástico, algunas llaves. Y lo más hermoso es que esas veredas y esos barrios después iban sonando. Entonces creo que el título del desafío es seguir construyendo mucho más, ejercitando la creatividad, ejercitando más la imaginación que está dentro de nosotros. Creo que puede haber muchos Resuena por todos lados, y de que entender que la música es un lenguaje, una forma de transmisión. Justamente el instrumento musical era eso, ¿no? Era poder comunicar, poder transmitir con lo que había a nuestro alrededor. Yo creo que eso es Resuena, que vuelve a resonar.
Inglés es una empresa que busca desarrollar la creatividad y la imaginación de los niños a partir de juguetes elaborados de material reciclado. El proceso nuestro arranca del abastecimiento de materia prima. A partir de este cartón lo que se hace en Inglés es separarlo y llevar a que se troque, a que empiece a tomar forma el producto. Después, cuando tenemos todos estos insumos, se terciariza en cooperativas, generalmente de mujeres en situación de vulnerabilidad, para lo que es el embalado y la confección final de los productos. En todas las empresas que trabajan en la economía circular, por un lado es esto de evitar esa contaminación a través de agregar valor a un residuo, y por otro lado de ser ejemplo para que otros se incentiven con todo lo que es economía circular. Es brindar lo que uno hace para que otros se contagien.
Hola, mi nombre es Paula Aguirre, mi proyecto se llama Therapy. Lo llevamos adelante con mi hermana María Ángeles, que vive en Berlín, Alemania. Cumplimos 9 años este año y bueno, es un proyecto de suprarreciclaje o upcycling de moda. Therapy es un proyecto de moda suprarreciclada, trabajamos con materiales de descarte que vamos encontrando tanto en ferias, en tiendas de segunda mano, en depósitos de remanentes, en gente que nos dona ropa o nos dona telas. Y bueno, vamos trabajando con todo tipo de materialidades distintas, no solamente textil, sino también trabajamos con herrajes, metales, algunas cosas de plástico, que vienen por ahí de la industria de la marroquinería y del calzado. No es que estamos buscando algo específico, sino que muchas veces nos sorprende la materialidad que encontramos y bueno, a partir de ahí empieza un poco nuestro proceso creativo, ¿no? Muchas veces es como la materialidad es la que nos inspira. La intención nuestra es que no terminen en vertederos, que no terminen en la basura, sino tratar de que todo ese material vuelva a circular, entonces le damos tantas vidas como sea posible, ¿no? Realmente para nosotras no tendría sentido hacer moda si lo que hacemos no tuviera un impacto positivo en lo ambiental y en lo social, en la parte humana. En cuanto a tipologías de prendas, en realidad también es muy variado el universo porque en realidad tenemos como varias maneras de trabajar. O bien trabajamos con ropa vintage o de segunda mano, que consideramos que en el estado en el que está es totalmente reutilizable, entonces lo que hacemos por ahí es tal vez una intervención menor, pintarla o ponerle accesorios, como por ejemplo este chaleco que tengo puesto, que es un chaleco militar de segunda mano que encontramos y nosotros los intervenimos y es como que le damos una impronta muy personal que tiene que ver con la estética de la marca y la ponemos a circular de nuevo. Eso es como una parte. Otra parte es la reutilización de nuestros propios descartes. Por ahí, por ejemplo, cortamos un jean a short, lo hacemos short y las piernas quedan como materialidad, ¿no? Que no, por supuesto no la tiramos. Esa materialidad también es para nosotros materia prima, que eso por supuesto no es, morfológicamente no es nada, entonces lo que hacemos es deconstruirlo y construir a partir de esos retazos una prenda o un accesorio nuevo. Entonces tenemos como un poco estas dos cosas, ¿no? Lo que es customización o intervención de prendas como tal y la deconstrucción de materiales y construcción de prendas nuevas. Tenemos pantalones, polleras, abrigos, camisas, accesorios. Nuestra marca tiene una estética muy inspirada en el punk, en el fetish. Muchos accesorios que tienen que ver con arneses, chokers. Siempre trabajamos también el tema de la inclusividad, ¿no? La inclusividad de los cuerpos, de los géneros. Como siempre quisimos que haya una libertad total en lo que hacemos y en la gente que pueda elegirnos, que no sea limitada por el binarismo o por, no sé, una tipología de cuerpo o de una curva de talles acotada. Entonces, si bien trabajamos mucho con prendas preexistentes que ya tienen un talle de antemano, que no es que nosotros hacemos la moldería y la curva de talle, sino que trabajamos con cosas únicas, lo que hacemos es intentar darles un sistema de ajuste en la posibilidad del material, todo lo que nos permita esa prenda para que se termine ajustando a diversos cuerpos o a diversos talles incluso, ¿no? Entonces por eso tenemos muchas técnicas que son de ajuste. Puede ser ajuste a través de cordones elásticos, o a través de acordonados, o a través de cintas que se corren, correas que te permiten agrandar o achicar. Therapy se encuentra en Córdoba capital, yo acá donde tengo mi taller, que también funciona como showroom. También vendemos en tiendas físicas, que son tiendas multimarca, dentro de Argentina. Y bueno, como el proyecto va en paralelo con mi hermana, mi socia, que lo lleva adelante en Berlín, tenemos el mismo sistema. Ella ya tiene su taller, que también es showroom, y también tiendas en Alemania y en Ámsterdam. Y también la parte educativa, eso ha sido siempre una constante, la parte educativa de enseñarle a la gente cómo hacerlo en su casa. No, lo nuestro es muy do it yourself, hazlo tú mismo. Siempre ha sido como muy nuestro leitmotiv, nuestro concepto como proyecto. Entonces también intentamos transferir eso a las personas a través de tutoriales o de charlas en vivo. Muchas veces explicamos cómo hacerlo vos mismo, ¿no? Y eso es como también parte de lo que consideramos el leitmotiv del proyecto, digamos. Estamos trabajando desde fin del año pasado en un proyecto que tiene que ver con, por ahí, una pata más social, para terminar de ser por ahí un proyecto de triple impacto, que tiene que ver con la tercerización de la producción de algunos productos que hacemos, que nos conecta con talleres y cooperativas de mujeres, que bueno, nos están desarrollando los modelos, los prototipos de los productos que vamos a hacer producir, si se quiere, en serie. Digamos, no es mucho nuestro concepto la masividad o lo seriado, pero en este caso van a ser 3 o 4 tipologías de productos que se van a reproducir con diferentes materiales, porque todo viene del reciclado, pero lo vamos a hacer a través de estos talleres, de estas cooperativas locales. Y bueno, en eso creemos que es parte de esto de la colaboración y del crecimiento de la economía circular a través del trabajo en equipo, ¿no? Y de aliarse con personas que están en el mismo rubro, están en la misma parada que vos, queriendo lo mismo, queriendo alcanzar los mismos objetivos. Y bueno, queremos como crecer en realidad hacia eso.
Es fundamental el concepto de economía circular y el concepto de que todo lo que se ha utilizado pueda volver al ciclo económico.
Me parece que es un concepto que es el único desde el cual se puede producir hoy, es el único camino al que tenemos que ir, está súper demostrado.
Es un sector que se está impulsando, que se está buscando consolidar y que tiene un largo camino por recorrer.
Si bien están tomándose ciertos pasos hacia ello, falta por recorrer, pero bueno, es importante que se den estas instancias para conversar, haciendo foco que lo más importante es el paso a la acción y generar realmente estrategias que permitan concretar esos objetivos que por ahí se vuelven medio teóricos.
Córdoba es pionera en economía circular, nosotros nos incluimos, nos parece que la economía circular trae soluciones al cuidado del ambiente que antes no se tenían en cuenta. Tenemos que dejar de producir dentro de la economía lineal, porque producir, consumir y tirar ya no es algo que valga.
A lo mejor no todo el mundo lo lleva adelante, pero sí resuena, por lo menos uno ya conoce la palabra circularidad, sustentabilidad, reciclaje, es como que cada vez está más presente.
El desafío por delante es grande, pero que existen muchos actores hoy en día que están buscando impulsarlo.
Está bueno como empezar también a inculcar esto en nuevas generaciones, en las escuelas.
Tenemos que cuidar el planeta con cada paso que damos, con cada decisión que tomamos en cuanto a lo que consumimos, con cómo producimos lo que producimos para comercializar, cómo cuidamos a las personas en cada parte del proceso productivo. Eso cada vez más se está volviendo fundamental para un montón de empresas que tienen esta mirada social y circular.
La tierra es la casa de todos y esta es la responsabilidad que tenemos como ciudadanos, como ciudadanas y bueno, quienes están a cargo de las gestiones municipales, provinciales, nacionales, de promover políticas públicas tendientes al crecimiento de la economía circular.
Desde el gobierno creo que se le está poniendo actualmente y por suerte bastante pila al asunto.
Como una intencionalidad de innovar en diferentes industrias para alcanzar la circularidad en la economía.
Y empezar como a pensar estrategias que se pueden dar desde lo que ya tenemos. No hace falta tampoco grande infraestructura, sino por ahí me parece que es más un cambio de visión o de perspectiva de las cosas.
La apertura de un nuevo paradigma, o sea, creo que todo el tiempo pensamos y estamos tan habituados, digamos, hemos generado un hábito de la linealidad de las cosas, desde el uso, desde la compra del uso y el descarte, sin pensar en las consecuencias, desde uno como productor o como diseñador en este caso, y como usuario sin duda también nos entra por ese lado.
Para dejar de generar un impacto negativo, por lo menos, en el ambiente y en la sociedad, buscando lograr impactos positivos.
Y que bueno, a trabajar por eso.
Soy Laura López Coquet, diseñadora industrial, y junto al arquitecto Mauro Barrio y al diseñador industrial Cristian San Martino creamos Bolsa. Bolsa es una marca que arranca en 2019 con la idea de recuperar un material disponible en la ciudad de Córdoba y generar objetos de uso cotidiano. El primer producto que diseñamos y comercializamos es una billetera que está hecha totalmente con papel craft que recuperamos de la empresa cementera Holcim. El objetivo, además de basarnos en la economía circular, es generar un objeto de calidad y que mejore la funcionalidad. Entonces, con la billetera puedes acceder fácilmente a tus tarjetas y en caso de apuro tenés una tirita de emergencia que te ayuda a sacar todas. Durante algunos meses del 2020, a raíz de la pandemia del COVID-19, la construcción quedó completamente paralizada y quedaron en desuso un montón de bolsas fechadas que por cuestiones de gestión no podían reincorporarse a la producción de la cementera. Estas bolsas están realizadas totalmente con papel craft que surge de bosques certificados y tiene la característica de ser impermeable, resistente, con excelente acabado y calidad de impresión. Cuando detectamos esta oportunidad, planteamos generar un objeto que tuviese un ciclo prácticamente cerrado. De los árboles se llevan las bolsas, esas bolsas que no son utilizadas para su función esperada son la materia prima para nuestras billeteras. Agregamos valor diseñando objetos de uso cotidiano manufacturados totalmente en nuestra ciudad y que luego de que termine su vida útil alrededor de los 6 meses puede ser reciclado o compostado y así vuelve a la tierra. El proceso de producción tiene varias etapas y genera un puesto de trabajo de jornada completa. Lo primero que hacemos es gestionar el acceso a las bolsas. Las primeras 2 series de la billetera estuvieron hechas con bolsas de cemento de Holcim, pero probamos también con otras bolsas, por ejemplo de harina o de industria del plástico. Para las series de 500 billeteras se reutilizan más o menos 70 bolsas. Después esas bolsas deben transformarse en pliegos lisos que se generan a partir del corte con una plantilla seleccionando la estampa de la bolsa para generar distintos modelos acorde al estilo de la bolsa. Estos pliegos de a 500 unidades se llevan a troquelar y se obtiene lo que es el troquel de la billetera, que consta de una parte principal, una tira y 3 refuerzos internos. En este punto se genera un residuo que nosotros aprovechamos para enviar distintos productos de nuestra marca y de otros amigos emprendedores. El paso que sigue es el armado de la billetera en sí, que dura aproximadamente 15 minutos. Es un proceso manual, pero está automatizado. El troquel se transforma en el producto a través de plegar y de unir el papel con pegamento al agua no tóxico. El último paso es el control de calidad, donde se le agrega el packaging, que es una faja que está impresa y que incluye toda la información necesaria. En este caso utilizamos papel craft virgen, pero la idea es optimizar este recurso también. En realidad el proceso no termina en el paso anterior, porque lo que comienza luego que tenemos el producto listo es la etapa de la venta y la postventa, que es otro proceso también igual de determinante. Este proceso nosotros lo hacemos mediante redes sociales y una tienda online con envíos a todo el país, tanto por mayor como por menor. Decidimos trabajar a partir de la economía circular porque creemos que el problema de los residuos se puede atacar desde el diseño. Coincidimos y buscamos aplicar los 3 principios de la economía circular, tanto eliminar los residuos y la contaminación desde el diseño, como mantener los productos y los materiales en uso. Bolsa apunta a generar toda una línea de objetos de usos cotidianos, entre los que se encuentran otros modelos de billeteras, fundas para notebook, cartucheras, señaladores de libros. Además, queremos posicionar nuestro producto como regalo empresarial sustentable y largar una línea exclusiva con obras o dibujos de artistas locales, aprovechando su capacidad de personalización. De todos modos, el objetivo más ambicioso de Bolsa es diseñar un sistema de gestión para también recuperar y darle valor a las bolsas que se utilizan en la construcción. Para dimensionar la disponibilidad de esta materia prima, Holcim a inicios de este año inauguró una planta que produce 120.000 bolsas diarias. La idea es procesar estas bolsas aprovechando que cuentan con un poco de cemento en su interior y lograr un material de alta calidad para generar tanto objetos de uso cotidiano como ciertos elementos que se puedan reincorporar a la construcción. Para la construcción de una casa promedio se utilizan más o menos 150 bolsas que van quedando en las obras a lo largo de los meses de trabajo y luego se tiran y no se aprovechan. Entonces nuestra idea es incorporar un impacto social también en este proyecto, incorporando a los y las albañiles en la cadena de valor a partir de comprarles las bolsas. De este modo el material se mantendría acopiado en buen estado hasta su posterior retiro, procesado y convertirlo así en un objeto.
Y seguimos aquí en la Cumbre Mundial de Economía Circular, muy contentos, muy agradecidos a nuestros auspiciantes, a las
Thanks to all of our sponsors, the authority that have supported this proposal, this adventure, we may say, because we are idealists who are looking for something good, something that contributes to change. I'd like to especially thank the more than 180,000 visits that we've had, and to remind you that they can join cumbre.gov.ar, and that way we can start focusing on what we're going to have on this next session, something really interesting, something that we've been looking for in this Circular Economy Congress. Now we'll hear from main speaker, Blue Economy, Gunther Pauli, and he's here with us, and we'd like to thank once again the participation of our moderator, Cecilia Bufflet, who is here honoring us with her presence. Cecilia, the floor is yours. It's a pleasure to be here once again with almost 200,000 people that have been interested in everything we've been showing and that are going to follow attentively. I think it's going to be one of the key moments, at least for me. This is the one that I want to hear the most. I have the pleasure to be here as a moderator, and I want to interact with him. So we'll have the opportunity to listen to one of the referents in this topic around the world. And without further ado, I'd like to give the floor to Gunther Pauli in Switzerland, who is in Switzerland and who is ready to speak with us. Welcome, Gunther. We want to hear you talk about economy. Cecilia, thank you so much, and thanks for your flexibility. Just imagine that I'm in Switzerland. I left the mountains to be here with you today, and the train in Switzerland was delayed. So thank you so much for moving the agenda for me to be with you. You are organizing a very important event. This is a summit that is transitioning in the economic side. We cannot limit ourselves to just reducing damages, to reduce the impact on the environment. We cannot reduce our activities and to protect the biodiversity. First, one clear point. We need to change the business model and the approximation model in face of a crisis. The crisis that we are undergoing today is a true crisis, but it's also a crisis that is forcing us, since we haven't had results in the last 10, 20 years, we have to change the strategy. I am an entrepreneur once, twice, 3 times, and if I can't change the content and reach the conclusion, I'm not going to go to the 4th meeting, but I had the privilege to be in COP 1, 2, or 3, and I didn't participate in the other COPs because it makes no use to meet over and over without coming an agreement and without fighting that leads to specific measures to change reality. That's why my contribution from day one in my activities in preparation of COP3 in Kyoto has been to rethink the economic model. And I need from day one to make a difference between green economy, circular economy, and what I propose. From the bottom of my heart, I'm a businessman. I'm not a scientist. I want to see the opportunities that would allow me to answer to the needs, the basic needs of everybody, including nature. That's everybody. I need to see the way we can contribute and to answer to the needs of everybody with those things that we have available at local level. The concept of circular economy, where we continue talking, it's a starting point, a very important starting point, but it's not enough. What I do claim nowadays from politicians, from entrepreneurs, from scientists, is to be a lot more ambitious. If we do not become hungry to have results that seem to be dreams, then we'll never step out of this crisis that we're living in. The first thing is that the change in the business model is something that we need to discuss. Today's model is a model that we have to globally compete with, offering products and being the cheapest one. And we have to confess that for a country like Argentina or my own country, Belgium, how can we be the cheapest one when we compete with Bangladesh, Brazil, or China? If we continue following the rules of social conventions, the payment of taxes, if we continue the logic that we all have, it's impossible to compete with a lower price. And for me, it's very weird that the green economy, the reason why I have fought for many years, is an economy in which the good things for you and the good things for the environment is very expensive. The bad things are cheap. So we cannot continue thinking in circular economy, green economy, blue economy, when we limit ourselves to a competitiveness model where we have to be in the cheapest price, without taking into account the population needs, local population needs. Argentina is a very specific case. I was really surprised when I visited the country so many times. For the first time in '76, the last one 2 years ago, we were amazed to know that Argentina is a country that is capable of supplying to the planet food and proteins for 250 up to 300 million people. But in Argentina itself, there are millions of people that suffer malnutrition or hunger. So how can we have an international strength without taking care of our local population and the citizens of our country? So that's why I claim a change in the business model. In '91, I launched a small company, Ecover. That small company was launched to have the first factory on emissions and waste free. They told me I was nuts, but for me it was an honor to be named a crazy person. The important thing is that in 9 months we had the factory made all out of wood with a central heating system that recovered all the heat of the industrial process, the chemistry, and we paid each one of our employees €0.50 to work in the factory. But I think we need to have other business models, and that implies other calculations. The traditional business plan, in which we focus a lot only on one point, which is the profit, the money. This model is not allowing us to take over responsibilities. I think about an entrepreneur, a businessman, an industry needs to take on those responsibilities too. In this context of the need to transform our economy and to adapt ourselves to an different economic model, I focused on, as a businessman, in the development of a business model in which the main engine of economy is exactly what I learned in my economy courses. I was trained by the Jesuits. I was trained on economy in a very disciplined way. And we learned that the added value, the aggregated value, the value that is generated is the key to the success of a company, of a region, and of an economy. And it's very difficult to be cheap and to produce the most of this added value. And this is the context that we have to rethink and identify, not only the opportunities, but also the entrepreneurial actions that we can launch. I have I feel myself privileged, and I confess that I'm privileged because in 1994 I was invited by the Japanese government and the United Nations to help prepare COP3 with a group of scientists to reflect with. And this group of scientists, about 3,000 people, complemented by 1,000 entrepreneurs, always give me clear ideas about what's possible and what we should do. And that should do includes this feeling, this responsibility feeling. An entrepreneur is not only someone who produces something, a service or a product that responds to a specific need. We also take on the responsibility of preparing a business model that is not only making money, but that is also helping resilience of the land where we are active. Resilience is something that during the COVID crisis was never, before the COVID crisis, it was never discussed. But an entrepreneur with his or her activities and their capacity, using everything that is locally available and renewable and available, that for us is the opportunity to offer a region with some resilience. Let's take a specific example that perhaps it resonates with Argentinians. Argentinians are great about cattle raising. They have the slaughter's house. They have pork raising. They know, everybody knows that the quality of the meat is great. The Pampas have the best lands to feed the cattle with greener pastures, but the slaughter's house has some waste, produces waste. In the past, people used to eat the guts and the brain of the cow, but now with the changes in people's taste and preferences, those things have become less added value product. And we, as scientists and entrepreneurs, we analyze the presence of a protein with blood, with eyes, with brain, with gut content, guts that have everything that the market is not willing to pay. So we did an analysis and we came to the conclusion that the best new industry for Argentina is the growing of fly larvae. Why? Why fly larvae? Because in nature, nature is our inspiration. The fly larvae is the best sanitizer there is, due to the digestion system in which pH change from very low to very high. There is nothing that survives in terms of cells or prions or virus, bacteria. Everything is simply dissolved in the digestive system, and the larvae is capable of turning its weight of 1 kilogram at the beginning in just 6 days into 360 kilograms of animal protein, with the presence and the incidence, very important incidence, of oils, lipids that are also very much needed in the industry or required by the industry. Now I'll go a little bit farther. Why would we do that? First, because it's a good business, because the demand to have proteins, whether coming from the fly larvae, whether it's dry or fresh, competes directly with sardine and mackerel proteins. We know that with the increase of the fishing industry, we increase the chances to have more fish flour. And in Panama, for instance, there is an excess of fishing. So we are overfishing, and we are almost eliminating the opportunity to regenerate the reserve, or to preserve the reserve of Pacific fish. If we have a problem, a global problem, which is overfishing, and on the other hand, we have the slaughterhouse, where we have an excess of animal protein that has no value, then it's important to take into account that the ton that is being sold, the ton of protein of fly larvae is worth $2,000. The ton is $2,000, which means that the price in many cases is even better price than today we are getting for meat itself. That's what I called the new economic model. It's not only recycling. This is the opportunity to recycle, increasing the added value and attacking a global problem, which is overfishing. And the combination of all this requires an analysis that we call the dynamic systemic analysis. Dynamic analysis. It was developed in MIT in the 60s. It was applied in the Club of Rome for their global agreements, and we use it to have the opportunity to link a small project, such as a slaughterhouse, and a great global challenge. The combination of both allows an entrepreneur to clearly feel what their role is in this framework of the world, in view of this challenge that we have ahead. Now we can use waste from the slaughterhouse, and at the same time we could use the wastes from vegetables when there is a transformation between potatoes to French fries, and that way we get a vegetable biomass that is available, and the biomass can also be digested by the fly larvae. Fly larvae is the protein machine that is the most efficient protein machine that the Earth has, with sanitizing. But when we put that in the context of the challenges, we have an entrepreneur that responds to the needs that the Earth has when they are developing a new business, and the business has an energy efficiency that is incredible, because the larvae operates at the temperature of 42 degrees, which is a temperature that is natural and that comes from the hygiene. It's a first case, it's a simple case, but I'm very happy that entrepreneurs in Argentina have read my book. They have heard the book that is called Plan A for Argentina. They have analyzed, and they have been trained by experts that know the technique, and they have launched this business in Argentina. I'm sure that in 20, 30 years, all the slaughterhouses in Argentina will have plants where they have fly larvae. They will be raising those fly larvae. We can find native flies, and we always try to increase productivity in the system. Fly larvae is not only good for food, it's also good for scarring wounds from diabetic patients, for instance. We see that there is an opportunities portfolio with something that we consider in Europe as a problem. In Europe, we still have a prohibition to use slaughterhouse waste because we still have the problem of we still remember the mad cow disease, and we think that recycling waste of an animal may produce an illness such as the mad cow disease. Scientifically, that is impossible. The fly larvae has done this work for millions and millions of years, and that's why we can learn from nature. So what I want to highlight with this case is that innovation that we need is not just innovation in the technique of production, it's the innovation of the business model. We cannot approach the market with the business models from World War II. We need to try to have in the new business model design include extraordinary advances in the technology, but that they also have the clear local production. Now, we may decide whether this advance is an advancement to participate in a global export of flour protein from fly larvae, or if we can decide to increase productivity, for example, of chicken raising, because chickens can eat up to 50% of fresh fly larvae, and they have water, which is extraordinary for the chicken, and we reduce the cost of the maintenance of chicken, and we reduce the need to import or produce regionally the production of food for chickens. So it's important for us we start to manage different opportunities for us to result in a change in the reality of the local economy. Changing the world is a complicated thing. Changing a local economy is much simpler. And when we are in Chubut, in Argentina, and we continue the coast up to Mar del Plata, we will find sea algae that were harvested up to 72, 73, when fertilizers were all natural fertilizers. But then we started to launch fertilizers, synthetic fertilizers produced with natural gas, and with that, we stopped using the sea fertilizer. Now we relaunched the integration of sea algae shredded and mixed with the larvae so that we have better nutrition, so that we have new integrated elements in the local economy. I am just webbing several businesses. I am webbing several challenges. We connect the local challenge of a slaughterhouse with waste and the overfishing and food for chickens. But once we have done a cluster with these activities, we will have a new logic in the competitiveness, and what we are doing is to generate multiple income, multiple activities with multiple added value that will allow us to locally generate a lot of work, a lot of job creation. That for me is key. We cannot only develop an economy in which we are competitive, we also need to have an economy where we can finally contribute to building a middle class, because when middle classes arise, we are going to have a lot of entrepreneurs who are webbing different activities, and only in this case will we have resilience among community. People need jobs, people need revenues, income, and when the income depends on consumption, production, and local production and local consumption, in that case we have what in economy they say it is the multiplying effect. The multiplying effect means that money that used to go, they used to go out to buy something abroad is not going out. It remains in the local economy. And since it remains there and it buys other products, the money is having its flow locally, and that generates the multiplier effect. The multiplier effect that we calculate, for instance, for the slaughterhouse waste reached to factor 7, which means the added value and generated of €1, $1 in local economy in time is going to be worth 7. It's not speculating, it's not hedge funds, it's not banks speculating on money. This is generating local economy, with what we have. And that is a very advanced way, what I called circular economy. I call it circular, I call it blue economy for the simple reason that for me, the sky is blue, water is blue, the land, the earth seen from space is blue. So I call it blue, but for me, it doesn't matter whether it's blue, green, circular, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that we do what we can do in order to make this transformation. It's obvious that I want an instruments change. I already mentioned that the analysis is not just done with the business plan, the analysis is being done with the system dynamics of MIT from James Fall's professor. First. Second, we need an entrepreneur that is going to do all that. And in order to do so, we need to promote entrepreneurial culture in the region. It's not possible to do it just with one. We need to have 2, 3, 4, 5 entrepreneurs who would join, they form their clusters, and at the end of the day, we have a resilient local economy. And the biggest question is, how do we make it to have the new entrepreneurial culture for the greater good? Unfortunately, nowadays, entrepreneurs believe that they have to be unicorns or they have to be free markets making millions and millions of dollars. No. For me, the important thing is that all communities need to make an effort in order to wake up those entrepreneurs that we have inside of us, each one of us does. And we do that, this is in our foundation, we do it with the inventory of opportunities, because even though everybody knew that there are several opportunities to take advantage, for example, the blood from the slaughterhouse, the important thing is that they need to have someone to do it, to actually do it. In French, we usually say there is the doing, the speaking and the doing. The ones who speak, the ones who do. And in the world of science and in the world of business, there is a lot of people who promise many things and not many people do it. So we need to have this framework that allows us to identify all the opportunities in a region, and once those opportunities are communicated to the young people, whether it's young of heart or young of age, we know people that wake up every day, but we need to have a portfolio of opportunities, and that was the initiative that was launched a few years ago in Argentina with Plan A. The book continues to be available. You can download it for free on internet. We can offer this logic of having an inventory so that the business plan is probably not done yet, but everybody can feel, can discover, and to be surprised that there are opportunities that are so obvious that we surprise ourselves. There are no other entrepreneurs that have taken up the responsibility of transforming something specific.
Summarizing, we need an economy to respond to the needs of everyone, and this requires a new business model that is not only one business, but a combination of businesses, and this should be based on opportunities that are not only business opportunities in the local context with an interest in common welfare, but that these needs have been well related with the big challenges that our world and ecosystem and our Earth face. And with these dynamics, I believe that there are many people that are willing to take on the responsibility. Of course, you can ask me, what about politics? It is obvious that we need a context, a political context that is conducive to do this, but the power to implement these new initiatives is it is more present at the level, at the local and provincial levels than at a national level. I believe that when I account the over 200 projects we developed in the last 20 years, the support of local governments has been critical in transitioning from a new model of economic model. Thank you very much. Gunter, very interesting talk, very inspiring, really bringing all the theory down to earth, particularly this concept you're discussing today. The first thing I wanted to ask you, how what do you think is going to make the society shift and pressure the public and private sectors to actually take that step? You may not agree with this. You may think that it has to come from the public sector to society, but what can make society or make this agenda a global agenda, and so that it becomes a central issue, so that anyone that sets up a business actually has to follow this agenda? Well, there's a key element, and today it's crisis. People in crisis cannot move around, and people become reactive, and reaction is just a means of protection, but not. It doesn't have to do with transformation, but the only way to have people transition towards a different kind of model is to really understand that we are facing a lot of opportunities. So if we have opportunities, we can do something. So it's actually considering this as a positive thing, as an initiative, as an opportunity. So we're actually motivated to take this as an opportunity, and not the fear, the defense, and the risk that has always been a limiting factor in terms of transitions. But the question is in which or how people could actually be more willing to listen to the opportunities. And oftentimes these are areas that are in crisis. I mean, areas there's underpopulation, such as the southern area of Argentina. These are they are more positive to or open to listening to these proposals compared to Buenos Aires, because Buenos Aires is Buenos Aires. I believe that in this context, to provide people with, people that feel the crisis, but that have endured, and they feel motivated not to leave their communities. These are the people that are open to taking on this responsibility of carrying out the transition with really solid projects. Gunter, and related to this and the crisis we're undergoing, COVID-19, the first stage, we were all faced with environmental issues, global environmental issues. Is this stage over, or is this stage an opportunity to create more awareness in terms of new ways of consumption, generating value?
Mira, tenemos una situación muy extraña en la historia.
We're going through an unprecedented story. I mean, we have an enemy, which is a virus. It's a pandemic, and for the first time in history, we have demobilized everybody. When you demobilize people, even fining them or forbidding them from mobilizing, you will not have any kind of reflection whatsoever. You will have a reaction, you know, that is complying with the rules that are being imposed upon us. I think that COVID-19 has actually stopped us from moving onwards, at least 2 to 3 years. But the way we have handled the situation was to actually freeze the economy, to increase poverty. The results of the outputs of the United Nations that I was able to have a look at here, and the loss of middle class in the world and increase in poverty is the worst since World War II. So even though I understand that a new crisis, a new situation involves deep confusion among governments because nobody was ready for this, but we are a year and a half, I mean, this is a year and a half later, and we have a different strategy so that people mobilize, so that their immune systems are strengthened, so that they have the proper food, and that they have the mental capacity to overcome the situation we're going through. And in terms of environment, unfortunately, I have to say that there are 5 billion Basques in the sea, and they use Teflon, which is forbidden to use in our kitchens, but we are distributing this and disposing of it. How come? I mean, the tools we need to fight COVID-19, nothing, I mean, the raw materials are not bioplastic. We're using oil products that pollute. In 2, 5, 10 years, the new generation will look at these people that have made all of these decisions, and they will just wonder whether they never thought about the environment, if they never thought about health, the health of the environment. This is when we need to correct ourselves in the short term. As I was listening to you, I thought about countries such as Argentina and other countries in Southern America, very rich countries in terms of natural resources. They build an idea that Argentina could actually overcome the crisis with the oil or the monocultures of the lands. How do you fight this idea, or how do you become environmentally friendly? How can these concepts coexist with environment? It is very important that it's very important to have access to true figures and the true advances. A forest like the one in Misiones, a rainforest, generates a year by hectare 500 tons of biomass, a hectare of monoculture of soybean with all of the genetics and chemistry and all of the irrigation generates at least maximum 8 tons. How can we then consider this modern and the other one as wild? The one as the sort of the salvation of hunger and the other as a problem for the future. I think that it's very important to really look at the opportunities we have before us. It is clear that when we have a business model where I need volume, I need to be the cheapest. Monoculture is the only way to reach that, but it's because we have chosen a business model that always reaches that need. On the other hand, I want to have a natural product, a disinfectant, a natural disinfectant. I can manufacture, for example, a disinfectant with a sugarcane product or essential oils that are ancient to control viruses. I can, manufacture a biodiverse product with all of the raw materials that come from the forest. And so we can have a product. And what do we do today? Then, we import the products, synthetic products based on oil products to perform a disinfection, and then we mix them with microplastics that are never degrade, and we define that this is the hydroalcoholic gel that we have to use every day, every time we go into a store. But why not manufacturing a local product with the same efficiency? These are the questions that we have to consider. But these questions have to arise from local entrepreneurs and local politicians, because change doesn't take place in the center. It always takes place in the periphery. Very interesting. And Gunther, just to wrap up on this idea that you considered the politicians and governments, the question is, the achievement of this change is made via public policies that actually punish or encourage, or if we need some, a mix of those. Well, we learn from the children. When you forbid and you punish, you don't change behavior. I have 6 kids, 6 children. What you need is to encourage, motivate, inspire, to provide different other perspectives. And the challenge ahead of us is, since childhood and punishments and to forbid is not really the way to make a change happen. This creates resistance and rebellion. Perfect. We have 2 more minutes. Your speech has been so precious, so probably you have the 2 last minutes as for your final message for this huge audience that is listening to you in Argentina and around the globe. Just I'd like to leave a very simple message. We have to inspire the new generation. When we look at the news that come up on the social media or on the TV, everything is negative. All of the news are negative. And the only thing we have once in a while is just a story, an anecdote. But anecdotes or stories do not change statistics. We need to take on the responsibility as adults, so that every child could listen to every day a good story, something that is inspiring. And if we don't commit to change the means of communication, the content of the media with something positive, something inspiring, then we won't be able to have a response to our crisis, because we need to have a new generation generation that would look at reality with eyes that are totally new, because we know Einstein said, if you have a problem and you have a strategy, and to use the same strategy will not actually change the result. So you need to change the strategy altogether. And we have tried for years and years, after achieving results, to actually change the crisis of our planet Earth. I'm a member of the Club of Rome, and for the last few years, they've published this famous report, this obsession for growth at any cost can actually last. And what we're doing is we're after the same thing. So what we need is inspiration, concrete projects and initiatives that are within reach to many people, and at the same time to have a local government that is fully committed to common welfare. Gunter, very inspiring, impeccable presentation, and your final remarks. Thank you for your time. Thank you to the community that is listening to this inspiring message, and as I said before, this opportunity to stop and reflect and to think about how to change things and do things better ahead. We'll continue with the summit, and I hope you have a very successful summit. Sebastián.
Estimados participantes, así continuamos con la Cumbre Mundial de Economía
Dear participants, we'll continue with the World Summit on Circular Economy. We're working, we're following COVID-19 protocols. We wear masks, and here on stage, even though we're not wearing masks, we keep social distancing.
Cabe destacar también que es una experiencia maravillosa y única para todos nosotros, para ustedes que están del otro lado, quienes nos fuimos acostumbrando a la virtualidad, de manera tal que, aprovechando este espacio que tenemos en la historia de nuestra humanidad, nos detenemos a pensar el concepto de economía circular. Y en esta ocasión nos vamos a preguntar, ¿cuál fue hasta ahora el camino recorrido en cuanto a gestiones públicas?
We have gone through in terms of public management. So we'll introduce the next panel called Public Policies Towards Circular Economy,
de nuestra excelente periodista cordobesa, Laura González.
Moderated by Laura
De manera
González.
resumida, les comentamos que ella es licenciada en Comunicación Social, trabaja como columnista en la sección política
Decile
del
que
diario
no.
de Córdoba, La Voz del Interior.
Esto ya lo hicimos
Además,
esta mañana,
conduce el
no va
programa
esto.
Mediodía al Mitre, que lo escuchamos todos, allí en Radio Mitre Córdoba, y forma parte del equipo de Telenoche y del informativo de Canal 12 de Córdoba.
Por eso estamos en muy buenas manos y vamos a recibir también a Juan Carlos Escoto, secretario de Ambiente del Gobierno de Córdoba, y a Jorge Foloni, secretario de Gestión Ambiental y Sostenibilidad de la Municipalidad de Córdoba.
issue that will help us become aware. We'll move on to the next panel, called Education as the Way to Start the Transition to Circular Economy, moderated by Pablo Javier de Chiara, who is the Minister of Science and Technology from the government of Córdoba. Previously, he was the Secretary of Industry of our province. He was also a president of Cluster Technology since 2013 through 2015. This cluster organizes over 300 companies, software companies in the country. The speakers will be María Belén Méndez, Hugo Juris, Raúl Saavedra Maturana, and Rick Fernández. Thank you and welcome to this panel organized by the municipality of Córdoba in the World Summit on Circular Economy. My name is Pablo de Chiara. I'm the Minister of Science and Technology. I'd like to congratulate the organizers, Martín Chachora, for this initiative that attempts to build a forum that has to do with promoting production and the increase of consumption of natural resources, and to be able to produce much and better. Circular economy modifies the way we have been manufactured since the Industrial Revolution, which is a linear production, which is taking manufacturing and disposing of. So we need to shift towards circularity, and so the products, at the time they are designed, then we know exactly how they're going to be disposed of. So we need to include concepts such as sustainability, different concepts that are involved in circular economy. And this panel that is connected with will deal with education as the starting point for a transition towards circular economy. The speakers in the panel are María Belén Méndez, who is the rector of Siglo XXI University. She has a degree in communication. She was a professor in different institutions in Mexico and in Argentina. She is a member of the network of women's and university presidents. Dr. Judy, who is the president of the National University of Córdoba. He is a researcher in the use of lasers in medicine. He was a professor of the University of California, the University of Sorbonne. He was a minister of education of the national government, and he was distinguished as the Knights of the former Soviet Union, and Saúl Rick Fernández. He is the professor and researcher of IU, National School of Sports. He has a PhD and engineering and a postdoctorate. He's focused on regional development and globalization. In Beijing, he managed a project together with the Environmental Agency. And finally, Raúl Saavedra Maturana from Santo Tomás University from Chile. He has a degree in businesses and business administration. He has vast experience in business. He develops innovation projects in both in private and public sectors. He is a professor at the Santo Tomás University. He is a researcher of, and he has led and participated in Corfo Sarcotec, FIAT, and the National Commission of Science and technology from Chile. Thank you for your time, first of all, and welcome to Córdoba.
Espero que se sientan cómodos. Vamos a tener una serie de preguntas.
We'll have
van a poder explayarse sobre estos temas tan importantes que nos ha planteado esta cumbre. Insisto y repito, el título de este panel es la educación como inicio
of the panel is education as a starting point towards circular economy. We have some institutional videos, first of all, from the National University of Córdoba. Childhood and Youth, Human Rights Observatory, University Society and Jail, Sports, Health and Society, Comprehensive Health, Promoting Education, Health and Rights, Educating in Science and Technology, Popular Universities, Territorial Development, Supporting Local Management,
Muy bien, y ahora para dar lugar también, la Universidad Siglo XXI también tiene su video, así que
XXI University has its institutional video, so let's play it.
La constante que caracteriza a nuestro mundo y a nuestra época es el cambio. Cambio que se aceleró en las últimas décadas de manera exponencial. Sin embargo, la educación tardó en adaptarse a estos nuevos tiempos.
However, education has really taken time to adapt to change, and we need to actually respond to the current changes. Our 1994 foundation, through the foundation, we were aware that something was being born. 2009 was really fundamental for our change, and we wanted to democratize education by reaching all of the students nationwide. We developed a very comprehensive educational program, and we reached all of the different provinces with 350 educational centers so that students can actually have access to education with 1,200 professors that help us develop the education program. We're proud to be the first private university in the country that is widely chosen. We have over 70,000 students. Siglo XXI University, education evolves.
Y finalmente el video
institucional que preparó Saúl Rick Fernández de la Escuela Nacional de Deportes. Put together by Saúl Rick Fernández.
En la institución universitaria Escuela Nacional del Deporte,
in the Sports National Schools, we are pioneers at training professionals and students in sports, health, and administration. In over our 36 years of experience, we have trained high-quality professionals. We have modern facilities.
innovación y excelencia a nivel nacional e internacional.
that are
Somos educación
recognized
superior de alta
nationwide.
calidad
We
pensada para ti.
provide
Más
high-quality
información en
education. Further information,
www.endeporte.edu.co.
Bueno, muy bien. Hechas
www.endesport.edu.
todas las presentaciones, introducir el
So,
tema sobre lo que vamos a abordar
back
hoy.
to the issue, the topic
Muchas
for the
gracias de nuevo
panel. Again, thank you to the panelists for joining us.
Y a los que están fuera de la provincia y de la ciudad, bienvenidos. Vamos a empezar con la primera pregunta.
Let's begin with the first question.
Izquierda, al doctor Hugo Yuri.
To Hugo Yuri, I mean, it's the same question to the four panelists. So the first question is, circular economy is also important in education. How do you think circular economy should be introduced in education? Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation. Greetings to my colleagues and congratulations on the organization of this World Summit, which is really, really important, particularly in these times. I think which should be the things that we shouldn't do not to introduce circular economy. College students have many concerns right now in their lives particularly, and what we don't have to do is to consider this as an issue that they should resolve right away, and if it's not addressed, right away, then the world is ending. I think that we shouldn't do. I think probably show the topic from a different perspective, in a more not as a moralist. Or imposing it, but in a more open way. I think that with the rest of the questions, I could probably go deeper into this. Belen, what do you have to say? Well, good afternoon. It's an honor to be here in the World Summit on Circular Economy. So excited to be here and share this panel with the fellow panelists. When you were making the question, I was thinking whether the education is a starting point or it's an excellent accelerator or multiplier. So I think what we have is the opportunity to motivate. I believe that from the education we have the possibility to, first of all, understand the topic, and then really, allocate a hierarchy or importance. I think that it's first of all, it's very good to really understand that we don't know everything about it, and I believe that the best contribution we can make from education is to really think of, and I agree with what Hugo said, because this change could be associated with some sort of negativity. We have to change mindset, but we need to be more friendly. We need to, in order to understand the topic, we need to, so that topics do not fomentar la creatividad, pero la real creatividad, que hago, como vos decías, Pablo, hace un rato, esta visión tradicional, tomar, usar, tirar, to change the mindset, and when we reuse, then which industry we're favoring, and on the other hand, to actually achieve collective commitment. And I think that to actually involve the community, to accelerate this vision of collective commitment or collective involvement as a student or as part of an educational institution. Raúl, what do you have to say about this?
Well,
first, I'd like to thank you for the invitation. Wonderful organization. Greetings to everyone. I agree with what Belén and Hugo said, that education, I mean, we need to come to a critical analysis, and to do this, it's important to provide the right context for students in order to, so that we can achieve objectives for the society, because universities were created based on that principle in order to create a positive impact on societies. I come from the business side of things, and finally social innovation, and so we not only have to bring this to the classroom, but also to practical activities, learning and services. This is what we do in Chile, so that students, for example, they go to the field and they apply what they have learned in practical activities. Why? Because circular economy and what I think we need to achieve a sort of an open social innovation, and we are a group of people that so we need to critically think about this and to address this from an ecosystemically perspective. And this is actually, I think, our job, to strengthen these social aspects. Saúl? Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation. And as regards the context or the purpose of universities, first of all, it's a huge responsibility, because as universities, we need to develop future professionals. They will be in charge of addressing the issues that come from the past, the previous decades, and we've had environmental issues. So it is the companies that are responsible for this. For this reason, globalization has made the process transform. So there's a process from the linear to circular economy, so that all of products are reused. The products that are being used are reused. And when I was at the Ministry of Environmental Protection in Beijing, we saw that factories in China mainly, which is the main manufacturer worldwide, they have difficulty, and out of those difficulties they learn to develop other ecosystems or environments where they minimize pollution. Why? Because not only in China but worldwide, I mean globalization. That's why regional development has to involve all of the countries. And education is actually the foundations, because education is creating or developing the future business people and the future professionals. So, as Belén said, development and the systemic, something that will actually address the issues systemically. because this not only happens in Argentina, Colombia, and Chile, or CELAC countries or Asian countries. I mean, we have to really make sure that professionals have the capacity to be able to resolve these environmental issues and look at production, I mean the production of new products that and the impact of these products on the environment. I mean, we know about consumers, but how we're going to consume those products, what kind of environmental benefits do these products have? Because it's not only about profitability, it's not about not only about benefiting us professionals or business people, how we're going to protect the environment, and this is what we have now. So the environment, I think this is part of the next question, so very interesting contributions, but there's something which is clear and precise. We are not economic or circular natives. We need to create more awareness on the planet and circularity. And the next question, and back to education, we'll move into the development issues and products, but how do you see, or how do professors and teachers see, how can they create awareness in order to generate or create this collective awareness, as Raul said before, sustainable development, and in this way transform or contribute with new solutions to be able to achieve this circularity. That is the role of professors facing the new generations of students that are currently more educated, or they have this sort of mindset, as Belén said before.
I insist, obviously with the new generations, it's going to be much easier. In fact, it's going to be much easier. It already is, and it's going to be even more so. I insist we need to, first of all, welcome to the uncertainty times, the uncertainty era. You must know there is a lot of uncertainty, and this is going to help us for a transformation that we've seen during the pandemic that has to do with the multidisciplinary issues. And the young students need to be given tools, for instance, data. They need to work on data. And we always need to look at them from the most positive point of view, like quality of life. They need to think about their quality of life, not in their own, but everybody's quality of life, to even work with communities. We are now experimenting on education so that students work with the community, so that they do things that they can see immediately. They should work in the field with projects in the region, and I think that way we can start introducing students. First, we need to introduce teachers. That is much more difficult. And I think we have to go to the foundations of what sustainability means, of what nature means. We need to deconstruct all those words. I like that, deconstruct. Very interesting. Pablo, when you introduced us, you said, okay, the current generations, the Z generation, is very sensitive about the adaptation needs, the surroundings. We all have teenagers that bring daily concerns about environmental education, because that's what they do. I mean, they have environmental education. I think the system is great between researchers, teachers, and the students that are currently in the classrooms to promote and accelerate this outlook of any topic in the institution. Raul just said that there is this outlook of breaking the reductionist mechanisms and making them systemic, looking at all the value change and looking at profitability. The biggest challenge that we have with circular economy is that it does not disable the visions of the economy, but it integrates the visions of the economy. And in the classrooms, we need to produce challenges. We need to promote those challenges in the specific classroom technique or approach, and to spread that among the professors and learn from our mistakes. As Hugo just said, we are in very uncertain times, and we need to broaden the spectrum of the possibilities for knowledge and to train. Nowadays, there is an amazing baggage around circular economy and collaborative economy, the triple impact. For me, we find that there are new formats, new theories, industrial ecology that integrate in the same world, and thinking about a world from a perspective in which nature needs for us to return enough. Nature should give us enough, and we should return what we need to return. We need to have specific practices that we develop, and each institution is doing it. This year, we decided to think about positive education. We decided to enter. We started talking about it inside the organization for a long time, and positive education it's based on the learning model of positive education to generate welfare, well-being status, including productivity well-being and environmental well-being, to rethink the value change during the training life, and then the professional life as well. Saúl, what about your opinion?
¿Saúl o Raúl?
Raúl, sorry.
Sí, hay una leve diferencia de letra, no te preocupes.
Okay.
Bueno, la pregunta es qué deben hacer los docentes. Yo creo que
what should teachers do? I think that we could define it in two ways. First, the professors need to articulate environments, because this is immersed in another agent, and sometimes the university professors articulate with those other agents. So what they should do is they should articulate in the classroom or in many different classrooms, and articulating it, disarticulating it, creating value. And that's the other word that I think is key, is co-creation. And it helps us change certain paradigms as university professors. That is, we need to take away that mindset that I'm going to teach something, I'm going to build something, and I'm going to impose something, because in practical terms, that co-creation with the student suddenly takes me or leads me to situations or subjects that I'm not really managing. And then again, the word of articulating comes to mind, articulating with other professionals in a way so that they are building. Then there is this dynamic, this symbiosis that is so interesting, and that is a part of the different schools of circular economy. Circular economy has been dealt with in different schools of knowledge, and co-creation again is an important part of that, because sometimes solutions are defended by different schools of thought, and they are born in different initiatives. To just let you know that in our university, we are doing now something with students, a project with students. The first thing we had to do is to talk to the critical mass, to the human capital, because when the industry wants to develop these topics, they look to the sides, and it's difficult for them to find professionals who have that mindset, that logic of circular economy, not just recycling. Sometimes circular economy people say, okay, we have to recycle something, and it's a lot more than that. And therefore, what we did was to integrate students with entrepreneurs, with senior people. And there is something very interesting in the development there, because in fact, what that interaction produced was to strengthen the different agents' outlooks, change agent outlooks, entrepreneurs, academia, consultants that had advanced already on certain topics. So I think that's where the biggest role is, articulating
de tal manera de poder ir guiando ese proceso de co-construcción del estudiante y a la vez también uno se va co-construyendo.
So we co-build and we learn things that maybe we didn't know in which area we were in. Thank you. Saúl, what do you think? Okay. In this point, I think it's important to say that we need to remember a few concepts. Resilience is one of those concepts. Even inductive techniques and approaches in the classrooms, professors, universities teach the students and the future professionals. From here, we should use everything that has to do with resilience, economic resilience, and resilience in the aspect of the circular economy, by even managing disruptive technologies, such as, for instance, when we embark ourselves in digitalization, we're not going to have as much printing as we had before, not so much paper processing as before. In one of the previous conferences that I had, I said, for instance, in the supermarkets or the retail stores or at universities, we are always printing documents. The idea is to have tools or disruptive technologies where everything is digital, even in supermarkets. You go to a supermarket and they print all the tickets from the supermarket instead of sending it to your cell phone. So they could ask you what your email address is, and they can send the ticket directly to your cell phone. And that's something that we need to bear in mind, the physical documents digitalization that is going to contribute to the systemic development of economy. Even technologies, biological technologies that are part of the whole process, appropriate process, so that economy can have an evolution, a systemic evolution, and protectionist evolution in front of the environmental issues. We have 15 minutes now to close. So last question, and then I'd like to have a final thought, your final thoughts. We talked about circular economy, closing the products, the life cycle of products, and it reduces consumption of natural resources, water, energy. And now, talking about science and technology, we have the opportunity to produce more added value. When we just started, we talked about the idea of promoting the uncoupling between technological development and the use of resources, but without losing the added value of products, and of course, reducing garbage or trash the minimum. And I think that gives us a lot of opportunities, upstream, downstream, but we clearly see that there is, in the innovation sector that many of you mentioned, social innovation, innovation in terms of enterprises and all that. So the question is, what in your criteria, Hugo, I'm going to start with you. In your criteria, Hugo, what is the creation of the new generation of bio-entrepreneurs that combine sustainability with systemic innovation and circular economy? All right, according to what Belén just said and what the other panelists said, the thing is that we're going to find young people. We meet young people who are more convinced than ourselves, than our own professors about this. That's why I talked about deconstructing, right? And this is tied to something I said before as well. Universities must make that change inside regarding these rigid programs in order to give way for these bio-entrepreneurs and the rest of the technological entrepreneurs that cannot find a clear path in the crystallized way towards education in the universities where they're at. And in that regard, we, the directors, the university directors and authorities, we have a lot to do here. We have to make those changes internally in the faculty and in the professional world as well. So universities mostly that we are factories of applied sciences or social sciences, knowledge factories, even in environmental footprints, not only the carbon footprint, but the environmental footprint in general. They need to be a model before starting the process, the innovative process. We need to have a deep knowledge of all this, because that gives you the culture, and that's exactly what our students are going to need, our young professionals are going to need. Thank you, Hugo. Belén. I'd like to find something to add what Hugo just said, because I think he resonates a lot with what we think. I think if we take into account that only 9% of the world economy is a circular economy, the work we still have to do is significant. And I think the country, and that's why I celebrate what the city is doing, the Córdoba city is doing in this moment. The contribution of the universities has always been accelerated in a systemic approach in a region. We have a lot of cases in the world that regions that have sustainable circular economy, such as the Finnish industry or the car industry in Puerto Rico. Those milestones in the different regions are somewhat inspiring, so that from science, where processors lower the environmental entrepreneurship, we can speed up this outlook. And I also think, even though it's not my area of expertise, because I lead a university institution, but it's the type of interventions from other levels, elementary school, high school. We need to bring the students together with this outlook that breaks with linear economy and starts with circular economy. There are moments in the social context that we feel that there are topics that we need to serve. COVID was something that we had to serve. And then there are other topics that need to be dived into. And I think circular economy is a topic that we need to dive into. And when I say dive into, it's to go all the way deep into the sea, to identify, to go down over and over again. And even though in the world we have been making great contributions about this, in the few years to come, we'll find in the research classrooms and those who lead the institutions, we're going to be talking about different topics. I particularly think that our actual value is in turning concepts into actions, and that sometimes actions need to be smaller actions instead of having those huge transformations. And those micro transformations need to be in the work teams of students, in their final works or papers, in the experiences in the classroom. And that's where the actual professionals are born, and they they become leaders there, or maybe they already are leaders, and they can transform those areas where they touch. And funny things happen, like we need to have a lot of our students who make beautiful projects in that sense. This weekend I had the wonderful opportunity that Celeste Pereira, a student from Siglo XXI, won Ideathon in this economy congress, Circular Economy Congress. And when you see her vision, all the people who worked on different projects, we feel that that seed has been planted, and for sure the future process will be a lot easier because they start diving instead of just surfing. Thank you, Belén. I'd like to tell the three virtual visitors in this panel, as Belén said, during the week we had Ideathon for circular economy. More than 40 students and teachers participated, professors, and they proposed ideas with agile methodologies, and I think the awards are going to be, were given in this summit, and it was interesting to see all the options that we have to solve some of the issues. Sorry, I wanted to make that comment in order to put you in context of what Ideathon was. So, Raúl, tell us about the bio-entrepreneurs. How can the university make this exponentially bigger? I think there are different ways to see this. First, I'd like to tell you what we have been developing. I come from the area of innovation. Within innovation, we work with groups of companies because we have to change companies' mindset so that they start managing innovation, beginning by that, right? I mean, that's the starting point. Once you start doing that, then governance kicks in, and then you have sustainable management of innovation. You set precedent. And why do I say that? Because in this circular economy project, bringing the previous methodology, let's give it to the bio-entrepreneurs, because they are going to tell us which way the world is going to. And there has to be a social foundation, an entrepreneurial foundation. And why do I say that? Because, of course, policies come from a strategic standpoint, and there are many circular economy strategies with a lot of drive, but that doesn't sometimes touch the social and entrepreneurial layers of all territories. And that's exactly where we need to kick in. It's important that they define the governance and that the entrepreneurs and the bio-entrepreneurs tell us where we have to go. They are the ones that have been researching and doing and finding out. So we put ourselves in the situation of making decisions, and we need to say, okay, we are going to develop later all of that. That's why it's important that at the universities we do something in a multidisciplinary way, do things in a multidisciplinary way. In the sciences arena, sometimes there is not a lot of understanding. I saw that in the business world. Of course, it's part of having the entrepreneurial concept. But sometimes there are other areas that do not have that concept. They have ideas, but more often than not, bringing that down to a business model that is sustainable, and where we have to perhaps think about other ways of building the business model, sustainable business model, and sustainable circular economy in other areas, so that those entrepreneurs do not only develop an idea, but that those ideas are developed throughout time. So, governance and setting up this concept in other areas, I want to reflect on something that, moving forward on this topic, we called Ajuri Baragaba because it means in our Aboriginal language, it means that comes and goes. Apparently, circular economy goes forward, but it comes back too. And the Aboriginal communities know and understand that. So we have to start setting up these concepts, these territories in this bio-enterprise entrepreneurs. Thank you, Raúl. Saúl, 2 minutes for you. We see that the universities are training centers, knowledge training centers, where, as you said, as the first question was asked, we are the foundations of development and contributions to all the economic part of the countries. So, by seeing that in the Ministry of Education, such as university, there are the centers of knowledge, and in the same way, we need to ask universities to promote circular economy in all of their programs, training programs. And the research projects, the seeding projects, they need to depart from there, and they need to have, in order to have a institutional accreditation, such as the sports university wants to have an accreditation. The universities also need to promote circular economy as a subject, a compulsory subject, and also within all the bio projects that can be carried out by students. Those who are doing entrepreneurship, or also those who are developing a project or some knowledge, but in the direction or focused on the development of a company, the ones that promote and the ones who need productivity and economy for factories, so that they continue a balanced development within the environment. Thank you very much. Very clear. The cross-sectionality and this idea of approaching everything cross-sectionally. We are on time. We're about to go overboard. The production allowed me to have a few more minutes. So considering that, if you can give me 1 minute with your final conclusions, it would be great about this topic that we have discussed. Now, the primary axis, here we talk about the foundations on which we stand on. So I would like a reflection, something like Twitter, 180 characters, and so that we can close this. Hugo. So in this global world, but also regional world, for our dear foreign friends, here in Córdoba with Belén and the rest of the universities, we work together with the administration and the companies. We called it Sabatos Triangle, but now it has other axes as well. And these topics, sustainability, for instance, is a geopolitical issue. And we, as a region, we can show around the world what we are doing. In the world, this is not only an incentive for the universities, for the research centers, the universities, the technological, and for the companies as well. We need to show ethically responsible, because in the world today, especially with the new administration such as the one in the US and Europe, even China, it's an added value, an economic added value to the added value of quality of life to comply with this, to achieve these goals. Belén? All right, my 280 characters. I think without a doubt we are at a time when we are relating ourselves again, restructuring our relationship with the environment, and that has been accelerated with the pandemic. Economy, health, and environment have become a very good triangle, and their universities have the ethical compromise, as Hugo said, to sensitivize and engage ourselves. I believe in your outlook, Raúl. The deepest transformations, circular transformations, have to do with going back to the local, and that's why we have this commitment, remembering that only 9% of the economy around the world is circular economy. We still have a long way to go to make it global and impactful. Raúl? Well, my reflection is I see that there are people doing things around the world, and that motivates me and it motivates people, and the rest motivate you back, and that's very valuable. We have a huge challenge, but when you find others who are on the same page and you feel that you can really make a change, a deep change internally in the higher education institutions, I think that we are moving forward, and there is a lot to get done, and there is a lot to build on, and then we have to be alert for all these changes.
Perfecto. Saúl?
Great. Saúl? The point here is engagement. Engagement by universities, by institutions to develop their activities, their teaching approaches and activities. As the trilogy that the government, the companies, the state, even the academia, we introduced the fourth axis, which is society. Society needs to participate, and they have to have the mentality of adding environmental care. Not only thinking about revenues or not only thinking about graduates or alumni, we need to think about those graduate students that graduate from those universities, but then they engage themselves in improving or making a better place for us to live. They are the ones who are going to solve the problem that we have lived in previous decades. All right. Well, we have reached the end. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to share with you. I'd like to congratulate you. Thank you also. Thank you, Hugo Juruy Mendé, Raúl Saavedra Maturana, for your time and your knowledge. Saúl Fernández. We thought it was so important to have this panel. Thank you once again to the organization, to Bio Córdoba, led by Enzo Cravero, who was around with his team. Great job. Thank you very much. And of course, the initiative of Mayor Martín Charjora, who put us here in this beautiful task of bringing this conversation to the table so we can talk about education, the importance of education within circular economy. I will say something that the Chinese said. If your plan is for 1 year, seed rice. If it's for 10 years, plant a tree. If it's for 100 years, then educate people. Education is still the clear answer, and it's still the answer for circular economy. I hope to see you soon. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. It's been a pleasure. So many important concepts to highlight. Circular economy, it's a subject to dive into and to think in the deep of my heart, this concept of maybe the Aboriginal communities already knew what the circular economy was. We have to go back to the sources, and that's the biggest challenge. That's right, Natalia. This panel finishes, and we'd like to thank everyone for being here with us on this first day. We'd like to invite you to be with us and in this first World Summit on Circular Economy organized by the city of Córdoba, capital of the Córdoba province, connected with more than 30 countries and shared online to the whole planet.
Principalmente el eje de arquea de la economía circular, utilizando un desecho, que es el aceite vegetal usado, lo utilizamos como una materia prima para hacer un nuevo producto, que en este caso es el biodiesel, que lo utilizamos como combustible para motor. Una vez que llega el aceite usado, que es nuestra materia prima, lo ponemos en unos tanques calentadores para sacar la humedad y el resto de comida que tiene. Una vez que nos utilizamos el aceite, lo mezclamos con un alcohol y un catalizador y pasa el proceso de transesterificación en el que las grasas del aceite se unen con el alcohol. Y ahí tenemos arriba el biodiesel y decantado el glicerol. Que el glicerol funciona muy bien como desengrasante. La utilización del biodiesel para nosotros tenemos muy bajo costo de recolección y mucho menos emisiones que el gasoil convencional.
Nuestra marca se llama Felipo Baby. Hacemos accesorios de bebé partiendo de textiles reciclados. Somos 3 socias, quien les habla Silvana, Vero y Maru. Básicamente lo que hacemos es recorrer fábricas, talleres, modistas y todo el remanente de la producción, es decir, lo que para ellos es un desecho, para nosotros es materia prima. Hacemos una selección minuciosa de los retazos y de este desperdicio y con eso partimos para desarrollar nuestros productos. Tenemos una amplia gama de productos porque cada producto depende del tamaño de retazo que conseguimos. Todo, absolutamente todo, parte de retazos textiles y a su vez nos proponemos a tener desperdicio cero. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Que todo lo que a nosotros nos queda de remanente también lo donamos. También tenemos otros 2 propósitos más allá del ecológico, que es un propósito social y un propósito económico. En lo social lo que hacemos es buscar talleres, quienes van a confeccionar nuestros productos, que sean sostén de hogar. Mujeres que necesiten una salida laboral y contratamos esa mano de obra. Y por otro lado tenemos una finalidad económica. Nosotros tenemos un producto que es sumamente económico y que eso va a permitir de que la gente tenga mucho más acceso, que haya una alta rotación para que el impacto ambiental sea aún mayor. Dentro de nuestra línea de productos hacemos todo lo que son accesorios de bebés, que vamos desde baberos, que son todos los tipos de baberos, las bandanas, que son como unos pañuelitos que se usan ahora, baberos para recién nacidos, baberos para bebés un poco más grandecitos que ya empiezan a comer. Como así también hacemos portachupetes, que demandan retacitos mucho más pequeños. Hacemos vinchas, turbantes, gorritos de todo tipo. Y de acuerdo al tipo de retazo va a ser el tipo de producto. Por ahí recibimos retazos que son un poco más grandes y nos permiten hacer mantas o hacer ediciones limitadas de bolsitas para dormir. Todo va variando y vamos agregando productos nuevos a medida que nos vamos inspirando con los retazos que recibimos. Además de los accesorios de bebés, productos de la pandemia que estamos viviendo, vimos la oportunidad de desarrollar tapabocas bajo el mismo concepto, obviamente teniendo en cuenta todas las consideraciones y las necesidades que tiene que tener un barbijo. Entonces es un producto 100% reciclado, tiene 3 capas de tela y a su vez en el centro tiene fiselina que viene de otro tipo de industria y de otro tipo de desperdicio. Maru y yo teníamos una marca de ropa para chicos y del corte surgían millones de retazos y pedazos que nunca nos animamos a tirar para no generar ese desecho. Luego, por las circunstancias de la economía, nos vimos obligadas a cerrar y dijimos, bueno, ¿qué hacemos con estos retazos? Les demos una segunda vida. Y así surgió Felipo. Digamos, dijimos, bueno, ¿qué entra en este retazo? Porque no podemos sacar una remera, pero sí empezamos a buscar en qué rubro podíamos introducirnos para darle el mejor uso a esos retazos. Uno de nuestros primeros desafíos era que la gente creyera en este concepto ecológico. Al principio nos costó mucho
que la gente entendiera el valor agregado de nuestro producto más allá del producto en sí. Hoy en día notamos que es cada día es mucha más gente la que entiende y la que le da importancia a toda la parte ecológica. Así que ese es nuestro desafío, generar, digamos, que también las empresas que donan los retazos sean conscientes de, digamos, del daño que generan tirando esos retazos y que busquen, así como estamos nosotras, hay un montón de personas y emprendimientos más que le pueden dar una segunda vida a esos retazos y ayudar al medio ambiente. Creo que entre todos los cordobeses, ya sean empresas grandes o pequeños emprendedores como nosotros, podemos aportar nuestro granito de arena para lograr un mundo mejor. Nosotros todos nuestros desperdicios los donamos a pequeñas productoras de villitas o que necesitan esos productos más pequeños y creemos que empresas más grandes pueden también donar sus retazos para que entre todos aportemos nuestro granito de arena para un mundo mejor.
Bueno, nosotros somos Cicla y hemos estado desarrollando, buscando oportunidades de diseño en conjunto con el diseño industrial y una gestora ambiental que es bióloga. El equipo este se conformó a partir de la interacción y sinergia de distintos profesionales o estudiantes, como es mi caso y el de mi compañero. Yo soy Rodrigo Castaño, estudiante de diseño industrial de cuarto año. En la misma condición académica está Javier Abraham y María Álvarez de Miguel como bióloga y gestora ambiental. Entre los tres, en sinergia con esto y creyendo también en el desarrollo de la innovación abierta, en un colectivo que también podemos llegar a consultar a futuros usuarios, a ingenieros industriales, a colegas del mismo rubro, estamos desarrollando este producto. Dentro de esas oportunidades encontramos un valor en todo lo que es el cultivo y empezamos a trabajar en cuanto a la investigación, que eso nos llevó aproximadamente un año. Y el día de hoy, después de algunas maquetas, de algunas verificaciones y de entregarnos también un poco a la innovación abierta, de conversar con otros biólogos, con otros gestores ambientales, con otros diseñadores, con colegas del rubro también y con ingenieros agrónomos, llegamos a un concepto de cultivo que se basa en la permacultura como cultura permanente, como una visión más holística de la utilización de recursos de una manera circular. Cicla, como innovación en realidad, no está innovando en absolutamente nada, concretamente porque nos estamos basando en cosas que realmente ya existen, en cosas que nunca deberían haber dejado de existir y de saberes tal vez muy viejos que de a poco se fueron diluyendo y hoy queremos traerlos de nuevo al saber cultural. La permacultura, en la bajada hacia el producto que nosotros hacemos, es concebir en el cultivo un sistema que no sea cerrado como el de una maceta, sino un sistema abierto. Dígase de otra forma, un ecosistema, en el cual nosotros podemos tener una zona de cultivo y al mismo tiempo, en sinergia, involucrar el mundo del compost con el lombricompuesto y toda la interacción de líquidos, de lixiviado, de agua, de riego, de crecimiento de plantas, de descomposición y llegar al compost, se pueda reutilizar y volver a integrar en el sistema sin ninguna pérdida, que sea un sistema que se autonutra y que se construya a sí mismo. Nosotros trabajamos la economía circular desde varios aspectos. Por un lado, la misma permacultura, de hecho, es económicamente circular porque utiliza recursos que vuelve a revalidarlos en un mismo sistema y los vuelve a reutilizar. Y por el otro lado, desde el lado productivo, hay dos posibilidades. Uno de los procesos sería la fabricación de este producto a través de rotomoldeo. En los dos casos, de hecho, es rotomoldeo, pero por un lado estaríamos trabajando con empresas que trabajan rotomoldeo a través de plásticos, de polietileno de alta densidad, de ABS, por ejemplo, y ellos tienen la capacidad de procesar plásticos de grandes generadores de desechos, por ejemplo, de autopartes. En base a esos desechos que podemos reutilizar, concretaríamos este producto. El segundo camino es trabajar en una escala ya inferior, también de rotomoldeo, pero el cuerpo principal serían resinas que podrían ser cargadas con otras partículas inertes que sean sobrantes de la industria. Por un lado, nosotros contemplamos el hecho de reciclar y de reutilizar materiales, y en esto de la economía circular también está la idea de que, llegado el caso de que cierto desperdicio no puede reintegrarse en el sistema, hay que pensar y ser conscientes de cuál va a ser la deposición final. En ese caso, esos productos que son de deposición final serían nuestras cargas para hacer este rotomoldeo. En la etapa de diseño que nos encontramos, como mencionaba, que es el diseño conceptual, estamos ya migrando hacia una etapa de diseño detallado y desarrollo, por lo cual nos encontramos activamente frente a diversas mentorías, consultas, realizando focus group a futuros usuarios y finalmente, bueno, en la concreción de este producto, buscar financiación para poder largar los primeros prototipos al mercado y realmente generar este vínculo que estamos proponiendo.
Arranca Seba, sigo yo.
Damas y caballeros, estimados
Ladies and gentlemen, and dear participants of this first World Summit Economy on Circular Economy, almost approaching the end of the first day from Córdoba City, province of Córdoba, Republic of Argentina. The first day we've had, well, the beginning with the national anthem. We address educational issues, the vision from other countries, how circular economy is managed, how successful these programs are, and the experience. And now the following question, which is quite recurrent: how to finance, how to fund this economy. And the topic of this panel is strategies of financing for the development of this circular economy. Sabrina Escala is the moderator of this panel. She holds a degree on international relations and postgraduate degrees from Flasco and UCH. She's the director of international financing of the national government. She has over 16 years of experience on implementation and monitoring of programs with external financing, and she is a professor at the University of San Martin. It's an honor to have her and to have these panelists, Delfina López Fregido, who is the Chief of Department of Sustainable Finances of the Financial Division of the Banco de la Nación Argentina, Germán Strutzenegger, who is an expert in water from the IDB, Ernesto Sánchez Triana, the leader in pollution management and circular economy of the World Bank, and María Eugenia Sosa Taborda, who coordinates the American Network of Financial Initiative from the Latin American Caribbean, Jaime Díaz Palacio, who is the Vice President of BCIE. Sabrina. Hello, everyone, and good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to thank the panelists for their time and for being with us on the first World Summit on Circular Economy. Thank you to the Mayor of Cordoba City for the invitation. We've been listening for the whole morning and the whole day today, the importance and benefits of circular economy. So I don't want to be redundant, but I'd like to highlight two things that I think are key. First of all, the consensus on the existing consensus on the significance of circular economy and which are the effects that our development plan or project impacts that is based on the use of resources and the other thing is that is based on having a profitable model that has led to a lot of inequality and the deterioration of our planet Earth. We see this on a daily basis, and we see this in the different natural disasters. So we have this new paradigm that is circular economy, that, as it was said this morning, mentioned by Mayor Jajota, that it comes up as an alternative for economic development, but also as a way to establish balance between business and the environment so we can use better our resources. Currently, there are many countries and companies and third sector institutions that are developing and supporting circular economy, and there are important stakeholders in the financial arena as well. There are specific guidelines that support sustainable development. However, and this is the goal of the panel, that the effort should be bigger if we really want to fully achieve all of the potential of circular economy, so we can have more resources for this to occur. And lending institutions, national and international lending institutions play a key role because they can reach, they have the expertise to be able to support companies, countries, to be able to transition or to go through this difficult transition from linear to circular economy. So the proposal of this panel is to discuss how we can do this, what international entities, financial lending institutions have in mind on circular economy and sustainable development, how to promote development policies that can help this accelerate. And I'll give the floor to the first speaker, Delfina López Fregido. Could you tell us what in Argentina, which are the main guidelines of sustainable economy and circular economy? How is this viewed in Argentina specifically? Thank you. Hello, everyone, and thank you for the invitation. It's an honor to be here. So,
algunas cosas, un poco a lo que comentaba Sabrina,
I'd like to say, first of all, how finances sustain or support sustainability, how we support the transformation of the economy towards a circular economy and a more sustainable economy. First, I'd like to talk a little about sustainable finances, to have a look at why talk about sustainable finances in a summit on circular economy. In the last few years in Argentina, I'd like to mention a few things that are crucial so as to discuss or describe how we are evolving or how we are going through circular economy. First of all, for those of you who are not aware of sustainable finances, they refer to the market and that, I mean, it addresses a sustainable development in terms of the whole society, the whole market and the whole society. And this is also related to sustainable developments, the SDGs, and how this contributes to the SDGs that was launched in 2015, that were launched in 2015, and Argentina and other countries adhere to them. And sustainable finances, I'd like to talk about the impact, because you may have heard about the what is called the investment impact. And it's not about philanthropy, but having a vision of impact, which is actually one side of sustainable finances. Investment impact in different financial instruments are used. And on the other hand, there could be different strategies and combinations of instruments. So the different combinations have to do with the lending institutions, basically. In 2015, the SDGs were launched. Also, the Agreement of Paris was put in place. These were actions that fostered sustainable finances. Things have been done on sustainable finance, but 2015 was really an important year, sort of a milestone. It's not that before that nothing was done, but 2015 was really very important. And so different tools were created, for example, standards, guidelines, principles, intersectoral dialogues, different kinds of instruments that were launched in 2014, 2015. And as regards the projects, one of the projects addresses circular economy specifically. And so we begin to see that we have a specific set of instruments, and all of these tools were translated or into greater volume. Last year, with the pandemic, we not only continued, but we made more progress. Not only the issuance of bonds, but we were able to surpass the milestone of the emission of bonds, I mean the green bonds. And since then, we continued issuing green bonds. We added other bonds like sustainable bonds, social bonds that fund not only social projects but environmental projects. However, despite all of the efforts, a lot has to be done. There's a lot to do, and all of these efforts in terms of the issuance of green and sustainable bonds and social bonds reached just 1% of the actual bonds market. So it is very little. It's just 1% or maybe 2%, because there were some bonds that were issued, and they fund certain projects that are not considered sustainable. So there is a lot to be done. This is the bad news, and it should create this need for urgency. Why sustainable finance in a summit on circular economy? As a lot of panelists said during the day, circular economy is actually, the heart of the effort is having a transformation, a systemic transformation of the economy, and so as to harmonize or to have harmony between environment and the inhabitants, the people. So we want to actually support this transformation. So finance is actually one sector of the economy, and this sector has to transform itself and become more sustainable. If we look at initial efforts, financial institutions or lending institutions in terms of sustainability, the goals were oriented to a more direct type of impact. Issues such as recycling, resource efficiency, energy efficiency, and so on. And as time went by, and particularly in the last few years, financial institutions began to see that indirect impact also needed to be addressed. So this impact that is not direct, it's indirect, but in volume it's quite large. So this is how we evolved, how sustainability was addressed, and also to understand funding opportunity. And we saw that this was not a linear way. There were several stages involved. And priorities emerged based on public policies. And this is where I would like, if you allow me, to share my screen, just to, not to go deep into it, but just to show you that sustainable finances has a lot of aspects. We can speak about climate finance or funding, mitigation funding, and so on. These are all of these windows or opportunities that can be investment opportunities for circular economy. I know that the audience, there are people that are actually willing to capture investment because there is capital that is available for funding, but it's not presented in a direct way. There is, for example, funding for broader issues or more specific issues that has to do with resource efficiency or resource management or water issues or other issues such as specific financial instruments for circular economies. I thought it was important to share this, and so that you can see that there is capital available and in different formats and or different titles, so to speak, and from different funding sources. And with this, I'd like to talk about some actions that are taking place in Argentina. I mean, different things were done in Argentina, but I like to highlight these three because, in a way, they show an interconnection, so we can have an architecture of sustainable finance. And I think this is important because of the need of having public policies to advance in a circular economy. And in 2015, so it was the launch of the SDGs and the Agreement of Paris, and we see some actions taking place in Argentina. And in 2018 and 2018, as I said before, it's not because we didn't have previous actions, but between 2018 and 2020, 2-3 initiatives, big initiatives took place in Argentina. In 2018, 2019, the first initiative was the launching for
de la CNB, de la Comisión Nacional de Valores, para aquellos que no son de Argentina, es el regulador del mercado de capitales local. Y digo de 2018-2019 porque estos lineamientos, si bien se lanzan en 2019,
guidelines or standards were issued for sustainable finances.
No fue solo dirigida a actores del mercado de capitales, sino a actores de todo el sistema financiero. Lo cual
this was directed to all of the financial institutions. This, in a way, fostered a dialogue among the whole financial system. And then other actions emerged out of this to continue developing sustainable finances in the capital markets. So the objective was to have a closer interconnection, because those that wanted to invest said that there were no projects, they couldn't find projects, they didn't know where, and then the ones that had projects didn't know where to go for funding. And in 2020 and 2021, through different instruments, a new system was launched in order to so that these funds consider good practices of governance.
Contando con al menos 45% del haber de estos fondos que tengan estos destinos o contemplen estas cuestiones. Eso fue en 2018-2019. En 2019 también se lanza el protocolo de finanzas sostenibles de la industria bancaria argentina.
The protocol of sustainable finance, a big effort, because the banking system in Argentina and loans are the main source of funding in the country. This protocol was launched with 19 underwriters. But other banks were invited to participate, and the protocol also has the participation of 3 banking associations. And this is important because not only it's important to have them, but also because they are actually a bridge to the other banks that have not joined the protocol yet. The protocol has basically 4 different strategies. One of them is the development of sustainable finances, among them financial products for circular economy. If you look at the different products that were launched, they actually include the possibility of financing or funding projects for circular economy. So all of these are efforts that sort of add up and make up the system or the ecosystem of sustainable funding in Argentina. And in 2020, the cross-sectional platform was launched. This was a milestone. This is managed by the Ministry of Economy. And the main objective is to develop sustainable finances in Argentina as to achieve common understanding and the opportunities and challenges and to design the steps to achieve a national strategy of financing. This is a big step. And as we have all of the public players and the financial players, this creates an opportunity to coordinate and generate actions in public policies that are needed to achieve sustainable economy and to achieve a more sustainable financial system that could actually support the transformation of economy. Between the interaction of the ministries, we have this sort of cohesion. So the public policies of the Ministry of Economy connect with the other policies, and the public banks, such as Banco Nación, which is the national bank, and other parties involved connect. So we begin to see the possibility of create public policies, mainly policies that are put together by ministries, and public policies mainly fostered by regulators, and then public banks also that are part of the network or the platform that are in product generation but require these legislations of public policies. So that's why I wanted to conclude with this, because we were able to achieve, or we were able to coordinate public policies and sustainable finances. Thank you.
Thank you, Delfina, for your great wishes. I know we still have a long way to go. I've heard about it during the day, but it's really encouraging that we have started that process as a country. I mean, very clear presentation. Thank you. I want to now give the floor to Germán Stutzenegger from the IDB, the main financing bank in Latin America and the Caribbean. So it's a huge challenge for you too, right? I mean, tell me how you see at the bank the approximation to circular economy and financing projects related to circular economy. Thank you, Sabrina. Thank you also to the city of Córdoba for your invitation. We have the pleasure here at the IDB. I have a lot of people, a lot of family in Venado Tuerto, in Córdoba, so my heart is there too. So speaking about the financing and the specific instruments, I'm going to talk about the macro elements about scaling projects in circular economy and how we are facing this agenda at the bank. I'm going to start with the last topic. The bank recently has a new administration, and they launched the 2025 vision. So regional integration, digital economy, the support to the SMEs, and fostering projects that work on climate change. And that represents a key element of the fifth priority, mitigation of the climate change. I give you some information about that. In a recent paper by the Ellen MacArthur Champion Foundation, 45% of greenhouse gas emissions globally are the result of the production of industry, assets, and food. And if we implement circular elements, only 5 elements, steel, aluminum, cement, and plastic, and food, key in the region, the global greenhouse gas emissions could be reduced by 9,000 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions. So that agenda of renewable energy will only solve part of the challenge of emissions generation, which means that the challenge for climate change is much bigger. And circular economy has a huge potential to solve the other percentage of the gas emissions problem. At the bank, we believe that this transition, this change towards more circular production projects and consumption as well, it's key to see the levels for sustainable development in the region. As you said before, also in competitiveness issues, we see that circular companies in the future will be the ones that will have more competitiveness, comparative competitiveness, and we also think that it's important in terms of efficiency to approach the climate change ideas. At the bank, we see the future of Latin America, and we are working in that sense to be circular. And we need our investment portfolio, our loans portfolio in the public and private sector could have something that supports circular economy and circular approach. In Latin America and the Caribbean, we are starting to act, to do something, becoming aware that circular economy means to be more competitive, and we have to join forces against climate change. In several countries, we've analyzed the updates of the national contributions, and there are 7 countries in the region in this update SDGs and circular economy. And I think that the regional governments are aware of the role that circular economy can play in its efforts to build a better, build back better after the pandemic. Globally, not only building an economic system that is more resistant, but maybe you read Taleb, so a stronger element. And that's what we are seeing at regional level. In terms of the strategy, the financial issues, I'd like to talk about the role that the public sector must play in this transition towards circularity. The public sector, nationally especially, but it's an agenda that can be worked regionally and locally. In Asia Pacific, in APAC, they have worked a lot, and they are still working on this agenda. But the public sector in general can unblock the investments in global economy. The public sector can only impact based on regulations, consistent regulations, and promoting the economic incentives, financing infrastructure. The agenda of circular economy is a big part. It recycles a little bit around the world, of course, and there is a lot of recycling going on as a result of the non-existing infrastructure of solid waste. Of course, there is a need to finance innovation. We can introduce public procurement that promotes circularity, and of course the blended finance, and to reduce the risk of finances of capital investment. And let me talk about regulation a little bit. What we see in the region also is that good regulations that are introduced by the public sector have an impact in terms of costs. At the end of the day, it has the capacity of redefining a market. If we want to transition towards circularity in the region, and particularly in Argentina, we need those regulatory signals. Without good regulations, it's going to be very difficult to move towards assets and services production cycles. Colombia, Chile, Peru, and Costa Rica, they are at the forefront. And you probably know this, they're experimenting through some laws and resolutions in terms of production. And the private sector, specifically in the food and drinks industry, impulsed by these regulatory forces, they're changing the way they do business and abandoning very quickly this extraction, production, and exposition that is typical of the linear economy. We need these regulatory mechanisms to thrive the strategies of the economy, circular economy, and only then will we be able to transition towards circularity. And an entity such as the bank, it's exactly that. To support the public sector at all levels and to facilitate investment, private investment on scale, and to make them feasible and prosperous. Another important element in the discussion of financial strategies, and maybe we can discuss this further, it's the financial innovation aspect. We need new financial products or not. Do we have the tools in the market or in the institutions? Do we have those that we need to scale investment in circular economy? The answer is yes and no. Yes, because there are mechanisms, there is a certain financial innovation that we need to develop, but I think we don't need to reinvent the wheel. Most of the instruments are there, are in place. Maybe they need some customization, soft loans maybe with favorable conditions to overcome several liquidity issues that the private sector has in Latin America and the Caribbean. Grants, for instance, to prepare projects, all the different types of warranties and surety bonds. For the private sector, we talk about, Delfina talked about the surety bonds, they could be sovereign or not, but the golden agenda also requires an innovation agenda, all the tools that we need to escalate innovation at all levels, circular economy for different sectors. I think we have the financial instruments to do that. Maybe now going to instruments for financial strategy, Delfina advanced that the green bonds could show us the way. The financial contributions are showing us the way. For instance, at the bank, we are now implementing an instrument in Ecuador. It's a bond that would be a circular bond / impact bond. And Delfina talked about it. It's a thin line between an impact bond or a green bond, where what we basically do is tying the payments of the investment to the compliance of job creation goals, recycling goals. There are thousands of informal recyclers in Ecuador, and also recovery rates. So these type of things are setting the way, setting the trend, maybe part of that innovation that we do need in circular economy. I think that maybe we do need to have specific topics for circular economy, maybe more than financial innovation, maybe it's a marketing strategy that would allow us to put on the table a circular economy agenda that we are supporting, and that and maybe see that in a broader sense, like a sustainable bond or green bond, and to make it more specific even. We still have to work a lot on the taxonomy. What do we understand by circular? What does it mean that an investment is circular? The European Union is about to come up now with these guidelines about the taxonomy of circular economy, and it could be a model to follow, a golden standard. There is something important that we're also doing in Colombia, for instance, with an institution that is called Bancol, to work with institutions tier 2 in order to give access to circular economy loans. And we're working with them on taxonomy when there is a requirement on the investment. Basically, if we can categorize that as a potential circular investment, we can work with them. And I think it's key to do that because we are able to bridge the gap. You know, it's not a big company, it's not an SM, it's not a small company, it's a medium company, the ones that face the biggest challenges in terms of liquidity. Institutions like the bank, those SMEs that have a lot of transactional costs, but working through banks, tier 2 banks, in the case of Colombia, Bancol specifically, it could be one way to widen the access to circular economy material. With that, I'd like to end, Sabrina. I wanted to tell you a few things that we need to do in order to activate circular economy, so for it to escalate, and to tell you how we are handling this. Thank you. Thank you, Germán. Very clear and very precise, all the initiatives that you're facing at the IDB. So thank you very much for your participation. Now I'll give the floor to Ernesto. Ernesto is an officer of the World Bank. As you know, it's made up by several countries, very important countries, I think 187 member countries that make the World Bank. Therefore, it's a financing entity that is very important when it comes to escalating all of these policies and guidelines to promote circular economy. I give you the floor now, Ernesto. Thank you, Sabrina. Let me give the presentation. We can see it now. First, I'd like to thank the organizing committee for this invitation, for the organization of this event. I had the opportunity to participate in several of the sessions, and I think they gave me a lot of ideas. I'm trying to find the result of Ideathon that you had at the beginning of the week, because I'm sure that we will be able to get great, excellent initiatives to maybe validate in several of the countries. I think the previous sessions, the different speakers talk about life in transition towards circular economy. And in the next minutes, I'd like to tell you a little bit of what the World Bank thinks about it, some of the concepts that were presented by Delfina and Jaime. And I'd like to also talk about and explain why we define this as Germán, why public policies and the regulatory frameworks are so important to promote transitions towards circular economy. And about that, I'd like to make a difference in terms of investments on circular economy by the public sector and by the private sector. And I'd also like to talk about the principles that I think should be the guidelines for this, emphasizing that we have to do a lot more, faster, better, not only in terms of financing, but also in terms of all the components that are required to have a good transition towards circular economy. One of the main points I'm all in with regarding with Delfina and Germán, the two presentations that were before mine, circular economy requires cross-sectional approaches, multidisciplinary approaches. At the World Bank, circular economy requires multidisciplinary approaches, microeconomics, infrastructure, financing, innovation, human capital, education, health, that includes social economy. Another point that I totally agree with is that we need to go way beyond solid waste. Circular economy encompasses a lot more than that, other components. It's a systematic reform of all the economy. And with regards to solid waste and solid waste management, we need to take into account not only all that was said before, but also the pollutants into the atmosphere. A few months ago, 4 or 5 months ago, it was published about the number of illnesses and the metal contamination causes 11 million of premature deaths, and that's every year. That's one of the main causes of death worldwide. One of the most important ones of particulated material, is the contamination, atmospheric contamination. So 7 million of particulate material. And that's very significant, especially because the cost that has, the emotional cost is very high. Also, the economic cost is very high. At the bank, we estimated that the global cost for environmental pollution for human health is about $8.1 trillion, equals to 6.1 of the world's GDP. And that accounts for the cost that even countries in Latin America are paying for. One of the key points leads me to work on these aspects. The main goal of the bank is to help reduce poverty. And contamination, as you all know, and climate change affects different countries in an uneven way. Countries with lower incomes are those who suffer the worst reality. It's not just contamination or pollution that we are talking about here. It's also the lead, being exposed to lead, the lead pollution then at world level is very important. As you can see, in red are the ones that have the biggest lead pollution. This came from a report that we worked on, and we think that 1 every 3 children, 300 million children total, will have significant consequences in their health due to the lead pollution. And they also conclude that there is a justification because the bank is involved in predicting contamination and pollution, and now it's a priority for our agenda in circular economy. And regarding that point, something that Delfina and Germán said, the public policy development and the strengthening of the regulatory frameworks, that's not only something transitional towards circular economy. I think it's more than that. I think the lessons learned of countries such as China or countries in the European Union, we can learn a lot about them, because the way they manufactured raw material, the tools that guarantee innovation in the private sector. There is also a wide spectrum of policies that help promote circular economy, and this morning and now it was mentioned that there are instruments of extended responsibility to face the programmed production of products, and there are other instruments though that are financial instruments that are very important, and those economic instruments highlight the digital ones, the digital patterns of consumption and production. There are some industries that have been promoted for several decades, but they have not exploded the way they did. For instance, taxes to contaminants or the precursors of that pollution, chemical pesticides, and also fossil fuels, not only taxes to carbon fuels, but also to all the factories that pollute with combustion gases. Another example that I want to highlight is the one that was adopted. A case that I want to show is that this case in France, this was adopted in France, all products that have products that can be repaired very easily and that have a long life. As of January this year, all companies need to say what is the repair index of any device that that they buy, whether it's computers, cell phones. And in the regulatory frameworks, I want to say something else. I want to present some examples of what's being done at the bank. We have a credit line for governments that support the reduction of the extraction of raw materials and the consumption of toxic products, and the bank has supported the countries that are fostering this type of policies based on improving results based on circularity. For instance, projects such as sustainable energy and the consolidation of chemical pesticides and reducing fossil fuels, and therefore the Commission's has decided to increase the number of loans and the amount of money to be lent in the form of subsidies that promoted contamination, and that is now used to finance programs, protection programs, social protection programs, such as education and health. There is a series of projects in the Laos Popular Democratic Republic. There are some policies to reduce the use of chemical pesticide that have helped overcome the obstacles to access export markets. Competitiveness on the export markets is rough, and they don't accept any products that are not environmentally friendly. Another example of the development of these programs to support regulations and policies is the one that is done in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, where they have the government, the administration, has a policy to completely eliminate the use of plastic which started in the prediction of the use and sale of plastic bags and the replacement of those plastic bags with paper bags, and the development of green policies that was passed at the beginning of the year. The government has that policy for, another one is for batteries, car batteries, and this example for smaller value chain scales, such as the tires industry. Now I'd like to go deeper into the private sector financing. The foundation is always the regulatory framework to promote that transition towards circular economy, and also to fit innovation so that there is more competitiveness for investors. Delfina was talking about the environmental and governance aspects. Over the last years, that industry has had an accelerated growth. We have $2,220 million in 2020, and a great part of those numbers have been in the form of the green bonds. In 2016, the funds, the private funds have multiplied by 10 from the private sector to the public sector. And there are some specific bonds for circular economy. The bank had the privilege, I think, they started with the first green bonds program more than 10 years ago, and they impulsed that in several countries, and in the Asia region, in Mexico. For sure, that adds great added value. There are also, in Indonesia, for instance, there were also green bonds and blue bonds. And, well, these examples, as I said, Indonesia, one is the support to the national administration. They launched the first sovereign bond called Sukuk, Green Sukuk bond. And the second was for the first corporate green bond in Indonesia. Among the actions in the private sector to adopt models of circular economy is what's being done in terms of renting or called leasing, chemical leasing. There are several documents that discuss the windows, the window of opportunities that these vendors have. They lease the supplies and they apply the chemical products instead of selling those, and that creates incentives to the preparation of the chemical products. One of them is in the sector of car manufacturing, where they hire the services according to the number of cars they paint, and in a way that determines the amount of water that is being used. This year also, the financing of investment projects, there were some actions. As you know, Texaco has an entity that is called the International Corporation, Investment Corporation. One of the examples of financing that they have done in Mexico was the plant of recycled bottles to turn them into recycled resin for the food industry. The private sector is not the only one that needs financing. Of course, the public sector needs financing, but in the public sector, perhaps the main sector, because it's easier to understand for them the circular economy, is solid waste. Is in solid waste. As we said here, we expect for these to have the income between 2010 and 2050. The cities that have on average more than 10% of their budget, they invested on the management of solid waste. More than $7 billion spent on solid waste management with all those projects to adapt circular economic models. There is another model of investment that require financing at a public level, and one of them is those eco-industrial parks. There is an association of manufacturers who share resources in a more efficient way, such as materials, water, energy, infrastructure, so that they can do a planning. Some engineers at the bank are financing a project in China, an eco-industrial park in Jiangxi, and the purpose is to also in Vietnam, sorry, and to end the perspectives. Well, what's clear is that we are doing a lot of things, but we still have a lot to do. We need to do more and better. I think among the actions, we need to still disseminate information in terms of the use of plastic. The world population has joined to prevent all the plastic from getting into the oceans. The information has contributed to promote the circular economy, and we have a portfolio of more than $10 million for recycling and for different aspects of green economy and circular economy. I think that these lessons learned need to be the foundation so that we can do a lot more and much better and faster. To end, I'd like to highlight that the development of public policies is key. An introduction to circular economy is an example of that. We have to give examples to the private sector to adopt these models of circular economy, and these events, such as this summit, are a very good sign of what could be done. So thanks to the organizing committee. With that, I thank you. It's been a pleasure to be here, and I'd like for this to be the beginning of a long conversation. And here I leave my email address, so if you have anything to say, any initiative that we can participate in, I'd be more than welcome to read your messages. Thank you.
Thank you, Ernesto, for your participation, for your generosity to share not only the funding strategies from the World Bank, but you brought it down to earth with practical examples. This is really helpful for all of our audience today and our panelists. And one way to support the development of circular economy is via the dissemination of information. So thank you for your participation. Now I'll give the floor to María Eugenia Sosa Taborda, And first, I'd like to say that she is the coordinator of the Latin American Caribbean Network for the funding initiative for UNEP. María Eugenia, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank you all for this invitation to be here in this very interesting panel where we all learn from the different perspectives. And this is the year of circular economy because in several forums and events, this topic is really a hot topic. For those of you who don't know UNEPD, we are a financial initiative of UNDP, so we work with banks, investments to address social environmental issues. And I've been working very closely with UNEP, the IDB, also on circular economy for Latin America. So we have a lot that we're doing in the region on this issue. Let me share my screen. And because I'd like to show you some key issues that that were addressed before. So last year we launched this document. We issued this document, Financing Circularity. I will share the link later, where we intend to demystify finances for a circular economy. Delfina showed us what sustainable finances means, the mechanisms, the issues, and I agree that we need to look for the niches and the shift that we're discussing. So to us, within sustainable finances, when we speak about finances for circularity, we refer to financial services, the money, where the money is used, the projects or companies that promote circularity of the economy. And this is the link to the publication that could translate into Spanish, so it's easy for everybody. So a lot of the concepts that I'll share with you are actually in this publication, and I will summarize this in the next steps. Another thing that was said before, which is the taxonomy of the European Union. This concept is really interesting. So when we speak about funding a circular economy, we mean funding circular businesses, and there are different categories that can be funded. That is, those circular production models, innovation, new models, product life cycle, durability, technologies, new technologies. So there's a whole field of funding. Businesses based on optimal use, products, service, collaborative use. It's not only I would sell the refrigerator, but how this could be, the service of that, how to sell that. Land rehabilitation, a third group of business models of recovery of values and resources. What we mean here is reverse logistics, durability, recyclable materials, and finally business models that support circularity, such as consulting and service. So there's a set of businesses that could be brought into a circular economy. And this is where the financial sector comes in. So we're looking at how we can come up with production and consumption systems that are more sustainable. And we conducted a survey with the banks, the financial institutions that are with us, just to know, to really understand the opportunities for circularity. And
todavía hay un gran camino. Las instituciones financieras no necesariamente están conectando cuáles son las oportunidades y qué tipo de estrategias. Entonces, se dijo ahora Ernesto, tener este tipo de diálogo nos ayuda a aumentar la mirada para este tipo de temas que definitivamente todavía está muy lejos de entrar en el core business. Entonces vemos investidores de impacto ya mirando esto, pero todavía el mainstream un poco todavía lejano de este tema. Entonces tenemos ahí como UNFFI este desafío de traer esto más de forma más próxima. Y nosotros vemos tres formas de actuación. Entonces, uno, gestión de riesgo, dos, aprovechar las oportunidades, y tres, sustentar ahí la agenda 2030 y los
supporting the 2030 agenda. So when we speak about risk management, you know that banks, lending institutions, they have their own risk policies. They look at different issues, and I think it's important to highlight that financial institutions begin to manage risks related to circular economies and the use of resources or resource efficiency. And these are some topics that need to be considered in order to look at risk. Perceived in circular businesses are greater than risk perceived in linear businesses, and we know that banks, interest rates, the starting point or departing point is the analysis. So there's a paradigm that has to be discussed, and how these businesses can be seen with a risk that is adjusted to their context of reality. A lot has been said about the collaboration with private sectors, and there are other mechanisms such as first losses, loans supported by government. So these are tools that can be used to help risk management and the costs in this kind of funding. And we see that financial institutions can actually include in their risk policies different criteria and questionnaires to assess the maturity of companies. For example, greener, more sustainable systems, or pollution prevention, or the cost of plastic, how that could fluctuate along the years, to the prevention of losses of food. So these are new patterns or outlooks that need to be brought into risk management, so that this is actually part of the mainstream in financial institutions. In our survey, we also asked the partners about the sectors that they considered essential. So here you can see some sectors that were mentioned, and then there is a perception that there is new opportunities of business. How we are translating this for financial institutions on their day-to-day, and not only for the impact investors, but also cross-sectionally, increasingly cross-sectionally. And as it was mentioned, and I will repeat a few things, without a doubt, green bonds, green loans are a very important tool. So when we look at the use of proceeds of green bonds, and then circular economy can be included. And when I call pensions, I mean the clarity, the indicators that companies or the bank that issues the green bonds help include in this use of proceeds. These are some examples, and I will talk about a bit about this later. And there's an example of green bonds. This is the São Paulo Intensa Bank that issue a bond devoted to circular economy, a great demand particularly for green bonds in European markets, a great demand for these kind of things, but it's important also to have a local demand and not only international markets. We need to look at the kinds of indicators, how the measures. So it's very important. I mean, these kinds of indicators are very important. And in the transition bonds, there are highly intensive industries, highly extractive industries. So this is the reality. So transition bonds can also be a way to promote. Oftentimes, they're very important. And the other is called the SLL, Sustainability Linked Loans. These are related to objectives and goals. Sustainability Linked Loans, if they have the goal, and if the goal is not achieved, the company will pay a higher interest. So these are different mechanisms that ensure that there's commitment both from the company and the banks. And finally, investment funds. And this is just an example of investments that have been working already and formatting these funds with a circular economy. In Latin America, the quicker we learn to have this outlook, the better we will transition. From our point of view, we have the frameworks of dissemination, which are quite relevant in this discussion. So there are several groups ongoing. For example, the group of 5, CDP, CDSB, GRI, IRRC, SARSB, and the International Framework for Reporting. The ISO, GRI also issued one on waste, the European Union taxonomy. So these are frameworks that do not always match our Latin American reality, but we have further indicators to help us build the dialogue with lending institutions because 80% of our members are commercial banks. And also the World Business Council metrics that can also help, and also the Ellen MacArthur metrics, because we know that in the back end there's always this need, and there are many references that can be worked on. Recommendations and next steps, and where we're heading as UNEPD. So the principles, the banking principles, there are several institutions, even in Argentina, they have institutions that have been working with us, and the principles discuss defining at least 2 goals, 2 impact goals for 2 significant areas. We've been developing principles, how to define goals for climate change, biodiversity, financial health, and gender, and so on. And at this point, we're working on a global group with these financial institutions from around the globe to see how a bank that wants to have circular economy goals, efficient use resources, what they should do. So we're developing these principles to look at indicators, metrics, so that this is these principles is basically to identify the frameworks that banks have, baselines, can establish their objectives, establish the measures, the KPIs, and then consulting with the clients and so on. So this is not simple. It's not something that you'll will do overnight, but we're setting it as a goal to to make these metrics so that they're considered for circular economy. Finally, and this is what we're doing with the IDB, Exchange for Change, the SDGs, partnership with other institutions. We're developing regional research, and a lot was said about regional frameworks, regulatory frameworks. So this is just a spoiler of what we've been doing so far. Looking at, I mean, these countries you can see on the list, we're revising financial instruments and their metrics so that they can be applied in the region. And the idea is to have recommendations, I mean, policies, financial instruments for, and also regulatory recommendations, also case studies that will be included along the report. We're putting together an interest group. So again, this is to create knowledge, skills, this interest group with financial institutions, governments, in order to have these discussions so that this can be generated, and also to develop circular economy in Latin America. So I imagine when we look at the needs we have in terms of circular economy and the business models that we talked about at the beginning, there are things that impact investors will look at, and startups will probably, they will never have the same kind of capital, but they will have access to the large corporations that can actually look at their value chains. And then there's a good initiative that is good for everyone, but if there's a mapping on the types of businesses that are seeking capital and the kinds of financial mechanisms, or what kind of banks or impact investors can actually help promote this agenda in Latin America. So I don't have all of the answers yet, but this has been our intention. We've been working hard so that we can move forward with the banks we have in the region. And I'm sorry, I forgot this. And these are the recommendations we're giving in the financial sector to integrate circular economy in their strategy, to integrate circular economy in the risk policies and the development of the products, to develop sectorial skills. Banks have sectorial guidelines, risk management, so this is a further component to be included, to monitor, to track the effect in employment, to create awareness, and to assess how to contribute with these key frameworks such as the SDGs and public policies, to measure and increase the finance and print, and to contribute to the standardization of metrics and financial instruments. So this is kind of the way, and the first finding will be released this year, and then the second part at and then next year. So if you want to participate in the process, you're invited. Thank you very much. Thank you, Eugenia. Thank you for showing us the main conclusions, and thank you for your effort that is being done at the UNPD to establish metrics. And I'm assuming it's not a simple job you're doing, but trying to have all of the stakeholders together. Thank you for your participation in this World Summit on Circular Economy. Now, I will introduce again Jaime Díaz-Palacio. Is the Executive Vice President of the Central American Bank of Economy. He will tell us about it. That has the members in Central America, and would like to know know how the bank is working on this issue in these particular countries. Jaime?
Muchas gracias, Sabrina. Quiero iniciar
Thank you,
por
Sabrina.
primero agradecer al liderazgo
I would like to, first of all, thank
Municipalidad de Córdoba,
the municipality of
a ti
Córdoba
por moderar el evento y aquí nuestros panelistas que están
and all of the
acompañándonos hoy.
panelists that are here in this panel discussing this exciting subject. This year, circular economy will be creating more discussion, and the dialogue that is going on today, that is at the city level, is one of the most important things. So this is where we can create greater impact, and it's important to recognize it. I know that there are different definitions on circular economy, but probably some listeners are joining in now, but we can have, I'd like to share some concepts. This is a relatively new topic, and even though it existed, it's been with us for a long time, it's a relatively new subject, and circular economy is a system that we can call it a restorative system or regenerative system. The idea is that any good that is being used is not defined, does not have a life, but this good has a value in the market. So circular economy then has basically two things: the creation of markets, I mean the waste market, so to speak, and the second is the prevention of pollution and to improve the environment for the citizens. So based on this definition, I like to focus on the messages of my presentation. It's a quite straightforward presentation on the BCIE, and based on my definition is that the efforts of circular economy need a lot of involvement by the leaders of the region. And number two, we need to say that the regional economy efforts can be implemented in any country, any region, regardless of their context or their region or level of development. And I like to give example. Sometimes most of the studies, for example, the European Economic Forum, when we look around, we see that in every country has their own initiatives, micro policies or macro policies that are creating this change, as the previous speakers mentioned. And then thirdly, this is a public-private partnership. It is not only two sectors, but it involves all of the other sectors in the society. So let's have a look at the presentation. As you can see, so, first of all, I'd like to talk about the bank, the Central American Bank. This is the most important bank for the Central American region, not only in terms of the portfolio, but we've been promoting integration for 60 years now. So, Central America is really much larger than, Guatemala and Mexico. It's Colombia, Argentina, Korea, Spain, Cuba. Other countries are involved as well, and the Dominican Republic, for example. So the bank is a bank that is focused on the development of the region, economic integration. It is it's a green bank, the most important green bank in the region. And this is to support climate change initiatives or green projects, so to speak. This bank has an institutional strategy. The bank approved the strategy in 2020. It's a 2020-2024 strategy with three main axes: competitiveness, integration, and social inclusion, and gender, and social environmental sustainability. As regards the latter, we could see initiatives, green initiatives. Some of the impacts, just for you to have an idea, in the portfolio as regards jobs, infrastructure, as you can see on the slide. I think it's very important to understand that multilateral banking has different instruments or mechanisms that are limited, but through these instruments, most the participation is increased for the development of these projects. So, such as investment projects, funding the private sectors, or loan lines. So, let me begin by discussing the financings or the funding strategies for the development of circular economy in the region. And considering the three topics that I discussed, I mean, the interest of leadership in the society, it's important to highlight that the different sectors need to recognize the costs and the benefits of these initiatives. Why? Because when we say that this is a multi-sectoral topic or subject that depends on the public sector, private sectors, or municipalities, or the banking or insurance companies, what we need to understand is, the context that would allow that everything is interconnected towards the circular economy agenda. So let's begin with the basis, the benefits and the costs. And a lot was said globally speaking, but I'd like to focus on four main points. First, when you think about circular economy, or waste management, or so when we think about it, it's only savings. And when we look at it globally, 1 billion annually, this is a lot. But have a look at the second point and the third point. We're going through a pandemic, and so we're actually leaving. We're kind of slowly recovering, coming back to our offices. So what we can see is that we need two things. First, jobs, and the second topic, which is a strong increase of raw materials and the use of materials. And this increase is given due to a global trend where there is not only a greater demand because of the recovery, there are infrastructure plans, economy promotion plans, and this will create more and more demand of raw materials. So, and this is just to give example number two, if we reusing, this is the third point, reusing over 10 million tons of iron for 2025, the price of raw material, in this case iron, would drop up to 6%. So this could actually compensate the increase, the cost. For example, I just purchased this coat, and I learned that 60% of the material is reused. So it's important to recognize that there is a value in this. The benefits is not only saving, but the other side of it is to generate a market, to generate a space for the private sector to participate. And this is the other element we considered. This is very, this is very visible, and also the elimination or eradication of CO2 that has an impact directly on environment or health. And let's have a look at some of the costs. Why is it difficult to promote this? I mean, so what do we need for initiatives to move forward so that we get positive benefits? And there are 4 things, I mean, that I mentioned here: investment, and the issue of the adoption of these primary products, the reduction in demand of other raw materials, the cost of innovation through R&D, and in some cases, and this is not probably so significant, but again, the literature considers it important, the change or the adjustment that could, different changes in employment. But in the long term, we believe that benefits are greater than costs.
And then there is a cost that is explicit: the communication, the understanding of the benefit, understanding the benefit and the cost, and the sectors are really working hard. Business as usual, in the status quo, how to make that change. It also implies costs. So for us at the bank, we see some areas where we could interfere, and what we need is that commitment at the highest level to transition towards circular economy. If you think about it, we would say, okay, policies go upstream, but here we have to think about it differently. It has to go downstream. For instance, today we have this event sponsored by the municipality of Córdoba. There always has to have that high political level of the authority, the leadership, but honestly, where everything develops goes bottoms up. And we have to build these alliances. Public policies are making mechanisms in order to create recycling mechanisms, water, and then we talk about regulation. Sometimes we think that regulation can only be done by Congress people, but there is a self-regulation that governments are doing. For instance, cleaner policies are created instruments that can help to create circular economy elements. And of course, there is a legal framework and policies framework that needs to exist. As I said, Ernesto mentioned the case of laws and legislations and regulations and the incentives for this projects portfolio within circular economy, and that must be previously frameworked within strategies. The bank has this modalis approach of financing smaller projects. In Dominican Republic, we had a cooperation with $350 million. The idea is to support the green agenda in terms of energy efficiency and for Dominican Republic. So we can say, yes, there has to be a strategy, there has to be policies, but we can also see that there could be alliances and regulations such as the adoption of new technologies. And a case like, for instance, the electrical mobility, very difficult to replace cars that are using fossil fuels by electric cars or hybrid cars. There we need to find alliances and cooperations, everybody's cooperation. So something I was mentioning, some programs that we've had, I think there are 3 elements. The element of generating education, knowing the topic. I said that was an implicit cost, but there is also the metrics. My presentation showed that, well, in this idea of working on recycling, what is the value that we are creating? How much are we saving in terms of tons of contamination, and how much are we generating in raw material for the different sectors? And clearly, we have to start talking about funds for companies to transition so that they can change their old or outdated technology for updated technology, and with policies that are related to circular economy. And in the last case, this is perhaps a case that is easier to see. At least it's smaller in terms of scale, but it generates a huge engagement and an ecosystem for everybody to participate. For instance, in Córdoba, we have equipment. In Korea, for instance, we have very good models of industrial parks that have come to the Central American region to try to do technical assistance so that the production that is created is cleaner. So what are the opportunities for the BCIE has detected? I'm going to show you some of them. Initiatives with impact on circular economy in general, and the three ideas are the following. First, it doesn't have to be a specific project focused on circular economy. What circular economy needs is complementary projects, and we're going to talk about the housing project. The housing project is a housing project that promotes building of public buildings with the rational use of waste and the adequate use of waste. What we see there is the families, the house, people, the type of construction, but also the private sector and the recycling centers that need to be very active. And we are working this project through KfW, and they are also aligned, the Department of Project Formulation. They say, okay, how can we, once we have, after having the worst storms in the middle of a pandemic last year, they destroyed, those storms destroyed great part of the houses in the north. So the goal is to see how we can make sustainable mechanisms to define the infrastructure to be resilient, and number two, so that they don't impact in the environment, where circular economy is an element. And why do we think that it's an element? Because infrastructure needs to continue being developed, but introducing this element within the future plans in order to act. So clearly here we have other elements, such as the cleaning of the Motagua River, a Caribbean river, and the bank is working to support with solutions. And then we also have this Sustainable Cities initiative that is going on up until 2023. How can we work with the member countries, not only in Central America, but also those that are members of the bank and can have this type of initiatives? And let me show you one last detail, a very important detail, a very specific example. This project is the master plan for the Fonseca Gulf, and what it looks to do is to create value within a common resource among three countries, El Salvador, Honduras, and Nicaragua. There we have the Fonseca Gulf, and a very beneficial product among the community, but we need to know how we mesh. The thing is, we not only have the benefits, we also have the costs, and the idea is, instead of regulating and restricting the use of waste, contamination among others, the idea is how we add value to profit from the resources, especially from fishing and apiculture. How can we reduce contamination, pollution on the beaches that impacts tourism, and how we can improve all the rest of the economy, circular economy, since this is a public gulf, it generates more value, blue economy, and how the waste around this prosperity is going to create green circular economy. And with that, we're also going to create markets. As we can see, we don't do this financing alone. We can also have specific mechanisms, such as the financing towards climate change. And here, I like to focus myself on the mechanisms. On the one hand, a bank has the assets. We talked a lot about the assets here. Green bonds, social bonds. What we and the market has told us is that there is not only a value in going after the cost. There are many investors who want to invest in institutions such as the BCIE to support the environment and circular economy, but they're also highly efficient. Let me tell you, for instance, that this year in Mexico, we had the first social bond issued by the BCIE issued a bond in Mexico that is traded in the exchange, stock exchange. It has social components, and they have also, it's called FOPROE. It was the first time, it was the biggest social bond in the Mexican market, and it was the lowest rate in the history in terms of finances. The interest rate, in fact, is relative because the TIF minus the interest rate that we had at the time when we issued was a negative percentage. So the markets are rewarding the financial institutions to focus on these mechanisms. So the passive part, the liabilities is pretty good. There are resources. On the assets, on the other hand, what is the biggest challenge? The biggest challenge is to generate this projects portfolio, to be closer with the client, to work with the political class, and with the implementation of public policies. And here we will have both factors, the public and the private, and to have different types of tools. And I would say that the BCIE has the preparation of projects. It makes it easy for them to produce projects. In the one that I mentioned before, the Fonseca Gulf, we want to produce other additional projects around it for circular economy and green economy. That's why we create funds of climatic change, for climatic change mechanisms at a longer term. For example, we have surety bonds. We have other types of bonds for those who are recovering. And with that, I'd like to tell you that it's a pleasure to share my experience, my Central American experience with you. I'd like to thank the panelists that were with me, and I also like to thank Sabrina for your moderation. And I look forward to the comments and the questions from the audience. Thank you, Jaime, for your presentation. Very interesting. The Green Bank, I had no idea that that existed, and the portfolio that you manage linked to promotion of circular economy, really interesting. The rest, I had prepared some questions, and during the presentations I had many questions. I think we need to talk about this one-on-one maybe for about an hour, but here we are. Time is of the essence. We only have 3 minutes to finish our panel, so I just want to thank you. And I will keep 2 or 3 things that you said. First of all, circular economy is not exclusively something regarding recycling. It's a lot more than that. Second of all, it requires everybody's engagement and participation. And by everybody, I mean in the financing framework. I'm talking about entrepreneurs. I'm talking about multilateral banks, I'm talking about the different financial institutions, and of course, it's a political decision as well. I think it's key to have everybody's commitment, administrations, cities, the governments at all levels. And I also want to highlight something that you all mentioned, the need to start linking all the stakeholders that are competent in the matter. I think this is a multidisciplinary and it cross-sections all the sectors. Understanding circular economy, sustainable development is something, not as a subject in itself, but as something that we can approach from all the projects and programs everywhere. I think that we have surpassed the goal that we had as a team, and I want to thank you all. Very clear panel, and we are here for whatever you may need. And thanks once again to the city of Córdoba, the Mayor Charchora, and all the team working here, Bio Córdoba, and those who are helping us to put all this in an actual format of a Congress. So thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias,
thank you, Sabrina. Thank you very much, Sabrina Scala. Of course, the goal was completely achieved, and we thank you for that, and we thank each one of the speakers in this panel. On these first days, this first journey of the Circular Economy Summit, that has a lot of information that makes us feel so proud here in Córdoba. If we talk about numbers, we're very happy. 39 countries around the world, 440 cities around the world. We were there. We were connected through this wonderful idea that came up perhaps in a meeting, in a very late meeting of dreamers, utopic people who want to change things, who want everybody to go forward, to move forward and to change. We cannot waste time. We cannot continue the way we are. Let's get together. Let's connect. And let's talk about it. There were about 250,000 computers on and following this summit. So for today, the goal was achieved. So I would like to thank journalists, moderators, public officers, entrepreneurs, businessmen, sponsors, and organizations that have been with us on this first day of World Summit. Just a recommendation for you to connect again. If you have an interesting, perhaps a specific topic, perhaps you should go into cumbremec.cordoba.gov.ar, and there you will find out what the agenda is for tomorrow, because we have state-of-the-art speakers. We have the possibility to talk to the great world reference, so it's an opportunity that is worth a lot. So don't miss the opportunity to find out the agenda for tomorrow. And for tomorrow, among the topics that we'll discuss, we'll hear panels about circular economy and gender, circular economy 4.0, and the closing with Manuel Albaladejo. So don't miss it. And we look forward to seeing all of you tomorrow. And to end, I'd like to thank and congratulations to our city, the city of Córdoba, the ones that really organized this wonderful first World Summit on Circular Economy. Thanks everybody who were there for listening. Thanks to the wonderful team, production, technical team. Tomorrow, 9 o'clock, we'll be here. Thank you. Thank you very much.